between evidence and belief, because sometimes things just feel right or probable. Yes, gee, let's get into it. Just like how your brain gets smarter, you need more proof to believe it, fam. Ignorance and being down with whatever vibes are low, key the same thing. When you're all about the facts, you ain't got time for no produce thoughts or wild speculation. You got to consider all the deets, like who's testifying, what the mood is, and whether they've been extra with their motives. The Christian's perspective might seem different, but gee, your senses are still on the same wave as an agnostic. You're all about hearing, see, and feeling the realness. Your vision ain't that expanded, but hey, you know what you got, right? Hey, knowledge is like totally something you can share, and it's rooted in facts, bruh. It's all about the science, gee. You can break it down, analyze it, and even categorize it, just throw it on the table and let's get this intel, fam. When a fact becomes part of your crew, it becomes part of the collective consciousness you feel. The Christian ain't no otherworldly super being with supernatural truth. They're just a regular person trying to share their knowledge. It's all good, gee, because they can give their 2 cents to the agnostic. Now, let's talk about this principle from King's College. He's off base. Fam, he says it's about authority, but the real diff is that Christians know what they're getting while agnostics are all like, nah, I don't got nothing. But for real, gee, when Christians claim to have knowledge, it's like they're all arrogant and extra. And meanwhile, agnostics just keep it real. Every fact is a torch that guides M through the night. Gee, they ain't buying into some made up authority. If there's truth, it's got to be based on facts, not just some dude saying it. The Christian got some major credibility issues, too. Like, what makes these ancient dudes think they were divinely inspired? It's all just a vibe, fam. We can't even know for sure that they were, and we don't have no personal revelation from the big guy himself to back it up. It's all about their word, but like, who do you trust when you ain't got a clue about these dudes? This evidence is what add compared to actual proof. Gee, we've been told they said these things, but we don't know if the peeps who claim to be inspired even wrote them. Bruh, we also don't know if those peeps even existed, fam. Now we know that the most legendary dudes we met are low-key mistaken about simple stuff. And like when you got people saying the same thing in different countries and ancient times, it's probably just some fake source feel. The Christian is all, I don't trust the words of Muhammad, and the Mohammedan is all, I don't care about Buddha's declarations. The agnostic is all, I'm good with just the truth in the words. No need to get extra cred for who said it. Gee, they know that sayings are only worth something if they're actually true, not because of who said them. So, like, the diff between Christian and agnostic is more about who's willing to believe than actual knowledge. Okay? The agnostic ain't got no faith in Moses and the prophets, fam. They think those OGs were way off on most things that can be proven wrong. The more we learn, the more mistakes they make, gee. And, like, it's obvious that all these ancient religions are pretty messed up. Same as the others. They're all just trying to figure out how life works and stuff, but they ain't gotten it right, bruh. Truth is like, hey, I got facts, not faith. Gee, it's all about finding common ground with what we already know. The churches all come on, boom, believe without thinking, but they never actually encourage people to, you feel. They just want to keep it real and command folks to believe. But the agnostic knows that testimony ain't enough to prove the miraculous, fam. You can't trust some dead dude's word just 'cause it's old news. Fourth, this principal from King's College is all I'm an agnostic, but my real name is infidel. Gee, that's like super savage, bruh. They're saying that even if they don't believe in the miraculous stuff, they're still down with just getting the truth you feel. Loki, this whole believing thing is hella complicated. Like, what does it even mean to be an unbeliever, bruh? Is it because their brains all messed up or whatever, making them doubt the evidence that Christians are all about? Can they control what they believe in their mind? Fam, are they responsible for how much weight evidence puts on them? Can they actually just chill without believing stuff? Is it even a choice, though? Is there such a thing as genuinely weighing the tea and deciding if someone's testimony is legit or not? Does that even matter? Is it all about moral responsibility? If some dude don't believe in the Mosaic account, is he literally a trash human because he's being real with himself? Can he just keep it 100 and be a man without lying? Yeah, the Muslims would call that guy an unbeliever. Too same with those Central African tribes. They'd all be like, yo, what's your move? And G would be all, I'm not buying it. Or has this dude got some secret knowledge that nobody else knows? Is he high-key connected to the infinite or something? Shouldn't we just chill and believe in whatever makes sense instead of stressing about whether it's true or not? Can someone get praised for believing when the evidence is all up in their grill? Should we be salty if someone doesn't agree with us? Were those ancient unbelievers actually better or worse than their neighbors? It's probably true that some of the Greeks were all about their pagan gods, and some of them were like, nah, I'm good. And same for the pharaohs back in the day. If credulity is a virtue now, it should have been way back when. Anyway, an unbeliever is basically someone who doesn't believe in the prevailing religion, right? We're all low-key admitting that those ancient Greeks and Romans were on to something with their gods. Their thrones are empty now, and those scepters dropped a long time ago. Nowadays we're all about honoring the dudes who called out those old gods. Fourth point, you think the word infidel might be kind of negative, right? Maybe it shouldn't even exist. Back in the day, though, it was super sketchy and could get someone killed or imprisoned. People would throw Emmenstock's pelt with poop and just straight up disrespect to him. There was a time when Episcopalians were all like, we're the superior ones, and Catholics were all, nope, we're the real deal. It was pretty wild back then. Gee, you feel so like if someone's all, I'm a swap religions 'cause I want to cop a new wife, and they're talking to the Pope, right? That's hella sus. It's easy to imagine some dude being all, I ain't with this church no more, just 'cause some king is all like, do what I say. The word infidel is straight up what when you're dealing with people who are hella ignorant, intolerant, and close-minded. A real baller doesn't dictate rules for others because they want to keep it that way. Civilians know how to rise above all the hate and drama. It's natural for a church to be salty towards someone who don't believe in their vibes, but it's not about the revenue, fam. The Episcopal Church is all like, we need our power and influence, so they can keep getting that dough from people. And then they're all, we forgive you when you give Rem the money. Fifth, the principal of King's College is all like, it's hella uncomfortable to say you don't believe in Jesus Christ. But for real, should it be uncomfortable to express your own thoughts? Can that be work unless it's in some super uncivilized community where some church has way too much power? Why shouldn't someone be able to say they don't believe just as easily as they can say they do? Is it even right for the minority to keep it on the low? Should majorities always get to make all the decisions? What would this world be like if nobody in the minority spoke up? Was the Episcopal religion ever the majority? Was it ever hella unpleasant to be called a Protestant? Did the word Protestant even carry any negative vibes back then? Geez, like, what's good, fam? So, geez, trying to figure out if testimony even matters in influencing a person's mind, right? If someone's all devils don't exist, does that mean they're done believing in Jesus Christ, though? Is it possible to think that this dude who was super real and tender back in the day, like 2 years ago, got played? Did his words get twisted or something? Maybe some legend has been made around him, and we should keep an open mind field. If Jesus dude was actually Loki great and noble, who's G's friend, the one spreading myths about him, or the one saying it was all just some hype, if G claimed to do miracles, he must have been either a straight up liebird or straight up crazy, right? But the agnostic is like, hold up, I'm good with the good vibes and truth he gave, but whatever don't make sense. The principle of King's College is all about keeping it real. But G thinks you got to have conviction to get the God seal. It's like faith without no evidence is just a hot mess. Gee, we got way more reason now than we did before, and that means we can figure some stuff out on our own. We know the standard's higher now, and our brains are better equipped to deal with life's questions. Can't have people going around extinguishing the light they got, though. If G's Jesus dude was actually the real Mevi, his followers got to be real too. It's not just about believing, it's about doing the right thing and keeping it true to yourself. You feel, yo, is it real or not? Let's look at what's written. Like, can we even get a chance to believe it? Should we be like, okay, it probs true or something. So when it comes to the Gospels, we got to treat him like any other book, fam. Biographies, histories, you feel me? We know that even the most honest dudes can get it wrong. And like, anyone can be mistaken. Don't us if someone writes something and we're not 100% sure it's true, just they're a good person. Shady dudes can write the truth too, no cap. At the end of the day, it's up to each individual to decide what's real for them. We're all just trying to figure out what's humanly possible, you feel? Like the present is deaf as wild as the past and future. If we got to believe in the Old Testament, then evidence kind of loses its meaning, okay? Miracles are all about proving a point, right? But how can we even verify that they happened? It's like, what about all the other weird stuff from medieval times or whatever? Same diff. Shouldn't it be a big deal if someone's trying to say that Mohammed had some sick miracles and not crest? Like, Augustine said some truth, but also lied too. And we still don't call him a total liar, because he was just a human. You feel honest dudes make mistakes, and like, even the most chill people can be wrong. It's all about what your dude did in life, not if they were a saint or whatever, or biographers are trying to make their heroes sound dope, fam. They're always like, ooh, this guy was super special, when really they just want to get a good story out. And we can't even trust the testimony of some dude who saw something crazy, cause they might be lying. It's all good if the writers of the New Testament were straight or not, cause miracles are hard to prove. Bruh. It's like No one can be that honest to make us believe in something crazy. So even if we don't know if it's true, real to us, yes, gee, let's get real, right? If the rep of our Lord is going to keep it 100 and be with the great ones on earth, we got to ditch the claims of being straight up miraculous or supernatural. Okay? No cap. Humanity's been hella messed up because we strayed from nature's vibe. The world's been run by some shady tricks like sleight of hand. We've been hyping up miracles and stuff over the real deal that's steady, sublime march of cause and effect. Falsehood's been the foundation for faith, bruh. Is our body even still got evil spirits, or have they just faded away? Where did they go? If the New Testament is low, is Key claiming a bunch of devils took over people's minds, is that even real? Can anyone believe it's true? Doesn't that sound hella absurd? What intellectual catch would say demons live in human bodies? Do they got their own space or food or something? Are they all just floating around like ghosts? If denying the existence of these daemons makes you an infidel, how come we don't think it's what to question it? It's the job of these college principals and clergymen to keep the magic alive, but why should they be making that bread disappear? Is it because they want to stay in power or something? The church is all about self-preservation. Gee, they'll defend themselves till they can't know more. Agnostics are like human experience is where it's at. So who cares if the Gospels were written by some dude or if the miracles are real? It's not like it changes the game. The agnostic is just trying to keep it real. Know what I'm saying? They're all about how the miraculous is basically impossible. And, Professor Huxley said it all in one article, no apologies given. He's straight up telling the truth and not holding back. When you finish reading that, you'll feel like your mind's been opened up for good. Gee's been Loki-vibbing with the brain of another person, you feel. No cap. Nothing's been hid. They're hyped to know the real tea. To me, philosophy is fire for a couple reasons. First, it helps free your mind from fear, and second, it keeps you from getting caught up in all that negativity by just being smart and knowing how to live. We're cool with the idea that the absolute is just out of our reach, fam. Now we're low-key convinced that we can only work with what we can see and touch, not some abstract stuff that's hard to grasp. The wise person knows the only way to get it right is through reason and keeping it real. They got faith in the world, but their faith ain't based on no superstition. It's based on facts, you feel. They believe in progress, science, and all that good stuff. They're all about developing the brain and getting smarter. They ain't afraid to say they don't know, 'cause they know the mind has limits. They question the old school wisdom and look for evidence before making a move. They keep it 100 and don't let no prejudice get in the way. They're all about those manly virtues and telling the truth, even if it's hard to swallow. It's whack to even talk about destroying solace when the real issue is just being real. The dude who said the agnostic thing was straight fire about how the positive philosophy is more lit than all that Catholic stuff. It don't fill the world with pain or monsters. It's all good, fam. Luther and Comte tried to reform the church, but they were straight up wrong, because the only way to fix it is by tearing it down. The positivists are all about generalizing science and keeping it social. It sounds like Comte said something real fire about how our brains go through these phases of growth. First, we're looking for causal answers. Then we start thinking abstract. Ward. Know the Loki essence of things and the deets on how and why they're all good. Right now, we're living in this orthodox world where people still think phenomena are signs from a higher power or whatever. It's like, according to Comte, there's this other vibe, metaphysics. It's all about abstract forces you feel. Like, these forces are inside substances and they make things happen. People talk about laws and principles like they're real. Then there's this last stage called the positive. It's when people are all, forget the causes, let's just observe and figure out what's good for us. They're trying to find the invariable relations between stuff, and it's all about discovering what makes life worth living. Why isn't the positive stage like the ultimate goal of the agnostic? Agnostics are like, I'm done investigating. I see how limited our brains are, and they're all about examining phenomena, finding happiness in the complex stuff. Meanwhile, Comte's positivist philosophy is low-key dope. It's not about getting all caught up in theology, but more about living life for real. Prof. Huxley and Frederick Harrison are straight-up heroes when it comes to progress. They're like totally destroying superstition and preaching the good stuff. Both of them got that highest and noblest of vibe going, and both have been killing prejudice left and right. Can't even afford to beef each other at this point. The agnostic and positivist ain't no different. Fam, we're both trying to live in the world and not to worry about the what ifs. So when theologians are all agnosticism takes away from life, that's just a weak move. Do agnostics even need some hope to hold on? Is it really consolating to know the Old Testament ain't from the infinite? Ain't it lit to just feel happy knowing Jehovah ain't God? She's been dead for a hot sec, fam. Like, is it lit to lift superstition from the shoulders of people who are trying to grind? Is it a low-key thing to vibe out fear from the hearts of G's peeps? April 1889. Blessed are those G's whose blood and judgment is on point. They ain't just a pipe for fortune to play with, you feel. Ernest Renan is hella dead. Another source of light, the force of Civ. Another dope personality, another brave soul who was low-key genius in thought and high-key generous indeed. A sculptor in speech. A colorist in words clothing, all in the poetry born of a delightful union of heart and brain is gone to that realm, G was raised on Catholicism, but he got educated for the priesthood, G. But 'cause his natural genius was fire, he started thinking forcibly, mind, controlling forces that keep mediocre minds enslaved can stir up thought and action in superior souls, aka people like Renan. He began to think major key. For a Catholic, the thought leads to doubt, doubt to investigation, investigation to truth, the enemy of all superstition. He hella lit the candle on reason, Renan did. He found that his mental vision was improved, and he read the scriptures for himself, examining them like other books that ain't trying to be inspired. He found the same mistakes, prejudices, and miraculous impossibilities in the Bible as he did in books written by men. G's path of reason led him to believe, when God shall be complete, he will be just. But also, nothing proves to us that there exists in the world a central consciousness, a soul of the universe. Nothing proves it. G knew his heart wanted immortality, and he was hella down for others having their own dreams, fam. G said no cap, she's low-key savage. He was hating on her for being extra. He knew she was going to come at him with some fire, because he had already been talking his mind's mind and expressing himself. He even declared that or a vibe within our experience is not run by nobody's logical thinking. God, as the people think of him, the real deal God, is super vague in the universe because he was calling out the mythic and miraculous parts of Jesus' life and trying to protect a cool and serene soul from all the hate and ignorance. G's time had come when Jesus got to either become a myth or a dude. The idea that he's literally God has got to be dropped by anyone who ain't completely extra. Those who already gave up on Jesus being God are like, no cap, he was divinely appointed, but still trying to keep it real and say he was superhuman. As time keeps moving and people get more woke or grander ideas about life, G's views on Jesus might change a little. The New Testament is all over the place with the different dudes, or one dude in multiple phases. Fam, Jesus is described as a devout Jew trying to do it right by following the old law. Some of his sayings are hella consistent with this vibe. G was straight fire when he said, don't swear by heaven, cause it's God's throne, or by earth, cause it's God's footstool, etc. This is all good for the Jewish mythology, though. They thought of God as just a big dude who walked in the garden and hung out with Moses. G then found some evidence that Jesus was trying to reform the Judaism thing and fulfill the law. But then he stopped and became a total opposite. He's like, the temple is wak, and Jerusalem ain't the holy city no more. Then G says we don't need no mountain or building to worship. It's all about the heart and just vibbing with God in real life. G was low key about changing his vibe from keeping it traditional Judaism to being all about reforming it. Then he's like, nah, I'm good. Forget about reformation. And just straight up said that destruction is the only way to go. If G was actually a real person, then his whole thing would make sense. But if he was straight up God, no cap, that's hella wuck. If we give G all the knowledge in the world, then it's wild how he'd just chill and not change or grow at all. But if we say he's a perfect human being, then what about when he was trying to keep it traditional or reform it? Was he perfect back then too? Like, when did G reach his peak perfection level? It's super obvious that Jesus, or whoever G is, thought the world was about to get wiped out, and that's why he started hating on marriage and all that earthly stuff. With that in mind, G was all like, why bother making food for a world that's just going to burn down? He was so hyped about this change coming that he said the only thing that matters is saving your soul. Forget about your fam, your wife, your kids, or your property. It's all good when the apocalypse hits. G tried to get people to sell everything and just focus on their own souls. He told his disciples, or whoever he was trying to recruit, that they got to cut ties with all that earthly stuff, and if they do, he'd hook him up here and after this life too. We know now that Jesus was hella wrong about the end times, and we also know that his whole vibe was soup-controlled by that mistake. He said, don't stress about tomorrow, just take it one day at a time. But he did this because he thought the world was going to burn down. G's all about patience and meekness. But then he says some super salty stuff and threatens eternal pain. We also know that G was hella harsh sometimes, so how can we say he's perfect? For real, G claimed to have supernatural powers like doing miracles and all that jazz, but we know he was just wuck. So if the writers of the New Testament are keeping it real, then it's hella weird to say he was a perfect dude. If they're actually telling the truth, then G was straight up deceived, and people get duped ain't perfect. There's nothing in the New Testament about what's good for nations or their citizens, no word on human freedom, not even a peep about education. No hint of science, nothing to get people working, making that dough, or inventing nothing to boost art, music, or anything that'll feed your belly. When we assume G's life is perfect, we got to figure out what perfection even means, right? People who said G was God straight up assumed he was perfect, cause they already believed in his divinity. They just went with it without thinking too much. If you give up the whole gotta thing and say he was human, then perfection ain't necessarily true. We got to define what perfection means ourselves. Renan, even though he was super educated, still thought G was a human being and tried to make sense of all the wild stories about him, like the miracles and legends. I'm not Vibben with all his conclusions or the paths he took. The way light bends through a woman's tears is basically nothing compared to believing in something as crazy as Jesus Christ going to heaven. There's another thing G said that's straight up evidence against perfection. He was all like, all sins can be forgiven except the sin against the Holy Ghost. But this sin ain't even defined, even though he died for everyone, including G. There's still one major exception. If you sin against the Holy Ghost, you're good lucked out, fam. Thousands of people are stuck in asylums cause they're too scared to move on their past mistakes. G is low-key a total boss for speaking truth to power, but he's also hella problematic when it comes to this whole idea of the sin against the Holy Ghost being the only one that can't be forgiven, right? Like, what even is that? It's not like he just left us in the dark or something. But for real though, G has some tea on the ancient Romans and how they used to post laws so high up on pillars that nobody could read them, but then they'd still murder people who broke the rules. That's straight up tyrannical, fam. And can we talk about Jesus for a sec? Like, he's all about the 10 Commandments being the foundation of law and civilization, and how the Jews didn't know squat about justice or mercy until he showed up with the Mosaic Code. But what about before that? Was there even any laws against worshipping other gods or idols? So he goes to Mount Sinai, talks to Jehovah for a hot sec, comes back down, and finds out his peeps are worshipping some molten calf they made in their absence. That's when he loses it, breaks the tables of stone, and gets all ready to punish them. But, like, didn't they not even know what was wrong with making that calf? And G just goes ahead and kills like 30,000 people for it. That's so extra fan. It's like he's trying to make an example out of them or something. But at the same time, maybe the fact that we don't know what the sin is actually the sin. Renan says Jesus was a human dude and that his work is legit because it comes from a human perspective. But sometimes G slips up and makes me wonder if he's more than just a human, you feel. G is low key hella skeptical about these ghost stories and miracles, right? He's all like, no cap, these legends don't affect the truth of the actual facts in these books. He sees how there ain't no evidence that Matthew or Mark or Luke or John even wrote those books. It was probably some other dude who was trying to keep it 100 with their stories. So Renan is all about it. Like, the Gospel of Luke is built off ancient documents, and it's the work of a dude who edited and mixed them up. Gospels were written after the events went down, but Renan thinks they got written cause the Christians thought the world was gonna end, so they just kept it in their hearts instead of making books. That's why Gospels weren't straight fire for 150 years, relying on oral trading. Renan shows that you could add new stuff to the Gospels, combine them, and finish them off by taking parts from other books. They passed it around, and people would scribble notes in the margins. It wasn't till human tradition faded away that the texts with apostles' names became legit. Renan is also hella salty on the Gospels, like he'd be on a modern book. He sees how John's discourses are all about metaphysics that ain't even real. It's just mystic vibes with nothing to do with Jesus, actual character. He shows how people lost touch with the kingdom of God concept and started making rules, ceremonies, and whatnot. The disciples were chillin', thinking poverty and humility would be lit. But when Christ didn't show up, they got all salty about it and started acting like they owned the place. In John's Gospel, you can find all that extra source metaphysics of the church, second birth, and all that jazz. G. You find the doctrine of the atonement straight up on point. There's like no cap on it saying God died for the whole world and that whoever don't believe in him is low, key getting roasted. The Gospel, hey, according to Matthew, ain't got none of this atonement tea. Though, in it, Jesus is all like, if you want to forgive others, God will forgive you too. Same vibe in Mark and Luke, but to believe. They're not trying to save the world with belief or anything. In Mark's last chapter, they're totes sending out the gospel to every corner of the earth. And whoever believed and got baptized was straight up saved, while whoever didn't believe was done. But we know now that's some interpolation shenanigans. So Matthew, Mark, and Luke were hella clueless about the Christian thing, like not even close. If you just stuck to those three Gospels, you'd be toast after death. Renan is all like the Gospel according to John has some extra source added later. The whole 21st chapter is a fake, and it's got some wackarajos and corrections. He says it's like trying to make a life of Jesus with no substance, just some wild discourses and stage effects. The tone is all off, and it's like they're just making stuff up. Even though he knows that Renan is still low-key, saying the four canonical Gospels are authentic, but their historic value is wok. It's like a back-handed stroke, or whatever. Four cardinal directions, and G's Gospels fit the north, south, east, and west. Others say there are four major winds, a gospel for each wind. They might have added that some animals got four legs. Renan is low-key admitting that the story parts ain't exactly fire. He was worried about the zeal of the second Christian gen. Jesus' narrative from Luke is hella weak. He distorted and exaggerated Jesus' quotes. The book was written outside Palestine, and after the siege of Jerusalem, Luke was trying to make all the stories match, so he changed M for that purpose. He softened the parts that were getting salty. He added more drama to the miraculous stuff. He left out errors in chronology. He wasn't there himself, just working with texts and trying to wrangle their meaning. This is def not lit. So Luke was interpreting those docs according to his own vibe. He's like an anarchist, all about the vibes, opposed to property, and thinking the poor were about to get their turn. He loved telling stories about sinners getting converted, humble folks being exalted, and he tweaked ancient traditions to make them fit that bill. Renan's got it that the Gospels ain't biographies like Suetonius or fictional legends like Philostratus. They're more like legendary biographies, similar to saints' stories and Plotinus and Isidore's lives, where you get a mix of truth and virtue vibes. He thinks the Gospels are hella inexact, got errors and discordances galore. So he's all 20 or 30 years after Jesus was here. His rep had skyrocketed. Legends were starting to swirl about him like clouds. Death made him perfect, like free from defects in people's eyes. His followers took the prophecies and made em fit him. They said, he's the Messiah. The Messiah was supposed to do certain things. So Jesus did certain things. Then someone write up an account of it all. All this shows that you can't even come up with a theory of inspiration. It's admitted if there are multiple witnesses who saw the same thing and agree on the big picture but disagree on details, it don't necessarily mean they're lying. Maybe they just had different takes on the story. If they say they're inspired by God, then it's weird they disagree. It might not be proof they weren't inspired, but more like proof they were hella human. Perfect agreement ain't always a sign of rehearsal. Failure to agree is more like, yeah, the story might not be true. But if those witnesses say they're inspired, any little disagreement is like, cool, they must have been lying. Yes. Gee, Renan's like, for real, he's proving every step, no cap, that them 4 Gospels are hella contradictory. He's low. Key roasted the miracles in Scripture, and he's all like observation fam, never been falsified, teaches us that miracles only happen when people believe in M and are down to get hyped. He's saying, too, that contemporary miracles ain't worth investigating, so they're probably just some fancy illusion, if you can even critique M. He's all about universal experience. Gee, so he's like banishing miracles from history, period. Now Renan's talking some real tea. As long as people believe in miracles, past or present, they're still repping superstition hard. Catholics are all like miracles were for sure anciently and still happening, which is hella inconsistent. Gee. Protestants got a double doctrine going on too. They're like miracles used to be real, but now they ain't no more. But they can't have it both ways, fam, if they believed in miracles back then. Why, they don't now. They got to adopt 2 whole different reasoning schemas that nature's rules are hella flexible, and that since the apostolic age, nature's been all peace out. And the Lord is like, all right, I'll let facts exist. Renan's all skeptical too. He thinks supernatural accounts always imply some kind of credulity or imposture. It don't seem possible to me, gee, that Christ was all, I'm the Son of God. When it ain't no secret, everyone thought Jesus was just a regular dude from Nazareth. These early Christians were like, cool, there's already demigods in Rome. So they had to step up their game and claim they were divinely connected. It was a whole nother thing back then. Fam, people only started saying Christ was the Son of God after some of them other religions got written down. They took that ancient pagan combo of God for your dad and Virgin for your mom and just added their specials. I'm God. G is like totally saying that Christ formed and intended to form a church, right? But like the evidence for this is super weak in the Testament, you feel Christ was low-key satisfied with just a few statements, some of which are hella wise and tender, but others are straight up impracticable and intolerant. If we go with Renan's conclusion, we got to ditch all the legends that are totes made up, the miraculous stuff, and anything that don't align with what we know about nature, you know? Like very little will be left, just a few sayings that might be found in some of those ancient dudes' books like Confucius, Buddha, Krishna, Epictetus, Zeno, and others. Some of these sayings are fire, full of wisdom and kindness, but others are hella out of control and touch on some major insanity vibes. When someone gets punched in the face, they're not just taking a beating, they're joining the squad that's all about brutality. It's like you gotta stand up for yourself and your values, fam. Renan was straight up honest about his thoughts, the whole journey he took, the reasons behind them. The criticisms he had, and the softening phrases that came out of his emotions. He started from a place of devotion, but as he kept moving, his vision got clear, and he realized Christ was just a dude, an idealist. But then he's all, hold up, I'm going to give some extra credit to those inspired books, not because they're literally from God or whatever, but because the writers were all about that Oriental vibe. And we get it, fam. It's been said for ages that you got to know Hebrew to even begin questioning the scriptures. Like, no, bro, that's a total myth. Renan was low, key Hebrew scholar, which is actually kinda awesome, cause it helped answer an old question. He put Christ back in the mortal realm. So we can judge him by what he said and did, not just his divine status. Whether Renan got it right or not, his work did some real good. It showed people that you can't just take the Gospels at face value. They're all over the place, and we got to be critical. G is low key trying to keep it real about how we don't rely solely on the Gospels or the New Testament to get our facts straight. We got to dive deeper and check out all the legends and stuff about him too. It's not just about the miracles and wild tales, though those are actually kind of ancient and outdated. G is saying that the early followers of Christ were hella desperate to make his rep shine. So they started adding in some extra goodies like miracles and stuff. Now we got to keep it 100 and leave all that jazz behind, because it's not exactly scientifically valid anymore. It's what to say that Jesus himself was all about doing miracles, because that'd be a major red flag. He must have mistaken or something. But the disciples were all like, oh yes, he's a miracle worker. And we're all like, okay, maybe they were trying to spin some truth. We know for a fact that con artists could get way more respect from savages than actual scientists like Darwin or Humboldt. And back in Jesus' day, the world was full of wild people who thought miracles were a thing. It's hard to separate the real deal from the fake stuff. G is talking about Renan, a dude who was all about spreading truth and not trying to win arguments. He was low key, a superhero for helping to take down all that old superstition. And he did some major damage. We got to give it up for the guy who helped set man free from all that faith-based nonsense. G also got bars for the Jewish people too. Christians have been hella hard on them for centuries, accusing them of being haters or whatever. It's wild to think about how those old school accusations still affect people today. Every single decent human should be ashamed of themselves for believing in that kind of hate. The real tea is that all this prejudice against Jews comes from the same Sunday school propaganda machine that's been spreading lies and hate. It's not like God himself is on board with that. If the Jews did kill Jesus, it's not fair to punish modern-day Jews for what their ancestors might have done. Yes, gee, let's get into this, Loki. It's been like almost 19 centuries ago. But there's another vibe with this whole Jesus thing. If he was totes God, then the Jews couldn't have killed him without his consent, right? And according to Orthodox Christian cred, if he didn't go through with the whole sacrifice thing, the world would have been hella messed up. It's wild how Christians can be so extra about the Jewish people, you feel. They shouldn't be held responsible for their savage ancestors or their beliefs about Jehovah being all-intelligent and merciful. Even Christians don't want to get held accountable for all that whack Inquisition stuff, Torquemada drama, and John Calvin's vibes. Renan was low-key a hero to both sides. He helped civilize the Christians by spitting truth about the people of Israel in a super charming way. He did his thing, giving the people some real talk, and didn't care about becoming a victim of God's wrath. Lol. When asked if he'd end up in hell, he was all, nah, I'll just send a supplication to my Creator and make M smile. The course of reasoning he'd use would be so extra, even the Creator would have trouble responding. The whole priest dude who thought the curse of Rome could scare everyone was shook when Renan's truths came out. He was one of the nicest dudes, had great mental manners, presented his views clearly and candidly, and wasn't too hasty to say, I know. He felt that knowledge is lit if it makes humans happier, but superstition is a total buzzkill for liberty and civilization. Renan lived life on a positive note, doing the welfare of mankind thing, seeking happiness through the natural world, and knocking down dogmas. He was hopeful, serene, and all about living his best life. And when he died, same energy, hope, and peace. Now, let's imagine we're standing by his grave, asking, will the night be eternal? His brain is all maybe, but his heart hopes for a brighter dawn. North American Review, November 92, was where this whole thing went down, with Tolstoy on the mic in the Cruiser Sonata. G is low-key familiar with Russian life from basic to let you feel. He knows all about the rich being extra and the poor keeping it real. He's a Christian. For real, ain't no fake believer in the Og. And New Testament vibes, an actual follower of the peasant of Palestine. He's hella anti-luxury and ease, art and music. He keeps it 100, like if there's a flower, there's probably some snake under the surface, you know. He's got that Lazarus energy. But he ain't with dives and attacks. Gatherers either. He's got beef with doctors of divinity too. But medicine. Nah, not him. From the Mount of Olives, G is low, key running the world from up high. He ain't a Christian like the Pope in the Vatican or some cardinal in a palace. He's the real deal, no cap. Not like the millionaires who hire preachers to expose the poor for being whack. He's all about the simple life. You feel? It's just a breath before Judgment Day, and he ain't got time for none of that. Sciences are just like sowing seeds of pride and arrogance. War is like, whoa, it's shook him up. Now G is all about being non-resistant. Ain't nobody going to defend his body or his daughter from no insults or disrespect. He's keeping it real with the Master's command, don't resist evil. Well, then he takes it to the next level, going from war to peace and advocating for a whole different vibe, like the basest of humans should be in charge. That's some wild stuff right there. G's got some serious conviction. He ain't taking no shortcuts. If you take one proposition, you're getting ready for another. He's not just a Christian. He's got the courage to back it up. When it comes down to it, his faith is in action. He's living that creed 247. He don't have time for no fake scholars. They're darkening the message of Jesus. Medicine. Nah, G's all about providence and the promises of Jesus Christ. Progress. Nah, man, that's just a profanity. Property is like stolen from the people by the rich few. He believes in universal labor, each person doing their own thing. It's lit when everyone's got their own needs covered. But like being plain Jane ain't bad either. G thinks you should be like a peasant, no frills. Arts. They're just for plowing and sowing and gathering, that's it. No fancy clothes or makeup, just getting by. And even with all that simplicity, they might still vibe out to the Quakers, keeping it real low key. I'm low key proud of being humble and still kind of meek, you feel. Tolstoy would totally flip human dev on its head, like the savage who rocks some dope accessories like shells or feathers is hella closer civilization. The tattooed person is straight up more advanced than those who are just basic. At the end of the day, it's all about getting that approval from others, and it's a major bummer when you can't even get that. Right? We're all attracted to what we find aesthetically pleasing because beauty is literally associated with vibes. The love for fit folks or whatever makes us go, wow, is hella prophetic of human perfection. It's impossible to respect someone who's straight, up deformed, no matter how good they are or talented. We can still love them for other reasons, but not cause of their aesthetic. There's this innate love for proportion in our hearts, and it's all about Weben with harmony. Most animals feel the same way. Gee. The moth's wings are literally painted by love and desire. That's where the bird's sick song comes from. It's all about getting that approval, that love, that adoration. It's what drives us to do some real hero stuff. Tolstoy is hella messed up, though. He thinks there's this superior love that's way more pure than human love. He believes we should love God instead of each other. It's like, dude, women don't just wear makeup to get in our heads. They're influenced by their own natural vibes. And he's all love is a delusion and whatnot, but he's straight up ignoring the fact that nature has its own thing going on. He says love can only last for a hot second before it turns into hate or indifference that's just low-key walk. Like the highest virtue is literally leaving the world empty, fam. It's wild, but G's divine master was like, they were eating, drinking, getting married, till Noah got on the ark and the flood came and wiped out all of them. If you leave your crib, or your sibs, or your mom, dad, wife, kids, well, just 'cause you're repping G's name, you'll get 100x and live forever. Bro, in Christendom, the real tea is that Christians should be low-key homeless, at least till the earth gets purified by fire. They got to put all their love into G, not into wife and kids, nor friends or country. They're just here for a minute, waiting for the call. This life is like a dock in the sea of eternity. Fam, they're just chilling before they get taken away. Nothing matters here. Life's joys are hella superficial and toxic. So if you lose that glow up in this world, you'll be vibing with infinite joy forever. Why risk eternal bliss for some met days with your wife and kids? Why become outcast for a crib and fireside? The church fathers were all about celibacy. St. Paul and Tolstoy too. They had major beef with wives and moms, like totally diss that whole vibe that's made art and music lit. To me, this is all kind of what nature's all messed up and deformed, so celibacy is seen as virtue. Imagination gets polluted, and people think they're pure, but nature always comes for you. Some of these victims thought maimings and mutilations would cleanse their souls, lol. Tolstoy in the Crusade Sonata drew one wild dude who's super suspicious, jealous, and cruel the wife his way out of his league, fam. The writer seems to be low-key justifying the assassin. If this is real life in Russia, Count Tolstoy must be all about it. Jealousy is literally the worst passion, fam. Chemists were trying to figure out how to turn base metals into gold for ages. G's tail is whack, fam. Jealousy is trying to flip love into shame and drama. The crusade Sonata story is all about how woman is at fault, she shouldn't be cute or fit, and her body is all messed up just cause of who she is. But for real, it's way more sus to hold people accountable for their own flaws instead of their good looks. Maybe our souls are in charge of our bodies, and if you're thinking high thoughts, your expression will be fire. But Loki, men and women both got responsibilities, and women bear the weight of emotions too. It's hella unfair that women's mistakes get seen as way worse than men's, though. Both sexes want each other, and that desire is key to civilization and happiness you feel. The thing is, in men, desire is the foundation of love. But for women, it's all about love first. G's vibe is off. Fam, you don't get why women care about their kids so much. Don't they know they're paid 1,000 times over with hugs and sympathy? Ain't there joy watching them grow and learn to love too? Of course, love and anxiety go hand in hand, but you can't deny that protection is key. Death might give love some crazy intensity, but G's got the feels of a dad who's straight up hella toxic, all about avoiding his kids getting sick 'cause it disrupts his whole mediocre life. Modern moms are low-key too, invested in their kids' health and can even when they pass. Though, lest you think I'm beefing, G said modern women think too much of their kids and won't be comforted when they die. Here's the tea back in the day. Women coped with death by remembering that life is a gift from God, and it's his calling who takes them back. They'd rather die innocent than live in sin, bless their souls. Nowadays, if women just had that same chill, they wouldn't be so extra about their kids' health. Yo. G, the one thing that's always real is women's love. You feel like without it, life would be super dark. Mothers crying over their babies, tears falling on the ground. It's a whole mood. And at the end of the day, woman's love is what keeps us going. It's the one thing that makes us human, you know. Women got hearts that give 100 no cap. They're all about that self-sacrifice life, and they ain't afraid to take the fall for their fam. Sorrow and joy are always intertwined. Like, that's just how the web of life is. G. But what's good with someone who says women can't be as cool as men? Like, are monks and nuns better than dads and moms? Brew, no way. Count Tolstoy was straight up hating on music, not just any music, but the kind that gets you feeling all the feels, you know, like he said, emotion and duty can coexist, which is low-key crazy talk. Art is meant to touch your emotions. Man, it's supposed to make you feel something. If you take away the emotions, obligation and right, wrong lose their meaning. Gee, we're all human, we're all imperfect. We're all subject to pain and death. But we're also capable of getting turned up, man. Our emotions are what make us human. Like, if the conditions change, it can affect how you feel, whether it's good or bad vibes. We need food, shelter, and clothes to survive. Life is all about these basic conditions. And we don't know what's coming, so our hopes and fears are always on a 10-7 emotional roller coaster. Gee, that's just how life goes. Low-key, G thinks Tolstoy got it all wrong about duty and emotion. Bruh. Like, if you don't feel nothing, how can you even do your thing? You wouldn't be able to create art or music, fam. And what's a world without that? It's wild that people are always hating on love and themselves, acting all virtuous and stuff. Just the other day, there was this article in one of the mags that called out women for wearing clothes that weren't straight up basic, saying they were impure or something. It's like these refined wives and moms who are just trying to have fun and look good. They're getting roasted for it. But like the article itself is way more extra than any outfit or lack thereof. And G is all about that wealth thing too, K. He's got some major vibes from the New Testament, saying it's hard for rich folks to enter the kingdom of heaven. But let's be real, wealth ain't no crime, fam. It's just a part of life, like health or strength or whatever. You can't judge a person 'cause they're fly. You got to see how they use their power. And G, intelligence is cool and all, but it can also be used to low-key harm people. So instead of selling everything and giving it away, we need rich folks to help the poor lift themselves up. Know what I'm saying? If everyone just sold their stuff and gave it away, who'd even have money to buy nothing? And honestly, a lot of rich people are just as vapid and cold-hearted as anyone else, but they got more swag, you feel. The problem ain't with the wealth itself, it's with the people who have it. They would still be the same person, even if they were poor, they'd just have less juice. So we need to chill out on that, sell your stuff, and give it away. Nonsense. Wealth is like a tool. Fam, you got to use it for good, or at least not for evil. G is like, for an instrumentality, fam, he's got the chance to help his fellow humans out, not just by giving handouts, but by helping them lift themselves up. The main reason people make that dough is to take care of their wives and kids. Gee, it's like the ultimate motivation for getting money. It's all about industry. Prudence, savin, cash. Those who grind hard deserve to live their best life, you feel. They got to have the right to what they earn. Gee. And if you're not putting in the work, you'll be paying the price when winter comes. A lot of our institutions are hella unjust. Give land to a few and make most people tenants. That's like straight up socialism, or at least it should be. In most countries right now, idlers and non-producers are either beggars or nobles living large off the labor of others. It's wild how beggars and kings can get along because they're both just parasites sucking the life out of people. But for real, why can't we diss the dude who made some moves? They saved up so they could live comfortably when they're gone. Even beggars know that other people got to work to survive, and nobles do too. Gee, it's not fair to say everyone should be doing the same job because people got different skills and talents, you feel. Some can create art while others build things or sail ships. But what's whack is when someone says a husband can force his wife to love him. Love ain't about fear, it's like the real deal. No one can love if they're forced into it. Gee, even God himself tried to make people love him, but they didn't respond. Love is like the best thing ever. It's not under some dude's control. Count Tolstoy would try to establish slavery in every household. He'd make everyone a tyrant and someone else a servant. That's why he thinks that marriage like that is what? He's all about that curse of Jehovah stuff when it comes to women being miserable. G is hella extra when it comes to marriage and love. Like being truly married isn't about masters and servants, you feel. It's more about vibbing on the same wavelength and being happy for each other. Love ain't no convict locked up with chains. It's all about freedom and expression. And G is low key, right? When she says love doesn't command or obey, it's more like we're all in this together. But, like, have you seen the way the Orthodox world goes on about obedience? They're always preaching about following Christ and his teachings. But then they got a dude who's trying to live that love life, and he's just straight up called insane. G got a point when she says Tolstoy is more in line with the real deal than all these church folks. And T, I'm not going to lie, the Kreutzer Sonata can be pretty dark and weird, but G is right to respect Tolstoy, is right to express himself however he wants, as long as he's keeping it real and spreading love and positivity. That's all that matters. Tolstoy's like a soldier for his beliefs, you know. He's willing to give up everything for the greater good, and he's not afraid to speak truth to power. And G is right when she says he's trying to organize society in line with Jesus' radical vibes. But J also points out that crudity was born in a time when the world was dying, you feel. It was like a requiem, a declaration that life was over and we needed something new. And Tolstoy has got that same vibe going on. He's looking at the world with tears in his eyes, thinking maybe we should just wipe out humanity altogether. Some people might be all like, anarchy is better, but others are all, death is the answer. But G's like, no cap. Love is the way to go. G is low-key feeling all the haters who are stuck in the dark vibes, comparing it to the past. We see that humans been grading. The world's getting lit, and shit's only going to get better. Each gen is more turnt than the last, and institutions ain't perfect, no cap. They got flaws like us. The fam of nations got to be made up of dudes and dudettes, so it's not gone be a fairy tale. Marriage is hella complicated, 'cause humans are messy, but it's still one of the most important things we got going on. If there's unhappiness or drama in that space, it ain't marriage's fault. Fam, we can't just go back to savagery, 'cause we're trying to solve the problems we got today. We gotta keep moving forward and building off what we know. The road to enlightenment is lit, and it'll get there eventually. Labor will get its due, and all that drama from the past will fade away. One day, humans will be low-key enlightened, and love between dudes, dudettes, moms, dads, and babes will be the real MVP. It ain't that fake love that's just a phase or a facade. It's the real deal, the love that built civilizations, created art, and gave us all we got. It's like we got to keep it real, fam, not that phony stuff that's just trying to control people. Love is the one that makes life worth living, and it's what'll take us to the next level. North American Review, September 90s. G is Loki a legend. This dude wasn't about hating on his squad. He was all about keeping it real for the greater good. He didn't ruin no country with war or exploit the poor, and he never played dirty, he kept it 100. But fam, people still got that beef with him. He gave his life for humanity, but instead of getting props, he got roasted by the masses. G spent countless hours grinding away for others, pouring his heart and soul into freedom and human rights. And what did he get in return? Hate from the people he was fighting for. Every diss that could be thrown at him was taken as fact, and every truth about his life was discredited. The dude got rocked by thousands, but only one person stood up for him, and even they got hit hard. But now, G's story's been told by Monsieur D. Conway, and the real T is out. Thomas Paine was more than just a patriot. He was a straight-up philanthropist. G's sympathies were with those who suffered, no matter what their background or identity. He wasn't afraid to take on the establishment and go against the grain. G even wrote an essay that attacked slavery in 1775, calling out its injustices and fighting for the rights of the oppressed. The American Anti-Slavery Society was formed just days after that article dropped. Ain't no reason to hate on this dude. Today, the whole world's on board with what G said back then. When you think about it, all that drama was just a setup for his greatness. In 1774, G came to America, and he started writing for the Pennsylvania Magazine. Let's see what kind of heat he stirred up. His first article in America dropped on March 8th, 1775, an attack on slavery straight up. It was all about the rights of the Negroes, and it's still fire today. 5 days after that article went live, the American Anti-Slavery Society was born. For real, what's not to love? The whole world's caught up with what G said way back then. At the time, there were some big players trying to take him down. But now G's name's in lights as a hero. Owners of G. Enslaved people became hella enemies, and churches supported by slave labor low-key dissed him for being pro-abolition. The next article published by Thomas Paine in that same magazine was straight fire on dueling, showing it's super savage, doesn't even solve disputes right, and is straight up degrading. All the civilized folks now agree with Thomas Paine's views on that whole practice. In May 1775, another article dropped by Thomas Paine in the same mag about cruelty to animals, which was hell ahead of its time. Started working on this movement that got fully lit and celebrated. When Henry Bergh came along, he's like a total boss. Everyone agrees with Thomas Paine, no cap. In August 1775, G dropped another article in the mag about women's rights, which was low-key revolutionary for its time. It was the first one ever published in the New World, so G definitely didn't deserve all that hate for it. Before the Declaration of Independence even existed, Paine was already talking about the free and independent states of America. And he was like the OGTA call it, the glorious union. God, Washington was all about keeping it real when he said G would never join any separation crew. G also told people they were just plain wrong if they thought the government or anyone else wanted independence. Even Benjamin Franklin was like, nah, we ain't trying to be independent, nothing. It was all about getting a redress of their grievances. They weren't even thinking about separating from Britain. In 1775, G dropped this fire pamphlet called Common Sense, which got published on January 10th, 1776. It was the first real call to independence, and it sparked a whole vibe where millions of people were like, this is our truth. Reading it now all these years later gives me chills. It's just the real tea that Thomas Paine did so much for the cause of separation. We shouldn't be hella extra about it. After the Declaration came out, you could find some of G's words and ideas in there too. G, prophecies are low-key lit publications that dropped knowledge like they were going out of style. They had a similar effect on people as that pamphlet Common Sense did, but G was straight fire. He wrote these strophes by the Bewick Fires and put in the real talk of battle. He was all about keeping it real, no matter what names or titles were thrown at him. He never lost his cool, always staying true to himself and what he believed in. His arguments were so on point, so fire, that they got people hyped as hell, but also mad as hell. Some of the iconic dudes of that time said G's words were almost as important as Washington's sword when it came to fighting for the American cause. On November 7, 1779, G introduced this act in Pennsylvania to free slaves, and his preamble was straight flames. G also got some major props from France. Bro Louis XVA gave him a ton of favors and a $6 million gift. He brought back 2,500,000 livres in silver and some sick military gear on August the 25th, 1781. G was also low-key a hero for the army, man. In November 1879, he got elected as the clerk to the General Assembly of Pennsylvania, but then Washington sent him this letter about the army being super stressed, and G wrote it off to Blair McClanagan explaining how they needed some cash ASAP. Blair called a meeting the next day, and before you knew it, they had over $1,500,000 raised. That capital helped establish the Pennsylvania Bank, later the Bank of North America, to help out the army. In 1783, G wrote this memorial to Chancellor Livingston and other bigwigs about how they needed a stronger union, like for real. They met up at dinner, and it was all good vibes, and some people even said it was the start of something bigger, maybe even the Constitutional Convention. On April 19th, 1783, G printed this stuff out, probably to celebrate the anniversary of the Battle of Lexington G. Is low-key trying to say some real talk about peace and all that jazz. In this pamphlet, he's hella vocal about wanting supreme nationality. That's got everyone's backs. You feel. Conway calls it Paine's farewell address and shares an excerpt that goes like this. It was the cause of America that made me a big shot author, bruh. The way that message hit my mind and how messed up the country was by trying to make peace with the haters instead of standing firm and taking a stand for what's right. It just made me want to speak out, you know? And if I've been able to do some real service to the cause of humanity over the years, I'm also pretty hyped to have added to my rep as an author. But now that the war is over and everyone's getting ready to chill, I'm taking my leave this conversation. I've been all in on this topic since day one. And even when it got complicated, like super complicated, I still kept it real. Wherever I end up next, I'll always be stoked about the role I played and the impact I had, for sure. Paine was low, key getting hella shade for speaking truth to power. First by dissing African slavery, and second by pushing for a nation's sovereignty. Back in the day, our founding fathers were all like, we got to fight the Brits because everyone's entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It was their way of justifying going to war. But after that, things got murky again, and people who fought for their own freedom ended up trying to enslave others. It's also wild to think about how a minority group basically ran the show during the Revolution. While most people were straight, up Team Britain. When peace came around, though, the majority stepped up and started talking about trade and commerce, but that enthusiasm eventually died down and patriotism got all mixed up with selfishness. Anyway, Paine had way more respect from his peers than you'd think. Even the big dogs and legends were feeling him hard. He was chillin', doing his thing, and reaping the rewards of his labor. The revolution was over, America was free, and G had done his part to make that happen. Yes. G. Let's expose the nobles, kings, and parliaments for all the low-key crimes and cruelties they commit. This dude had a vision for a universal republic where everyone's on the same page, and he was hella confident in the people. He's all about that liberty life, and he's low-key salty towards tyrants' wars and all the extra pomp and circumstance of those who think they're above the law. He's all about dissing titles and honorable badges for the ones who are trying to get ahead by toasting up others. He loves a good old-fashioned rebellion, and he's not afraid to speak truth to power, even if it means going against the crown. He's got major respect for those who stick up for what's right, no matter the cost. Paine was all about spreading the love for universal rights and making sure everyone knows they're equal, regardless of where they're from or what their background is. His book, Rights of Man, is like a game changer for English folks. It drops some knowledge that changed the game and helped create a more just society. If you've grown up beyond the 1688 vibes, you got to give Paine some love. If you're all about fighting for real change, from getting rid of rotten boroughs to protecting free speech and press, then you're basically carrying on Paine's legacy. In England, every step towards freedom has been a major win for Paine, Burke, and Pitt. Paine is literally the goat when it comes to serving his native land. He gave it his all. and it paid off in a big way. The Rights of Man book is like the ultimate contribution to liberty literature. It's fire, no cap. When that book came out, the government was hella shook trying to silence Paine and shut down the movement. But Paine wasn't having it. He stood up for what was right, even if it meant getting arrested and possibly losing his life. He left England to avoid the drama, but the seeds of change he planted were too deep for anyone to erase. Paine's name is on everyone's lips in France, especially after Lafayette stepped up to support him. The pamphlet Common Sense was a total game changer in America, and its impact echoed all the way to England. The same energy around Rights of Man was felt across the pond, and it lit a fire that can't be extinguished until England is truly free. G's the real me-veep fam. In America, England, Scotland, Ireland and France, he was all about defending the people's rights. He brought a new wave of awareness, like a fresh gospel. G, he gave the people a new Magna Charta, no cap. Paine was so popular in France that they elected him to the National Convention 3 times. Bruh. He repped Calais, but when he hit the French scene, they showed him royal treatment straight up. He aligned with the enlightened patriots and got down to business. G. No slacking around. He was a straight up organizer and worker. First thing he did was start the first Republican Society, and then he dropped the manifesto, which basically said France didn't need no king, period. In that doc, he said, what's up with an office that's all about chance, like filling it with a clown or a tyrant? It's a total waste of time. He went hard on kings, G, but not on the people. He was low key with royalty, but high key against monarchy. He was all about humanity and human dignity, no cap. One of G's biggest moves was trying to save Louis SV's life, fam. The convention was down for the kill, but Paine was like, nah, I got this. He remembered Louis had been the king of America's back, so he risked it all to save him and show some love. He asked them to exile Louis to the States instead, which is like asking them to take out the trash, bruh. Paine was saying, hey, we got a problem with death, let's get rid of it. Even after they voted for Louis' death, G still had the courage to speak up again. G said, France is low-key tied to the us for real. No other country can help her out in a pinch, since Northern Europe kingdoms are about to go to war with her. Like, this dude who's being discussed is seen as a hero in America, and if he gets executed, it'll be all sad vibes over there. You got the not power make your alley feel disrespected, right? I'd totes come through to your bar and represent France if I could speak their language and beg for mercy on Louis' life. It's wild that the dude who said liberty ain't free, fam, was all about the justice life. Paine was part of the squad that made the French Constitution draft, and he was actually the real og behind it, all both the draft and the Declaration of Rights. He was like the ultimate lead dog in France, just like he was in America. Paine's first thoughts were like, what's good with the fundamentals? He was straight fire because he was deep. People without ideas, bruh, struggle to find the right words. Once Paine voted for mercy in life, the guillotine was all up in his grill. He knew that voting for the king's life meant voting for his own death. No cap. Paine remembered that the king was America's homie, and ingratitude was like the worst thing ever. He wasn't trying to take down the king, just the dude who was causing all the drama you feel. Paine did his duty, and lo, Key expected to die for it. This was the real heroism of being good, fam. G knew his time was limited, so he decided to drop some knowledge on revealed religion. He had been low-key working on this for a minute, but other stuff came first. Since he didn't have all day, he wrote the intro to The Age of Reason and handed it over to Joel Barlow 6 hours before his arrest. The second part was written in prison while he was waiting for death. Paine was like, yo, I see that people can't be free if they ain't to think and speak. He knew the church was hella problematic, with the altar and throne being BFFs. He felt it was his right as a human to examine creeds and scriptures on his own, and as an honest dude, it was his duty to share his conclusions with others. He found that all the Orthodox churches' creeds were kind of whack. Fam, G had some wild beef with how the Bible and creeds went down, right? So he was like, yeah, I got some good things to say about this stuff, but he also went hard on the bad parts. You feel he wasn't afraid to speak truth to power and use his reason to back it up. G was all about keeping it real with himself and sharing his honest thoughts with others. He didn't care about getting famous or rich. He just wanted to spread the truth. He took on some major issues like slavery and dueling and gave a major speech for women's rights and animal welfare. G also got all up in arms against monarchies and their abuse of power. He thought it was his duty to call out the bees and fight for freedom and independence. When kings were trying to claim they got their power from God, Paine dropped The Rights of Man like a hot new single. Priests tried to say they were God's chosen ones, but Paine came back with The Age of Reason. That book is still low-key powerful, and its impact will last as long as people keep defending the old-school creeds and Bible. Paine's message was all about individual rights and making your own decisions. He put reason above all else, kings, men, law, whatever. The dude wrote The Age of Reason while he was in jail and right before his death, but that just made it even more fire. Franklin, Jefferson, Sumner, and Lincoln were all about that Paine life. Now Universalists and Unitarians are using Paine's arguments to take down the churches from the inside out. Slowly but surely, they're starting to adopt Paine's vibes. Even Theodore Parker was getting in on the action, trashing the Old Testament and Calvinistic theology like a boss. Paine was way ahead of his time, fam. G was low, key feeling, Savage, Chadwick, Professor Briggs, and the whole advanced theologians crew, you feel. They're all about that higher criticism, life, and repping Thomas Paine's vibes. These thinkers are still rocking the old school uniform, but deep down they're vibing with Paine's message. Not a single argument Paine dropped against the Bible's inspiration, miracles, or Old Testament beef has been answered to this day. His arguments for a God of nature were weak sauce, but his clarity and expression were straight fire. G didn't care about old mistakes. He just called them out for being outdated. He wasn't feeling the castles of feudalism, not even when they're all ivied up. He said the Bible was whack, and he showed it couldn't be true. That was brutal, fam. Paine's arguments were so strong, so clear, so convincing they left nothing to debate. Paine stood for library, humanity over creeds and gods. That was real talk, but people thought he was a cause of it. He gave his life fighting for the people he cared about. Paine got arrested in 1793, but G. Morris and Washington didn't have his back. It took James Monroe's efforts to get him out of prison in 1794. Paine got called back to the convention, but it was too late. Most of the players had already died. The drama was over, and the curtain was closing. Paine stayed in Paris till the reign of terror ended. Then Paine came back to America hoping for a hero's welcome. He expected love and reverence from the people he fought for. In 1794, James Monroe wrote Paine, "Our countrymen are low, key obsessed with your welfare. Gee, they remember how hard you guys fought for their freedom. It revived some serious feels in them. We ain't forgot those revolution days. We're still feeling the love and respect. Gee, this dude was super woke about human rights and public liberty, like totally all in on that vibe. You can't be indifferent to Thomas Paine's welfare, you feel? So, Mr. Nah." Monroe wrote a letter to the Committee of General Safety in the same year, asking for Paine's release from jail, where he was being held for speaking truth to power. In the letter he said, "Thomas Paine brought so much heat to his country during its fight for freedom that the people are forever grateful to him. He showed the nation what it means to be just and generous. But when Paine hit the States, he found out that the haters still hated him hard. The Federalists were all like, 'No cap. Gee, you're a traitor.' They didn't want him speaking his mind about people's rights. In churches everywhere, they had a major beef with him, and the pews were low-key filled with Paine's enemies. Slaveholders were extra salty towards him because he spoke up against slavery and polygamy. People in Bordentown thought he was a blasphemer, an atheist, and basically a bad dude who defiled God and man. They wanted to mob him for defending God from false accusations that he'd inspired the writers of the Bible. Paine believed people should think for themselves, which was like totally too much for some peeps. In 1802, Americans were all about freedom of thought and expression, but only in a basic way. They didn't get it. Their highest idea was toleration, which basically meant they'd let Christians do whatever they wanted as long as they weren't harming anyone else's Christian vibes. Paine just did his own thing, thinking for himself and sharing his thoughts with the world without asking permission from nobody. He spoke truth to power, calling out kings and priests for making laws and creeds without consent. He believed in freedom of thought and religion, but mostly he believed in the religion of freedom. Was low. Key hid his thoughts on slavery if he had just used some fire scriptures to support it, and wasn't all about keeping it 100 for freedom in other lands if he said the state couldn't live without the church, and was all about getting that bag instead of keeping it real. He would have been a boss and had that laurel crown, you feel. But G made the mistake of being true to himself, living with no cap on his soul. He was all about helping the people, but they were straight up untrue to him, returning hate for good, and it was hella extra. But G still remembered their ignorance and low-key loved them with all his heart, and he went hard against the oppressors, no cap. We got to remember what the churches and creeds were like back in the day, what the theologians really taught, and what the people believed. To save a few for the sake of looking good and damning the many without considering their good vibers, that's Calvinism. Bruh, if you got ears to hear, let them hear. But if you got a brain to think, don't even think it through, okay? Believing without evidence is cool, and believing with evidence is a saint, but the haters just doubt, fam. This was Orthodox Christianity, G. So Thomas Paine had the guts, sense, and heart to call out these injustices, these absurdities, and this straight-up weirdness. He did what he could to kick these theological snakes from the heart of man. A few OGs agreed with him back in 1809, and since then the world has made some real progress. G. Intellectual wealth is lit that mental estates are fire, and thinkings explore in every direction, even asking questions of the pulpits. Humboldt, Darwin, Haeckel, and Huxley were all about changing the game, and their armies paved the way for real freedom. The churches back in 1809 couldn't have been friends with Thomas Paine, no cap. No church founded on slavery or blind obedience can be the real MVP of true liberty. Now, Orthodox churches are trying to save what's left of their vibe, but if you believe in God and lend some dough, they'll consider you a good member, as long as you don't define God like they do. You can just talk about a higher power that works for good, or the tortoise truth that beats the rabbit lie, or just call it whatever you feel. Fam, provided you're not a blasphemer, that is. He starts off with a cap J. We got to remember that being independent ain't the same as being free. Millions of people fought for independence, but they weren't all about freedom, you feel. A dude in jail, sighing to be out of there, might say he's down your liberty, but not from the heart. Know what I'm saying? A guy who's already free and puts himself on the line to free the enslaved is the real MVP of liberty. Thomas Paine was low-key a legend, fam. He died alone, but his conviction stayed strong. He kept it 100 even when TPL were hating on him left and right. He was still repping for freedom till the end, trying to enlighten and civilize those who was hella impatient for his passing. Even though he had enemies, people hated him more, 'cause he was the friend of the whole world. At his funeral, it was all low-key, no biggie. A woman and her son, a Quaker on horseback, 2 Negroes filled with gratitude. That's the squad G gave back to nature, the DOGMA of us all. If people in the USA knew the real story about this generous dude, his services, struggles and wins, they'd know he was the goat for getting the robe and crown to give back liberty. G wrote, "The religion of humanity first," and he was like the Og independence pioneer, planting seeds in people's hearts. His words got repeated by the best and bravest in many lands. If they knew G was original, sincere, intrepid, and just trying to do good, the world is my country, to do good my religion, then they'd be like Andrew Jackson. Thomas Paine needs no monument made with hands. He's got a whole heart full of lovers of liberty. G lived in this kingdom, fam. He was straight fire, a total boss philanthropist. He knew he low-key loved his people, and that his vibe were all about being human and scientific. G decided to shift his focus to helping out those who were hella struggling compared to him. So he started chilling with the common folk around him, and he was like, bruh, they're so extra ignorant. But many of them just didn't have it together, taken no interest in life or business, and they had no theories to speak of. Some were straight savages, while others were just trying to coast through life, getting by without any goals or ambition. They were all about the Benjamins, but most of them were just trying to survive day to day. G was low-key shook by how many of these people were straight up hustling, and they had no clue what they were doing. He saw that some dudes were leeching off their wives' labor, and some women were basic, not knowing the first about cooking or keeping it real at home. Parents, forget about it, fam. They were straight up neglecting their kids or treating them like dirt. It was hella sad to see people dying of starvation and exposure because they were just too shiftless. After getting this info, G was all, "I'ma do something about it is." He petitioned the king to hook him up with some cash and let him take care of 500 people in exchange for some Benjamins going into the kingdom's treasury. The king was like, G got this. So he granted the petition. G got a squad of soldiers together and they moved these people from their old spots to his own plantation. He divided him up into groups and assigned superintendents to each one. G set some rules and making sure they didn't interfere with each other or mess up their duties. They worked 14-hour days, but got 10 hours of chill time. The grub was straight fire, the houses were comfy, and they had clothes to keep him warm. The work was laid out in a schedule, so they knew exactly what they had to do every day. It was all about getting it together for the people's good, so they'd be productive and have some fun without getting too extra. They weren't allowed to slack off or use no stimulants, fam. You're gay. Like, the key is to just roll with what Providence throws at you, no cap, and Loki crush it on her tasks, you feel. Mr. A was all about dat. He figured out how much the 500 folks had gotten paid the year before they got souped up by him. It's wild, though. He got the stats on, like, deaths, sickness cases, poverty, suicides, crimes, and all that jazz. During his first year in charge, he was keeping it real, too, and it turned out they were low-key raking it in compared to before. He found out there hadn't any cases of poverty or drunkenness. No one got caught up in no crime or mischief. Everyone was hella healthy, and most of them had the good sense to stay on the right path. Mr. A was hyped. He showed his squad these stats like it was no big deal. He wasn't doing this for the people's benefit, but also because it boosted his own income. Lol. He was all about being a philanthropist and philosopher at the same time. But not everyone was feeling him, though. Some people were like, "Ayo, gee, that's low-key messed up." They said these 500 people should be free to live their best lives as long as they're not hurting others. But Mr. was all, nah, fam, it's all about well-being. He said every human being got to take care of themselves and others, especially when you got more resources than them. He was like, if these people can't even take care of themselves, then it's my job to help brim out. He called himself a benefactor, but really he was just trying to justify his own greed. Loki became stragglers, got dropped by the wayside, died in gutters, while a lot were meant to chill on scaffolds. Plus, they were a total nuisance to their extra-rich friends, a permanent buzzkill to society vibes. They hiked up tax bills, they filled the ranks of the bad guys, made it necessary for more jails and cops. So I, by keeping them in line, not only helped them out, but also protected them from themselves, improved their lives, added to the good of society, and boosted my own bankroll. G was all about his intellect, leadership skills, and being a total boss. He said it was his duty to use gifts for the greater good and the glory of God. He often said he was God's right-hand man. G would regularly say that he was thankful he wasn't running on emotions, but rather on logic and reason. Some folks who got caught up in this mess were all like, hey, I got rights too. But it only took a little bit of discipline to make them see they were wrong. Some peeps were hella happy, said that not having responsibilities gave them the most contentment ever. G was all about strong v as weak. He believed the strong should care for the weak, because that's what the Creator intended. He was straight fire. Got thousands of people working for him in no time. He built a massive bank account and felt like it was all part of Providence. So he started building churches and dropping cash on society, building orgs. People went wild when G passed away, except for those who lived under his regime. His funeral was lit. The king was one of the pallbearers, and on his tombstone it said, "He was the providence of the poor. Aye. And, being rich, my virtue then shall be to say, there is no vice but beggary." Mr. B. Straight up hated slavery. He thought it was the worst thing ever. He totally disagreed with Jeepers' views and spent hours ranting about how inhumanly cruel it was. He even said some of A's slaves were smarter than him, and regardless of that, they had skills and talents that A didn't have. G was low, key salty about Mr. A's philanthropy, thinking it was hella fake, like he never bought people just to make them better. Bruh, he only did it to get dough for himself. He said Mr. A was all up in his grill about the slaves committing less crime when they were free, but really he was just trying to cover his own tracks. Then there's Mr. B, who was a straight-up manufacturer, and G employs like 5,000 or 6,000 people under him. But Mr. B would always say that these workers weren't forced to work for him. They were all good, and they could take or leave the deal whenever. He'd even say he'd do some straight-up theft or robbery if he had to force someone to work for him. I'm low, key a capitalist, fam. Mr. B would say, I believe in total free trade. It's work when people try to control the market. Every person should be able to buy whatever they want at the best price and sell what they got for the highest rate. And he'd go on and on about how anyone who's got to sell their labor can do so for the most profit, and the buyer gets to pay the least. But when people called him out for taking advantage of these workers cause they're poor, Mr. B was all like, nah, I didn't create their poverty. I just gave them a job and some cash. He'd say his hell affair doesn't matter what someone believes in or who they vote for. G would still employ M if they wanted the gig. And as long as they're getting paid the same wage as whoever else can do it, that's all that matters. Mr. B even said the price of his products sets the wages for his workers, so he didn't take responsibility for the prices that was on him. But would pay M what they asked for whenever, and if they weren't stoked with the wages, they could just dip out. One thing Mr. B would say was, poverty's always going to be around. And from there he tried to make a point about people being poor so others can be rich. He thought taking poverty away would suck all that sympathy and generosity out of the world. G didn't have much on his work crew, fam. Many of them were struggling, you feel. They had huge families, but barely enough to eat. Some dudes lived in tiny rooms with a whole lot of people in them. A ton of the kids got sick and passed away, but G was all like, didn't make M stay. Brought, he said, he wasn't responsible if they were feeling weak or whatever. Whenever Providence decided to take one out, that wasn't his fault either. G thought some of his workmen were low-key hella extravagant, buying stuff they didn't need and blowing cash on beer and tobacco when they should be saving it for funerals. Some dudes went to amusement parks when they should have been thinking about the end, and upped others toys for the kids because they couldn't even afford bread. Lol. He said he wasn't the one holding up that extravagance, or if their pay didn't cover the basics, because other companies were giving them the same wages. G always dropped this line like it was gospel. The great law of supply and demand is straight from God. It's the only rule that works in all scenarios. It sets the price for labor, and you can't appeal it. If people don't vibe with it, they can just create a new world. Some of G's squad reported that on rare occasions he'd throw some shade at the law when production was hella high, but only when he felt like the system was work. G made way more money than Mr. A, because when his workers got old, they didn't cost him much. When they were sick, G didn't got to pay for no docs, and when their kids passed away, he didn't buy coffins. He saved himself a whole lot of cash in the process. A few years went by, and G was ballin' on millions. He thought he was basically God's steward, or like. Providence gave me the skills to merge interests, execute sick schemes, and create jobs for thousands of people. G had major regrets about how much cash he could spare for his workers without dipping into his own profit margins, or like ruining the vibe of spreading good karma to all humanity after he's dead. He was hella focused on leaving a legacy for future generations that he sometimes came across as ice cold with his contemporaries. He felt it was key to be low, key frugal, and pinch every penny he could because he wanted to amass a fat fund to bless Mank and no cap. He also thought being tight with cash would help him build a lasting rep, maybe even create an asylum called a library called the B Library, and a college called the B College. On top of that, he'd cough up some serious dosh to help less fortunate countries get their act together so they could be all about combo-ing and making moves like those who've been favored by Providence because of their talents. G dropped thousands on legislation to shield himself from foreign competition, thinking the law of supply and demand wouldn't work when manufacturers across the globe were at it. G, like me, was low, key genius with his head on straight, not easily swayed from his goals, and he thought he was on the same page as the times. By grinding, he went from poverty to wealth, literally going from living in a hut to rolling in a palace. He was all about supporting art and had sick works of masters adorning his walls. He was like, oh, you guys can do that too. But if you were hating on him and failing, he had zero sympathy, said those who suffered were only to blame themselves, no cap. He died with a fat bank account, no losses, his funeral was fire, and clergymen were throwing shade left and right, praising the dead G. He lived for others. Aye, but there were dudes like Mr. C, too, who had that combo game going on strong. They knew how to value capital, labor, and machinery, and knew exactly how to optimize every situation. They were manufacturers, employed thousands, and were all about being visionary, sentimental, but kind of weak when it came to sticking to their guns. G didn't want to play it cool. Had zero ego, and he never even thought he got chosen by fate or any magic to take other people's property. It was all about getting an equal trade, no. He felt like if he was smarter than his peeps, he should use that brain power for the greater good, not just himself. Like, why would a genius dude take advantage of someone who ain't on their level? He'd say that intelligence is no excuse to be extra. Also, he was all about not exploiting people's needs. You shouldn't ask a bro who's drowning for more money than if they were chilling on the shore. G believed honest folks don't take advantage of each other. He was hella weak when it came to believing in supply and demand as applied humans, though. He knew that people need food, a roof over their heads, and clothes to rock. Mr. C figured out that workers would do sick labor for super low pay when they needed the essentials. They'd even lowball their own value to their employers, cause family or whatnot. He realized he had no right to take advantage of others' needs. So he was like, you got to make sure I get paid fair first. Other manufacturers thought Mr. C was straight up crazy, but most of his workers looked up to him as a super dude with zero business savvy. Mr. C didn't care what others thought. He just made sure he stayed true to himself. By the end of the first year, he made bank and shared that profit with his people. Some friends were like, you should donate to a public institution or build a college in your hometown. But G was all about doing what's right before doing what's right for others. G was all about being real with himself. No, he said that if anyone deserved a share of the wealth, it was the low-key hustlers who actually put in the work. He believed that if they earned it, it was theirs to keep, fam. Mr. C got roasted by people who thought he'd mess up other factories and make enemies with manufacturers, but G was all about keeping it 100. G became super unpopular with the brainiacs and geniuses in business, but G didn't care they were still going to get treated right. G just did his thing and carried on, thinking that people who actually do the grind should get a fair share of the profit, not just some corporate exec sipping tea. Mr. C said, if I'm feeling like I'm stepping on anyone's toes, my life is ruined. G wasn't about starting no fancy colleges or hospitals. They were more about giving their workers the freedom to build homes and buy the books that actually meant something to him. They wanted to make sure the best docs in town could come in and give him personalized care, not just some corporate-owned hospital. G believed it was time for people to step up and do right by each other. No more suppression, no more slavery. You can't build greatness by keeping people down. You got to let them make their own mistakes and learn from them. And when people start treating each other with fairness and honesty, that's when the real magic happens. G lived by these words to the fullest. And when they passed on, there were people who'd worked for him crying. At the funeral, their wives, kids, and all. They planted flowers and gave G a send-off that showed just how much they appreciated what they did. G had a whole lot of love for his people, fam. Above all that dust, they built a monument with a sick inscription. He allowed others to live for themselves. North American Review, December 1831. Like, should we exclude the Chinese? Bruh, the average American is hella basic. He's got no imagination for people who speak different languages or worship other gods or wear clothes that ain't his own. If someone's from a different skin tone or race, he's all like meh to their struggles. His mind ain't powerful enough to recognize humans, you feel. Instead of being all about the human experience, he sees every difference as proof that one group is superior to another. When those inferior people ask for equal rights, he's all insulted and tries to squash their vibes. In our own country, the native folks were always like they're better than everyone else, right? Then we came over here and started hating on the Irish, Germans, Italians. Now it's the Chinese. The Irish and Germans became a thing, got power, votes, and protection. They teamed up with the politicians and got favors in return. Next thing you know, they're running the show in some major cities. But let's be real, those Irish and Germans took our jobs and built the infrastructure. Then the Italians came along and took their places, only for them to get upgraded to better spots. The Irish and Germans started going into more lucrative trades, became politicians, professors, and entrepreneurs. Meanwhile, the Italians and Chinese are doing all the low-key work now. If things had played out naturally, the Chinese would have taken over from the Italians, and everyone would be doing the easy jobs by now. In olden times, nations were all about hating each other. It was considered natural and patriotic, but that's led to a lot of problems in Spain, France, and England too. They started wars and got rid of people just because they didn't fit their mold. G was low-key having a lot of hate on his homies back in the day. Like, if you were different or from a different religion, it didn't matter. You could still get treated like a total simp. But for real in G's country, it's not too bad with those who are coming straight from Europe. Except if they're already a citizen, they can be extra salty towards the Chinese fam. But honestly, the truth that those Chinese dudes came to G's country because he invited them, I guess. There was this treaty thingy between China and the us where it said, man got the right to move around and change his home and all that jazz. It was like, if you wanted to travel or get a job in another country, you could do that. G was low-key confused by how they treated Chinese people back then, though. Like, they didn't even think they deserved the same rights as everyone else. But for real, it got better when G signed this treaty in 1880 that said if Chinese dudes were already here working or whatever, they could still leave and come back whenever they wanted. So, like, all these Chinese laborers who came before the treaty were supposed to be treated the same as everyone else. They weren't even trying to stir up no trouble, just kept their heads down and worked hard. They were super chill, always doing what they said they would do, and never tried to mess with anyone's vibe. They're not even trying to become citizens or anything, just stuck to their own stuff. But for real, they didn't bother nobody with their ideas or customs either. It was like they just wanted to make some cash and go home when they were done. They weren't all about causing drama or taking over the world. It's wild, right? G got low. Key facts about our own soil, fam. Some peeps getting jiggy with opium, but they ain't trying to hit their wife. They playing games, but it's not like that. You feel. They keep it real. They ain't begging, and they don't steal, but they're low-key ghosted by parties and politicians cause they're just fuelful for the hate train. Know what I'm saying? They ain't even got no rights or respect from us. They dress stiff, so we was like, nah, we ain't vibbing with them. This was all low-key toxic, and it made the peeps go hard against each other, fam. When one dude's got to get played, then everyone's got to get played. We can't diss another person without getting our own tea spilled, you feel. Both parties were all about that Chinese hate for the Benjamins, and they forced peeps to keep it on the low or speak truth to power. The ignorant mob was running the show, and it was straight up wild, and they pandered to the haters, and laws were passed to boot out more Chinese, even though we got treaties and all that jazz. Thousands of Chinamen got shafted, and hundreds got caught in the crossfire. We're sending missionaries over there to spread love, but meanwhile they was getting sent back to China like wild beasts. It's hella messed up, fam. I got jailed for a hot sec for just 1 year. This law is hella harsh and takes away habeas corpus rights for all Chinamans. It also makes them get papers from the gov to litter here within a year, or they're good as gone. If they're caught without those papers, they'll be held hostage, you feel. But if they say they couldn't get him because of some legit reason, like an accident or illness, they got to prove it to the judge and get at least one white dude to vouch for them. We ain't even in a war with China right now, but this law makes it seem like we could be if we wanted. The Jerry Act was passed just so politicians could vote and stuff. They didn't care about no principles or whatnot. It's super obvious that China is all about peace, not wars, and they only use diplomacy and treaties to get what they want. We know the Chinese in this country are low-key helpless without their peeps, Maybe some politicians voted for it thinking the Sisi would say it was hella unconstitutional or whatever, but it's just a way to get some votes and maintain that power dynamic. The idea of throwing someone in hard labor for just being here without the right papers is straight up work. It's like we're from the Dark Ages or something. This law makes working harder sin, treating people who hustle to survive like convicts and thieves. It's all about keeping the Chinese in line, 'cause they ain't got no vote, fam. Our country's not even crowded, bruh. We got millions of acres waiting to be farmed. We can fit a whole lot of more people under our flag. These Chinese are actually super cool gardeners and all, but they're just trying to make ends meet as day laborers or whatever. They ain't trying to be no troublemakers, they just want to exist, you feel. Is Loki a savage cook, though? They can get the land cleared and build some dope railroads. But they ain't trying to be no boss. Gee, just want to serve. In every job there's straight fire, but in this country their good vibes have made some people hella mad because of their patience, honesty and grind. The jury law is whack, though. It's like it failed to provide the source for making it happen. So now it's just a dead letter on the books. The cash required is too much, and the law don't got no plan for dealing with it. Ain't nobody authorized to deport the Chinese, and there's no trial by jury or nothing. According to the law, you can be locked up and treated like a felon without all the usual drama. This law is straight out a bad movie. It's harsh and fair, and goes against our Constitution. It's even more savage, because it lets aliens get locked up without due process. Just 'cause they're from China, the law is hella barbaric. It's like they forgot about the whole American institutions thing. They passed this law in violation of treaties with China, which is like super basic diplomacy. These repents in Congress are all like, let's close down the World's Fair on Sundays, 'cause it's wick to look at art. But when it comes to treating Chinese people, they're all like, hey, let's lock him up and throw away the key. If we got to send missionaries to China, why not send some love back? We need that trade. Gee, China is like a quarter of humanity. We can't just cut them out. We lost that trade with Mexico and South America because of slavery. Now we're losing it with China because of ignorant people. But for real, though, doing right always pays off. It's hard to believe, but especially for a nation like the us. We got to be all about justice, honor, and keeping our word. Yeah, as fam. So, like, for all the oppressed folks out there, no cap government gets its power from the people's consent. Know what I'm saying? We were supposed to be all about that freedom and equality life, but instead we went back to some savage vibes. Russia is low, key hating on the Jews, and the us is just trying to stay silent because of the jury law. Gee, we're all in this together. Though for real, let's not go back to barbaric times, fam. We gotta respect each other's rights, no matter what. Treat China like we treat England, and don't me. The end goal is happiness. Bruh, you gotta be one with your surroundings, you feel. And to do that, you need edumacation. But it's not just about knowing a bunch of facts. Gee, it's about understanding the world and how we're all connected. If you're just memorizing Latin and Greek without applying it to real life, then what's the point, fam? You got to use that knowledge to uplift yourself and others. We need people who know how to fix cars, farm, or cook up a storm, 'cause they learn from the world around 'em. And it ain't just about being some scholar either. It's about taking care of yourself and making the most of what you got. So, like, if you can protect yourself from the elements, eat good food and enjoy some art, then you're basically an educated person. G. Even if you're just a savage who knows how to hunt and fish, that's still education, fam. It's Loki Wakif dude think he's educated just 'cause he went to school. In G's time, an educated person is one who can keep up with whatever the world's been discovering. No cap. They should know some basics about science, like mechanics and politics, and be all over them books, too. Plus, they should know how to make something with their hands so they ain't just dependent on others for survival. There's these mental hoarders, G's who gather knowledge, but never share it with nobody. Then gold miners, cause when they die, they take all that knowledge with them, they leave them, nothing for the rest of us. The first thing a human got to do is look out for themselves, make sure they ain't just draining resources. Then, if they got some extra to spare, they should use it to help others who might actually need it. It's not necessary to have no fancy university degree to be useful or happy. Fam, richness ain't everything. It's a burden too. They say rich people are happiest when they can just live their best life and enjoy the fruits of their labor. But that's not true. Gee, them rich folks might have all the material possessions, but they ain't got nothing on us regular folk when it comes to happiness. We all know we can have a comfy life without all that extra money or fancy titles. We can chill in our own spaces, eat good food, see dope art and music, and even get love from real people. So day educated person is the one who can take care of themselves. It's not some dude with a bunch of useless knowledge. At the end of the day, it's all about being successful, fam. But if you're just hoarding knowledge for yourself, that's just a burden, G. G, let's be real. He ain't all that, fam. He's just an ordinary dude from Italy, not even infallible. No, what I'm saying. I'd have all the high ups in the church, like cardinals and bishops, admit they don't know nothing about theology or hell, heaven, or even the human condition. Bruh, I'd want to see 'em all tell their flock to think for themselves, be genuine, and uplift each other. I'd want all those profs in colleges and teachers in schools, including Sunday school, to just spit facts, no extra sauce. And can we get some real politicians in there? Not just suits looking out for themselves, but genuinely trying to make their country lit and free you feel. We need more public servants who care about the people's needs. Same with editors. Let's keep it real. Print only the truth, no fake news or drama. I'm low. Key hype to see an end to drunkenness and prohibition. And we should ditch corporal punishment in every setting. Kindness is key, fam. We need millionaires to come together and use their wealth for good, not just getting richer off the backs of others. And let's make sure everyone gets a fair shake when it comes to pay, so nobody's stuck in poverty. We also need an international court to settle global beefs and keep armies calm. Let's strive for world peace. Fam, we should be free from injustice, superstition, and all that hooey. Next year, maybe we'll have more goals, but for now, let's just take it one step at a time. By the way, G, don't get with those fool friends. Okay? They're toxic, fam. They're always spilling tea on their squad and never got your back. They'll know every Loki thing that's been said about you and can't even pretend to be loyal. Just don't waste your time with them, 'cause they're all about the drama and hate. Pest G. Can you even? He's hella salty 'cause all his peeps from the other side are low-key vibing with the opposition, no cap. He's always finding fault in his own crew and seeing the good in their enemies, you feel. He shows his realness by ghosting the ticket, literally. He's always snooping around for a reason to ditch a homie or a principal fam. When he wins, he's all about that life. When he loses, he's all like, "I told you so," and spittin' tea after the fact. Gee, his ride. Or dies think your rep is just fair game for every vulture and hyena out there. Bruh. He gets a sick pleasure from your struggles, and he's more than happy to stab you in the back for his enemies. TB. He's so extra that you can't even kick him. He'll talk trash for you, but always bet on the other side. No joke. Now, let's get to the tea about inspiration. Gi will lo, Ki told we got the inspired will of God. But what does it even mean? If it means something, it's got to be real, okay? But if it's real, why do we need it? The truth would take care of itself, no cap. The church is all like, the Bible is fire. But what does that even mean? Gee, is it just a bunch of words or something more? Let's get to the bottom of this. One dude looks at the ocean and gets a vibe from it. Another dude looks at the same ocean and gets a whole different vibe. 'Cause their brains are different and all that jazz. The sea can say whatever it wants to whoever is chillin', but it ain't gonna be the same for everyone, fam. It's like the sea is talking in its own language and only some people understand. Another dude is standing on the shore listening to the Iliad. He's getting a whole different story than that other dude who was chilling by himself. I once heard Horace Greeley spit some truth at a lecture, and it was all about across the continent. He reached these giant trees in Cali, and I thought for sure he'd just be low-key flexing, but nope. G was vibing with these trees that had seen 1,000,000 govets come and go. Like their branches were older than the pyramids, you feel. While humans were getting from savage mode to some kind of civilization, these trees were Loki growing. They're like ancient man. Everyone's got its own story, but they ain't saying nothing. GG. Pulled out his pencil and was like, "Yo, if I cut this tree into inch boards, I'd get more than 300k feet of lumber." That's some real talk. Gee, I was chillin' in a car in Illinois, and it was all stormy outside. The sun came out, and these clouds were shinnin' like they were made of gold, amethyst, and silver. It looked like the homes of the Titans or the gods. Fam. This dude next to me was looking out, and I was like, "Dude, have you seen this? It's hella beautiful." But he's all, "Now it's just rolling land." And I'm like, "What? The clouds, the sun, the color's nothing, bro." Later, I was on a stage, and it was snowing outside. Then some sleet came, and all the trees were bent, like they were in a trance. Everything was all sparkly, like we were looking at a clean tablecloth. Gee. This German dude heard us going wild and was like, "Yes, it's lit." When I'm chillin', I realize that when we see something, the more we know, the more we get from it. Like when you're looking at a star or a flower, the more you understand, the more you remember. Nature's like, "Gee, here's all that you can handle. And if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to miss out, fam." So when I read Shakespeare, I get what my mind can understand. But if someone else reads him without any drama or passion context, they're going to get almost nothing. Shakespeare's like a world that each person recognizes. It's a story that only they can relate to. G. G's got a story to tell about how we think and all that jazz. Skip the old homies' vibes for us a sec and just say that our brain is natural Like, it's the real deal, no cap. Its food is natural too, which means our thoughts are too. Can't make supernatural stuff out of nothing, fam. Gotta keep it 100, even if someone else thinks our ideas are wuck. We can have deformed thoughts for sure, but they're still ours, you feel. Some people got ideas about the supernatural, but really, that's just some dude's weird source. The world is whatever you make of it. Gee, you take it how you want to, and your world is done. Got to be real with yourself, because if you read this Bible stuff honestly, you're going to have to cop a new narrative, or say the book is straight trash, no cap. Either way, you can't just assume God made some other revelation for someone else, cause that's just low-key disrespect. If we got the same infinite God, then why ain't our brains and books a lignin? Right. Shoulda wrote a book to fit your brain or made your brain to fit his. Gee, seems like either way it ain't working. So inspiration is all about ignorance, fam. Yes. So like in 1885, New York, right? The T on history. Thousands of Christians have been low, key salty. How did Jesus and his homies convince the peeps in Jerusalem that it was all real? What's good with all these miracles being believed? Who had the guts to say that lepers got healed and the dead came back to life? Like, who could have pulled off such a sick scam and gotten away scot-free? I'm asking, how did some dude named Muhammad spin the people of Mecca? How has the Catholic Church been low, key pulling the wool over millions of people's eyes? Who can even explain how false info takes off like wildfire? Millions of people are all about that fake life, fam. They live by lying. It's just their vibe. Truth is like a total weak link. Lies have the real tea. It's hella hard to catch and kill a lie. If you do, someone just erect a memorial to the lie, and then the next iteration of that lie is born again as an epitaph. Gotta give some props to this one, though. Like a few days ago, this paper in England, Matlock Register, published this fire story, Conversion of the Arch-Atheist. Mr. Zach Loveland of Shoreham is all like. November 27, 1886. Dear Missa, Loveland, a day or two since I got the tea that through his lectures on the identity of the British nation with lost Israel in Canada and the United States. Call. Bob Ingersoll, the atheist, has been converted to Christianity, and he's low. Key joined the Episcopal Church. Praise the Lord. 5,000 of his followers have been won over for Christ through Mr. Hines' mission work. The colonel's cousin, the Rev. Miss Ingersoll, wrote to Miss Hine after he started lecturing in America, saying that his lectures had made a real impression on the colonel and other atheists. I noted it in the Messenger at the time, so I know this is all good. But for real though, who came up with this story? Who had the audacity to publish it? As for me, I've never met Mr. Hine, never heard of him until this extract showed up in December. And I've never even read a word about the identity of lost Israel with the British nation. That's just hella preposterous. I'm like, 5,000 other atheists were supposedly converted? Nah, bro, that's some crazy tea. The English language is all over the place. It doesn't even resemble Hebrew. Yet, Reverend Hod's son Rugg is all like we were descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. By Guy, for real though, he had a theory that Englishmen and Americans are low-key Jewish or something. This letter, in my opinion, was lit to help missionaries spread the word in China, Japan, India, and Africa. If stories like this can go around about a living person, what's next for the dead who went against the church? People have been tripping about all the haters of superstition. Whoever comes at the popular falsehoods of their time will see that lies defend themselves by telling even more lies. Nothing is more turned up than the believability of people who believe in supernatural stuff. They feel like they got to believe everything that's in favor of their church or against infidelity, as they call it. The old tear about Voltaire, Paine, Hume, Julian, Diderot, and all those others is still growing strong every spring. It gets debunked and shown to be whack, but it rarely dies out. When one of them finally does die, it's like a C-section or something, where the mama dies, but the baby lives on to grow up and deal with it later, maybe even having twins or something. There are thousands of people ready to spout off what they know is false, and these lies are, like, part of the super valuable assets of superstition. No church can just throw away its property. Fam, if you start calling out these stories as false now, it's like admitting the church has been lying for centuries and that their word ain't worth nothing. I had a little controversy with the editor of the New York Observer, Rev. E. Irenaeus Prime, who's supposed to be in heaven looking at all the haters in hell loll about whether Thomas Paine switched his religious views. I offered to donate $1,000 to charity if the Reverend Doc could prove it. We got into a little beef over it, but I forced them to admit that Paine didn't switch and said he died as an infidel. A few months later, some English paper comes at me with some tear about how Rev. Prime claimed Paine switched his views and how I offered $1,000 to charity if he could prove it. So, like, I admitted that Paine did switch and paid the $1,000. This is another instance of the truth of history. For real, though, so G said he's trying to expose the truth about some paper, right? Like, the editor of that paper is all about spreading facts, and then he offers to collab with G on a denial piece, and they're low key offering cash for it too. Anyway, no reply comes back, and the fake story's still out here, getting passed around from church to church, from pastor to pastor, and all that jazz. It's like some dude thought he could add some cred to his rep by spreading a tale about one of my daughters joining the Presbyterian Church, but it's got zero basis in reality. They denied it 100 times, but it just won't die, you feel. Every few days I get a letter asking about this rumor, and I'm like, nah, ain't true. But it keeps coming back, no matter how many times I say it's whack. And then there's another dude who puts out a story that my son, which, but taboo, I never had went insane after being exposed to infidelity. And the thing is, even though it ain't true, it just keeps getting repeated over and over again. No remorse at all. If G was still alive, he'd be spreading the truth left and right. But what's going to happen when his time's up? Will they keep spitting that same old lies? It's wild, man, how superstition can make you believe in the supernatural you feel. There's so many falsehoods out here. It's like the world's running on a whole nother level. I'm gonna write a whole lot more about this, dude, G says. So here's the thing, if you want to edit a liberal paper, you gotta do it with a liberal vibe, know what I'm saying. Not just some dude who's free and all that, but also super honest, intelligent, and kind. Don't get too stuck on one topic, cause you'll miss out on the bigger picture. And when it comes to the Bible, just know it's from a barbaric time, uninspired and straight. Up false, if you ask me. Don't be fooled by the supernatural hype, fam. G's got to lay the lowdown for you. When it comes to keeping it at 100, you got to get rid of the haters. Know what I'm saying? We got to squash those weeds and take down the forests before we can start building something real. And bro, if you ain't killing the beasts, you can't even think about building a crib or farming the land. G's paper should be all about spitting facts and keeping it current. We got to stay woke to what the smart folks are saying and not getting played by no superstitions. People's got their minds made up, G. So we just got to respect that. We should be liberal towards the truth and not hold no grudges. We need columns for kids and grown folks alike. Our paper should be all about keeping it real and being honest to a fault. No beefing, no drama. We got to stay above that level. When you're arguing, you can't even think straight if you're hella salty. And don't even get G started on the haters trying to diss you. G's all about keeping it real, not about attacking someone's character. Nobody's off the hook when it comes to being a good sport. We got to call out the fake ones. The Bible's got some wild claims, but G ain't mad at you if you don't buy it. We got to keep our egos in check and our minds open. G knows that there's no one answer to them big questions: origin, destiny, immortality, all that jazz. You can't even say with certainty what's up or what's not. So we just got to admit when we don't know and give it up. At the end of the day, G's all about keeping it real, free the mind, the words, the vibes. We got to respect each other's opinions and let people get their thoughts out without no drama. That's how progress happens, G. You're what's good, fam. Let's talk about secularism, a religion that's all about humanity. You feel it's like we're here on this earth, so we got to take care of ourselves and our planet, okay? It's all about making moves, taking control of our lives, and not relying on no ghost or higher power. Secularism is like the ultimate expression of independence, where each person counts for something, you know. It's a big deal, 'cause it's against all that theological oppression, ecclesiastical tyranny, and being held back by some phantom or priest. It's like we don't got to waste our lives for someone we ain't even met. Secularism is all about making the most of this life, building a home here on earth and trusting in ourselves, our energy, and our brains. It's not just about being happy, though it's about living with purpose, enjoying life to the fullest, and cultivating those good vibes. Secularism is all about comfort, independence, intelligence, and liberty, fam. It means we can express ourselves without getting held back by popes, priests, or gods. It's like we don't got to be controlled by fear and superstition. We can make our own moves, take care of ourselves, and live for the present. Secularism is all about doing good deeds, spreading love and friendship, and making a positive impact. It's not about praying or getting rewards. It's about earning respect and taking pride in what we do. So, yeah, secularism is like the real deal, no mysteries, no mummeries, just straight up humanism. It's all about being present, taking care of ourselves, and making a difference in this world. Jay says to the whole world, Loki, work so you can eat, drink, and be turned. Work that's actually lit, that's no cap. Work that's so good you won't even need it anymore. The Independent Pulpit, Waco, Texas. 87. Criticism of Robert Elsmere. John Ward, preacher, and an African farm. If we want to know what real orthodox religion is, I mean that religion that ain't touched by doubt, let him read John Ward, preacher. But this book shows exactly what love for God does to a human's heart. This shows what the effect of Christendom's creed is when you actually believe it. In this case, the woman is free and the man is slave. In Robert Elsmere, the man is breaking chains, while the woman is chillin' with the old vibe. Why should a man let human love get in the way of his soul and eternal joy? Shouldn't the true believer cut out all that pity and charity from their heart instead of risking their immortal soul. An Orthodox minister has a wife for a heart, but her heart is telling her God ain't right. She thinks God is better than the dude she's with. This puts her soul in danger. If she keeps it real, others might lose their souls too. Her husband feels responsible for her soul and the souls of others who might get hurt by what she says or does. He got to choose between his wife and his duty, between the woman and God. He ain't got the courage to go with his heart. He's selfish enough to side with the system, you bought power. He lives a miserable life and dies a miserable death. The problem of Christianity is that it's all about black and white. No room for charity or compromise. Honesty of opinion don't even matter. You ain't asked to understand, you just got to believe. There ain't no common ground. The church ain't got no truce flag. It don't say, believe you must, but you must believe. No exceptions can be made, love your wife or mom, husband or child. All human love got to be sacrificed of you perfect cheerfulness. Let the dead bury their dead. Follow me. Desert a wife and child. Human love is nothing but a trap. We've got to love God more than wife, more than child. John Ward tried to live by this heartless creed. Ain't nothing more turnt than an orthodox life, than one who's living exactly according to the creed. It's hard to conceive of a more messed up character than John Calvin. G is low-key turnt up when they're picking every last bud, blossom, and leaf from the tree of life. The bare branches are hella aesthetic, and G is all about that God vibes. They're like birds can sing. That's wild. And then there's rainbows, which makes G suspect some real T about the DT. If you think you're living life on purpose, but really it's just avoiding the afterlife, why get all turned up about the little things? Can people even laugh with their mouths when they got to deal with all that heavy stuff? I'm no expert, but I'ma take it for granted that everyone's got their own vibe and that thoughts and dreams are just what they're meant to be. What we call natural is just not on the same level as what's common you feel. All the art, books, statues, vices, and virtues were made by humans with their own two hands. You can't hate on John Ward without hating his whole vibe, and you can't read about him without feeling bad for the dude. That book is all about how much better it is to keep it 100 with your partner than trying to worship some higher power. When you're done reading, you're like, meh, if God's real, he can handle himself. If he's real, why is he bothering us? Human love is where it's at, fam. It's way more lit to love your partner than some abstract deity. Make a good life, not some fake one with creeds and rules. This book keeps it real, no cap. G is low, key killing it with them vibes you feel. It's all about finding that sweet spot where life is turned up and death is hella real. For a hot second it lasts, but fam, it's worth living a whole life for that moment. It's like this blood red flower, that's wild. Know what I'm saying? There's this girl Lyndall in African Farm who's got some major courage, and she ain't blaming nobody for her own tea. She just owns it, you know. And then there's Juliet from Measure for Measure. She's all about that real talk. When they ask her if she's still got love for the dude who wronged her, she's like, Wes, I love him just as much as I love the woman he wronged. The death of this youngin is straight up tragic, bruh. Only an artist could write a story that's so beautifully sad. It's like this hunted climbs out of his element every day, trying to escape human sympathy and ignorance. He's getting more alone the more he's got aloneness, you feel. And at the end, he finds another hunter's bones, and it's like, so he was just tired, man. He put himself down, and now he's good. It's all about that peaceful sleep, fam. The book is hella deep with it, nothing borrowed from nowhere. G's got their own unique vibes, you know. It's original, true, and sad real tears will be shed. Bruh. It's like looking in the mirror, seeing your own life and thinking, I'm small, I'm oppressed. But then you're like, hold up, look, let me crush phases of human life there together and see how they fit. You got monks with their beads, Malay kids playing on the beach, Hindu philosophers sipping tea under their banyan tree. It's a wild ride. Gee, I'm low-key vibbing with G's energy, you feel. It's like a witch. Doctor from Africa is out here gathering herbs under the moonlight, and the huts on the hillside got dogs barking, and the moms getting their kids fed. I'm all about seeing it all, know what I'm saying. That life is lit, and it's making my little life bigger, you feel. It's breaking down the walls that are trying to hold me back. She's like a total og, switching up her flow from kid mode to philosopher mode for no reason at all. She's got the tea on how messed up the world is and how nature's just getting played by the system. And she ain't feeling none of that Christian creed. It's like a total snooze fest for her brain. These books are straight fire, showing what people are really thinking, and they're all written by women, which is hella cool. Mrs. Ward, author of Robert Elsmer, is low-key a rebel fan. She's got major issues with the Episcopal Church, and she ain't afraid to say it. She's like, hey, your creed is whack, but I'm still going to be respectful. And honestly, can you blame her? Eternal punishment is hella toxic. G's book is like a wake-up call for people on the realness sleeping. And then there's John Ward, preacher. That dude's a total Puritan hater. He's all about that scheme of salvation life. But it's just so extra and heartless. And then you read the story of an African farm, and you're vibbing with G on a whole other level. She's got the passion and tenderness for real. Is it even possible that women who've been the backbone of the church are going to be its downfall? Man's got some serious contradictions, though. He's got pleasure and pain, courage and fear. It's like he's always trying to navigate this crazy human experience. Yes. It's low-key hard for a savage to believe the sun don't rise and set, or that the earth ain't spinning. He'd just be all, you're crazy. Brew. But when you get educated and civilized, you start to trust your instincts more than what you see with your eyes. Like, if G says there's this thing called sound waves, that air particles come back to ear, then you're all about it, no cap. You stop believing in these crazy echo beings, because science is real, fam. At first, it's all about appearances and what others say, but as you get wiser, you start to rely on the facts and investigation. Like, if someone tells you a story, but it don't add up, you're going to be all hold up, that's whack. Then you start inventing your own tools and methods to figure things out, because your senses ain't always right. As time goes on, you gain more confidence in a self. There's this thing called credulity, where people just take whatever they see and hear at face value, even if it's hella false. Like when you were a kid who believe in fairy tales and giant creatures, 'cause your mama tells you they're real. Same with the whole world, fam. But then reality hits and facts take over the old stories. People start seeing through all the drama and weirdness of other nations, especially religion. Christians are like, our way is right, no doubt. But then they go on a quest to find out if others are just making it up too. they use their common sense to figure things out. They're not going to take anything at face value. Because that's what they got, the lamp of probability in their hand, and they're all about finding the truth. When they look at other religions, they see the contradictions and absurdity, and it's like, Lol, what's good with this? In the end, they realize their own way ain't perfect either. It's a trip to find out that all these religions are just human creations, fam. Yaz, gay, lake, all the miracles in the Old Testament and New Testament are hella weak and unreliable, bruh. They're low-key saying that it's just as easy to figure out why Christianity is a thing as it is for any other religion, fam. And Tiba, they found out that our minds have been on the same vibe across all countries, getting to the same conclusions, no cap. It's def true that Christianity kinda destroyed itself when it started examining other religions, like when it got curious, it became a doubter, a skeptic, and an investigator, lol. It was all prove it mode, which is hella extra. So when they applied the same logic to Christianity itself, they realized that they couldn't take down other religions without showing how their own could be taken down, you feel. It's like we used to think we were the only ones special, but now we know that's just a whole lot of egotism, bruh. I'm talking about how ancient Jews thought they were the chosen ones. Like, God only cares about us? No, they were hella wrong. And then there's the Catholic Church thinking it's the only one that's got the Holy Ghost on speed dial. And don't even get me started on the Presbyterian dude who thinks he's one of the elect. Like God picked you out of all those billions and billions before the world even existed. No way. Fam, we used to think this earth was literally the whole universe, bruh. The sun rose and set for us alone, and the moon and stars were just there to make the night look pretty. And, like, we thought the firmament was solid, so up there in heaven was where it's at, lol. But now we know that's all just a bunch of ignorance and egotism. So, like, we've been low-key figuring out that the earth is literally just a tiny speck in this ginormous universe, right? And the sun is like 1,000,000 times bigger than us. And other planets are way bigger than the sun too. Fam, it's wild to think about all these things and how they're like so much bigger than our old stories about Eden and Sinai and Calvary. Anyway, we've gotten pretty smart now and can like actually look at our own religion for real, just like we do with other countries. We've got people who are all, I'm not stuck in the past and stuff. Some folks, turned up that they don't even care about what their old homies believed. It's dope when someone can love their mom without accepting her old vibes. We're also super extra about wanting to honor our parents, but we don't want to just regurgitate the same old thoughts. We want to put our best and highest thoughts out there. It's all about being real and authentic. So, like, what do you think about libel laws? Should articles be signed by the writers or what? And if someone writes something that's super low, key libelous, then both the writer and the publisher should be held accountable for damages, right? We need more protection for our rep as citizens. It doesn't seem fair when papers are all hella sensitive about getting sued. But at the same time, they can get away with some pretty wild stuff too. I'm not trying to be a hater or anything. But if papers were, like, transparent about their mistakes and stuff, that'd be cool. Maybe they could even make a list of errors every week. It's all just thoughts, fam. All articles had to be signed by I'm low-key satisfied that G would be more careful and less likely to write something hella libelous. I'm totes willing to admit that I've given little attention to the subject, probably 'cause I've never been salty about it. It wouldn't be right to just blame G for what's written. Imagine a dude writes some trashy article ghosting out of town, and then it gets published. Is there no way to get them? A lawsuit for libel ain't the most fire solution, but it's something. It's like having a bayonet in war. Most peeps ain't touched by 'em, but some are straight scared they'll get hurt. The Herald, New York, Oct. 26, 1888, Rev. Grader. Newton's sermon on A New Religion. I've read the deets on Rev. Heber Newton's sermon, and I'm hella satisfied. First off, that G just spoke truth to power, 'cause he's got conviction. And second, some of the conclusions he came to are straight fire. I don't think G is a heretic or septic at all. Every dude who reads the Bible gotta have their own opinions, even if they're not sharing them. He ain't gotta tell nobody what's poppin'. That's his own biz. But if he does decide to share it, then he gotta be low-key honest about it. The Episcopal Creed is hella outdated, IMO. For ages, the bigwigs and clergymen in that church have been given new meanings to old words and phrases. Words are no more exempt from change than other things in nature. They get washed clean like a word going from trash to cool. A word that was once rough and savage becomes all smooth and polished. We got to remember that art ain't just about the creator. It's about the vibes you get when you see it or hear it. So words got to find their meaning in the person who's vibbing with M or the dude reading it. Back in the day, the word hell gave people this whole picture of a pit filled with brimstone and fire. It was hella intense. Nowadays, that pick is way more subtle. Some peeps started questioning the brimstone, and others were all like, hold up, why's the devil all about puny sinners if he's supposed to be on God's team? Gee, like when dudes became way more chill, they were all an infinitely good and wise being wouldn't create humans, 'cause we're low-key eternal failures or something. They thought like an all-powerful dude wouldn't put us through all that suffering for no reason. So, they started thinking punishment was more like a consequence than something you get stuck with. Then they were all, every soul deserves a shot at being good and stuff. But, like, even if they believed in it, they still used the word hell. But it's not about torment anymore. So when it comes to atonement, it was once like a crazy deal where blood gets spilled for other souls. That was super barbaric. Then people got smarter and were all, the life of Christ is lit, but they still use the word atonement. It's wild how words get repurposed. The meaning changes depending on who uses it, like how people in different eras or places interpret justice and freedom. It's messed up too, 'cause people can be all about justice while still enslaving others. Mr. Newton is low. Key right. That stuff changes. Creeds get influenced by civilization and knowledge. And people want to reconcile their beliefs with what they know. But, he's wrong when he says early church dudes were all soft and chill. The early church was hella barbaric, and preaching eternal punishment creates a toxic vibe. Is low, key right when he says that organized Christianity ain't leading the charge on social progress. Feel. No one's really going to a synod for facts no more. Bro, they're straight out of the lab talking to scientists and librarians. The church is straight up controlled by the rich, respectable folks who got the juice, and it's all about making sure everybody else stays in line. It's like Same vibe as a club, but instead of exclusivity, it's more like you got to have the right connections, you know? And it's getting lit in the afterlife too. It's going to be even more exclusive and all that. Peasants ain't getting no sympathy from the church. They're just trying to survive, and we can see that in our own country with the labor classes, mechanics, and all that. They ain't dependent on churches to fix their problems or increase their wages. It's all about the Benjamins. Ministers are straight up hating on the world's pleasures. They're more concerned with murder and forgery than getting turned up at a rave. And if you don't believe in God, they'll call you out. No cap. They ain't got it with the people. Bro, they're stuck in the past, all like, don't eat meat on Fridays. We need to focus on what's real and vital, not just some old school doctrine about God wanting us to do stuff for him. That's low-key dead, bruh. We got to take responsibility for ourselves and our world. It ain't all about providence. Gee, sometimes prayer ain't enough. You got to roll up your sleeves and get to work. One person can make a real difference. Fam, we don't need some invisible God looking down on us. I'm living my best life, you feel. The virtuous get all the basic needs covered, but most TPAL are still rocking them ragged clothes. Man's starting to realize he got to take care of himself. That whole special providence thing is a myth. Gee. So old religion's got to get shook, and we got to rely on our own intel, grind, and honesty. You know, we got to trust the facts, our own experiences, and our own hard work. Then religion becomes about getting that roof over our heads, getting a home for every man, and rewarding good vibes here. And now, I'm hyped for Missa. Newton's sermon, it's straight fire if he's repping the Episcopal Creed. No cap. I ain't trying to say he agrees with me or nothing, but we might vibe on some things, and his sermon's got a little too much truth and humanity and M for the bishop to get down with. You got to respect the mayor. Newton spoke his mind, even if the bishop don't agree. But here's the real tea when PPL say they believe God is straight, up good and wants to redeem the whole human race. That's some next level love right there. But most TPL get shut down for speaking truth like that. Anyway, let's talk about Christmas. Gee, my fam, and I see it as a holiday, a day to chill, catch up, and make some memories. It's not even related to Christianity. It's way older than that. It's all about the sun coming back after a dark winter, bringing light and life to the world. There's this crazy factual. When people first started worshipping the sun, they'd shut their eyes in prayer because they needed some shade, you feel. But now priests are still doing it for the drama, like they're pretending to be all humble or something. Thousands of years after the old ideas have passed away. G closes his eyes when he prays, no cap. Like there are tons of other relics and souvenirs from ancient dead worship vibes, and this festival was low-key adopted by Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, and Christians, you feel. For real, Christianity brought new sauce to an old recipe, infused a new energy into an old religion, and the old fest remained, no doubt. You'll find corresponding pagan festivals for all our holidays, fam. Like take the Eucharist, where people vibe with the body and blood of the deity. That's hella old. Gee, the ancients were all about eating corn cakes in honor of Ceres and sipping wine for Bacchus. They called it the flesh and blood of their god, you know. And bruh, I could keep going on about how pagan these Christian customs are. Probably the worship of the sun was once super universal, so Christmas is all over the world, too. It's fire because it's a holiday. Gee, people need days to chill. spend with fam and friends, give gifts that show love and respect. You feel me? It's popular 'cause it's hella human and tied into our culture, habits. Lit and thought, bruh. For my part, I'm low-key good with 2 or 3 holidays a year. The more, the better, fam. Some people think I hate Sunday, but I'm down for 2 a week, just as long as it's for the people, not to make them miserable or sad or hungry, you know. I'm all about keeping it positive and adding to life's joy. And, gee, if someone want to celebrate on their own terms, that's cool, but don't me if they're going to ruin it for others. Okay? Your religious system's got people brainwashed. Fam. They're all about enforcing certain beliefs and commands, and if you don't go along with it, you got to sacrifice your individuality and hope for intellectual growth. Gee, the religious dude is all like, there's this one orthodox god trying to run the show, but he gets crazy in a fit of rage and brings famine and floods to wreak havoc, and then they're all renewal time to whip up another revival. That's called affirmative and positive. The smart dude who knows there ain't no such God. He's like, this whole doctrine is straight fire. Absurd. This is called a negation, but I'm team affirmation. Gee, being a free thinker is like serving a sick vibe to humanity. As long as people believe in this toxic theology, they're going to keep it real on earth too. Most people are super basic and want to be just like their God. Though, these Christians are all about spreading the good news that almost nobody's going to make it, but a select few who were blessed from birth, gee, are sitting pretty in heaven. This whole thing is straight up wok, fam. The freethinker is like, no way, dude, if God created us to be eternally miserable, then he must be some kind of devil. If you're a free dude, you know that eternal pain is a total lie. And even if it's true, every decent human being should hate the Creator, bruh. They can't enjoy heaven with all their fam in hell, period. A mom couldn't vibe with her kids in perdition, for real. If she could, she'd be some kind of wild beast, gee. And the angelic hosts would be straight up savage without having hearts of stone. Looking at it like this, there's a positive side to free thought. Fam. What is it? First off, you got to expose all that orthodox hooey. Get rid of the false seeds and clear the ground for something real. Then comes another phase, taking down the poisonous stuff and driven out the wild beasts. Gee, the freethinker knows the universe is straight up natural, no room for miracles or impossible stuff. Yes, gee, like there ain't no big chief ruler of the universe, you feel. He's all about showing off his power like a petty king or something. But for real, he thinks everyone is low-key conditioned to do stuff they're supposed to do. And only when we live in accordance with that stuff are we actually happy. No. And this concept is like super universal. It's not just for people, but also for gods, if you even believe in REM. The positive vibe is that good actions got good consequences and bad actions got bad ones. Like every action has a reaction. Gee, freethinkers are all about the fact that we got to take responsibility for our own lives. We can't just rely on others to save us or anything. We got to reap what we sow, you know. And it's not like someone else's good deeds can justify ours or bad deeds can get us off scot-free. Now, here's another thing. These clergy and popes and priests, they don't actually know squat about the supernatural stuff. They're all just dealing in superstition. Gee, they think they're spreading hope and happiness, but really they're just selling ignorance and fear. And they're always asking for money to, like, a scam. The good side of free thought is that we can figure out the truth about the world. and use it to make our lives better. We want to know stuff about science and nature so we can live healthier and happier lives. We want good houses, food, clothes, and art that's fire. And we're not just stopping at basic needs. Free thought is all about pushing ourselves to be our best selves, creating amazing music, paintings, and sculptures. Free thought is the real MVP. It's the key to art, science, morality, and happiness. People say we're destroying the old ideas of a monster god or whatever, but I'm just like, hey, if that means we can be our own bosses and live in peace, yeah, let's do it. Women, babes. We've low-key destroyed that old school thinking that some dude made a few kids for eternal vibes, and most were just meant to vibe with pain. We've also shut down that wild idea that you got to believe in something to be saved, that investigating stuff is hella dangerous, and that reason just leads to hell. We've taken all the fake curses from every grave and instead put love and truth in their place. We're all about vibbing with each other now. We love our families, husbands, wives, and all for the kids too. So the real deal is, let's live for ourselves and each other. Let's not worry about the past or future. Let's use our brains and skills to help us and others out. If there's another world, the same philosophy that makes us happy here will make us hella happy there. It's wild to think we can do something to mess with an infinite being. If our thoughts and actions affect God, then God is basically our slave. We've wasted so much energy on fake stuff. Priests have been living off other people's industries for ages, and no one's ever stopped the intellectual freedom of humans. We know that supernatural religion is just built on lies and mistakes. It's time to expose these falsehoods, correct the mistakes, and build civilization on actual truth. That's what freethinkers do. We got to destroy all the bad guideposts that lead us astray, correct the charts that take us to the rocks, drive away fear, protect our kids from superstition, and shine a light on ignorance with science. What's the church done for us? They gave us a flat world, literally a heaven above and hell below. They said believing in something was way more important than actual doing. They messed up investigation, reason, and freedom of thought. They committed crimes and did cruelties to spread their crap. They set up schools to keep people ignorant. They claimed they knew all the truth. But if that's true, then science would have never existed. G's got value, fam. It's been low-key a game changer, you feel. It's like the York Discoverer, and every science is its spawn. The Truth Seeker, New York, 1890, May. The Improved Man is all about that universal liberty life. Know what I'm saying? He's all about knocking down kings, nobles, and all them privileged classes. He'll give it to the people straight up. He won't be afraid to speak his mind or take a stand, no bowing down or getting low, key intimidated by others. He's just a regular dude trying to live life on his own terms. He's not about that castle system, whether it's wealth, title, or power. He's all about breaking the mold. This improved man is down for universal education, too. He believes it's every person's duty to share their knowledge and light up the world, so no kid grows up in the dark. By ed, he means getting that useful knowledge and growing his mind along the right path so he can find happiness. He ain't worried about learning dead peoples or theories or studying ancient languages just to impress people. He's all about living life and sharing the real facts of science, history, and right from wrong. He's also trying to develop his mind in the arts. It's all about that creativity and high vibes. He wants to turn those facts into something beautiful, like a statue. This improved man is all about this world's religion. Fam, he ain't got time for no miracles or supernatural stuff. He knows happiness is the real deal, and doing things that bring it to others is the highest form of spirituality. His motto, sufficient unto each world is the evil thereof. He believes each person should be their own priest, and their brain is the real cathedral. He knows there ain't no authority in the mental realm. Majorities can't settle nothing, and each soul's gotta be its own boss. He won't bow to numbers or force. He won't conform to ancient customs or respect old school vibes. Yes, gee. When it comes to making moves under the blue sky and stars, he's all about taking control. No cap, he ain't trying to pray, supplicate his way into changing the game. Nor is he going to hire others to do that for him. He's low-key done with the whole religion of idleness vibe and won't be throwing a single penny at parsons or priests, archbishops or popes. He knows hard labor is the real og form of praying, so he'll be out here hustling and grinding. No bells, no censers, no barbaric chants for him. Gee, he's all about that artistic life, vibbing with what's fire and what's beautiful. Know what I'm saying? He ain't living in fear, neither of people nor ghosts. He'll take the good with the bad and won't be shook by nothing. Death, nah, he ain't got time for that. The sun rises, life ends, same energy. Improved man is all about the facts, know what's causing what, and he won't have none of that punishment or revenge drama. He'll see people doing wrong as victims of their circumstances, not just bad seeds to be reformed by pain. He ain't trying to get rich off nobody else's struggles. Gee, he knows wealth is a weight, and excess is just trouble with a capital T. His joy comes from making others happy, and he believes the home is where the heart is. You feel he's all about that democracy of the fireside, repping the truth and loving those who need it most. G's self-assured, independent, real talking, science savvy, and open to learning. His world is full of facts, and he'll keep it that way. He's always on a student vibe, investigating, experimenting, demonstrating, and keeping his mind sharp like a razor. That's the life. G. Ain't no stopping him. 8 hours must come, bruh. I'm hella low-key sure 8 hours is gonna become new standard for working. Gee, workers need some protection, or else capitalists will try to squeeze M for all they're worth. We've seen street car drivers put in 16, 17-hour shifts here in America, and it was wild they got down to 14 hours after striking another strike, and they were at 12, but they kept fighting till they hit 8. Waking up before the sun and working till dark just means life is walk. Gee, you're just trying to make enough for the next day so you can keep grinding. It's all about survival, not living life to the fullest. I ain't gonna say this strike is gonna succeed or nothing, but I'm hella hopeful it will. It's whack that some dude who's just chilling all day thinking others should be working 10, 12-hour shifts. And it's even whack for someone living in luxury to say the poor should be satisfied with scraps. I got faith, though. There's going to be a revolution between labor and capital. Our ancestors weren't exactly book smarts, but now we're getting educated, and that's changing the game. We read, write, and think critically. We got to use logic to keep up with all the machines and devices. And let me tell you, it takes way more brain power to build a locomotive than it does to run a store or bank. These workers are straight fire when it comes to reasoning. Gee. They're not just hand in hand with their hands, they're thinking critically too. We got to give it up for the free school system, which is helping us get on an equality level. Mechanics know what's good, and we can express ourselves now that we got a voice. There's got to be a change in the game, the way capital and labor interact. It's time to flip the script. G-O-G, low-key peeps who do the grind and make that dough are about to get some of that profit you feel ain't gonna come from Gov, though I think they can help pass some good laws like making labor days longer and keeping kids out of work, but the people got it in the work too. They got to be smart and their political power to make a change. They're the majority, so they can elect all the right people if they unite. It's all about standing together and supporting each other. Anyway, the thing is we gotta remember that everyone who works is fam, and women who work too are our sis. When one class of workers is getting hella oppressed, and everybody should be looking out for them. And let's be real, women in the suing game in this city, they're getting paid next to nothing. It's wild how we say we're civilized. My vibes are all with who make people who toy make the real money. We got to unite and demand some justice, not just for men, but also for the women. Gee, my sympathy is 100 with those who have to carry the weight of the world. And honestly, if you're making your bro work more than 8 hours a day, that's not cool. My hope is in the people, both the workers and the capitalists getting smarter and seeing that they got each other's backs. When we all come together, it's gonna be lit. Neither side should be going to war, fam. I gotta say, gee, all these crimes against Jews and other religionists are straight fire. I also met a lot of Jewish peeps, and they were hella cool, you feel. They were more turned up. Less drama, no trash on the streets, nobody asking for scraps. They were low-key smart, kind to their fams, kept it real about contracts and paying bills. The hate was created by those who don't vibe with G, either religious or straight-up hater. All kids in Christian countries are taught that Jews are a hot mess. They gotta believe new Bible, follow all the rules, and accept Christianity to avoid being eternally salty. It's like, chill, just believe in the Old Testament, you know. But nope, now they gotta convert and be Christians or else they're toast. The church is still spewing this hate, saying Jews are outcasts, fulfilling some prophecy that they got to be scattered all over the place. John Hall was like, hey, this is all part of the plan. Whenever Jewish peeps were getting bodied in Russia. And as long as Christians keep saying that they'll keep doing their thing to keep Jews down, my take is that back in the day, smart Jews were low-key exposing Christians for the fake miracles they claimed happened. They knew it was all a scam, and they said so. But instead of getting props, they got roasted by Christians who called them the worst of the worst. And now, same drama, same shade. This chapter in history is straight up wild, and it's enough to make you want to look away in shame. Let's get real for a second. It's what hack to generalize about people based on their nationality or religion. Like, just cause you met one person who was hella racist or whatever doesn't mean all Jews are bad or all Christians are good feel. There's good folks and bad folks in every culture, and we can't blame the whole nation for the actions of a few bad apples. Good people come from all faiths, and they're not good or bad cause of their religion. It's cause who they are as a person. I've known some low-key sick Jews and some straight-up garbage Christians too. It ain't about the label, it's about the vibe you get from someone. Personally, I'm all about judging people on what they do, not where they come from or what they believe. But TB, there's this thing called superstition that gets in the way. Like, how can we respect each other when we got our own gods and heavens and hellfire? It's wild. For real, though, if we want to be true to ourselves, we got to let go of all that drama. The Jewish people should ditch their outdated ideas as about inspiration and get with the times. Know what I'm saying? They should be like, sick, yeah, we wrote some old books, but science is where it's at. Same goes for Christians. They should be like, nah, my religion is a hot mess. Let's try this science thing, and let's be real. Neither side can afford to just swap their superstitions back and forth. When we both let go of our B's, then maybe we can vibe as humans without all the hate and judgment. G is low-key a hater. G doesn't know much. So G can't even get with the times. That's like a major flaw, fam. Anyways, there's this thing called intel, and it's like super key to living your best life. You got to be down with the facts. G. People got this vibe where they're trying to make sense of all the knowledge they got. They're like, I know some stuff, so I'm going to use it to figure out what else is real. It's like a natural move, bruh. Nowadays, G ain't got as much credit in the old school subjects, but G's still trying to be right. The learned folk ain't nothing special no more, 'cause they can't even agree on some basic stuff. Universities are ghosting each other's other, synodising ecumenical councils. And even the high-ups are playing both sides. So G's like, they don't gotta follow nobody else. They're trying to think for themselves, fam. If they got a problem with the universities or synods, they gotta look at both sides of the spectrum and make their own move. In the past, G would just pop some medicine and hope for the best. Now G's like, what's the tea? And not just about the meds, but the philosophy behind them too. They want to know what's up with the doctors. There's logic. Law and business are straight fire now, fam. The court opinions are out in the wild, so anyone who's in can get a read on what's good and what ain't. G don't got to take nobody's word for it no more. Same thing with art and lit, treat people and make sense of all that realness too. G's got his own thoughts now. He ain't just copying someone else's vibes no more. G's all about expressing himself and sharing those feelings in lit. He's low-key hating on the old school stuff, Milton's Walk, and Dante's too extra, and it's all about them human interest topics, you feel. He's laughing at Young's Night Thoughts and Pollock's Course of Time, 'cause they're just full of hypocrisy and whackness. G's over that Pope's poetry, fam. He chooses his own path and sticks to it. I ain't saying G is totally independent, but he's headed in that direction. Same thing with Pix. He's all about the modern vibes, not the old masters. He's feeling Kurot over a raffle and getting real joy from Millet and Troyon, whereas the medieval Pix us to try hard. The days of authority are passing, and it's all about individuality now. In music, too, the new stuff is where it's at, fam. The old is just basic compared to what's coming out now. In the religious scene, it's all about change. Our current faith ain't aligned with our understanding of the world no more. Back in the day, creeds were cool because they matched up with the knowledge or ignorance of the time. But now, with all the new discoveries and scientific stuff, those creeds are looking hella outdated. The priests were all about defending their wording, but eventually the facts caught up, people started getting wiser, and it was time to rework those old words. It's like the cruel stuff got softened, and they tried to make it fit with new ideas. But slowly people started realizing that this wasn't working no more. The creeds needed a refresh, and eventually people just stopped believing in them. Now, ministers are all like, hey, you got to apologize for the old ways. Apologizing's the first step to moving on, And let's be real, some of those old creeds were straight up absurd. The Presbyterian and Congregational ones took the cake. G was low, key, trying to get away with some savage stuff in the name of justice. But fam, the pain had to be within reason. These dudes thought God would do it too, like they were part of the squad. They'd totes keep the victim alive for years in the flames, if they could. They believed God was all about keeping the victim alive forever, so they thought their punishment should be eternal too. As people get more woke and civilized, they start to feel bad about some stuff, even if it's their own beliefs. Some Presbyterian folks started reading their creeds with a critical eye and were like, hold up, this is messed up. I'm not saying the Presbyterian creed is worse than others, but it's just more specific. All Orthodox religions have that one thing, the part where they're all about mercy and justice, but also have those dark corners of cruelty. It was only when people started realizing God shouldn't be as brutal as some of them were that they began questioning their own beliefs. We've come a long way since then, and we've got better laws now because we're more just. We trust the government to represent the people. So we're all about education too. That means everyone gets to share their thoughts without fear, and progress happens for sure. When you let people express themselves freely, that's when growth starts happening. We're using our knowledge left and right, and we test every claim by facts. If someone refuses to be open to new info or thinks they know it all already, they're basically a hater. If science experts had claimed their theories were straight from God without even questioning them, everything would have stagnated like religion has. But when science meets faith, that's when things get lit. Now we're looking for creeds that can hold up to science. Another thing is the world is way more open now. We know what other people think and have figured out their theories, so we can learn from each other. Yes. G. Religion is literally everywhere, and it all started from the same place, our own fam. Like all religions came from the same spot, grew up in the same way, got validated by the same people, and are still trying to reach the same goals. For a hot minute, experts from other cultures were low-key studying other religions, and they created some rules for critiquing them. They found some key points that made their claims about being supernatural go bust. After that, G's from our own religion tried the same thing, and bam, they also got debunked. We're seeing that all miracles are built on the same weak foundation. Everyone's just operating from a place of ignorance and fear. You feel the world is wiser than ever, fam. Everyone knows their history, and people aren't afraid to say what they think about religion. Discoveries get shared so fast now that it's like basically every corner of the globe gets in on it. We're getting rid of that I don't want to think for myself vibe, and racism and religious bias are becoming super outdated. These are some reasons why creeds are literally crumbling and our religion world is changing. Only a few years ago, preachers were like the ultimate authority figures. People listened without question, and they were all about spreading that sacred message. Now, the preacher's just another dude with an opinion, G. The congregation gets to decide what they want to hear. They pay for what they want, not some ancient scripture. There are still old school folks who don't want to change, but most preachers are caught between the old guard and trying to be woke. Some of them might say something radical just to stir up drama, but then they backtrack because they don't want to rock the boat. They're basically riding two horses, one that's all about progress and another that's all about holding back. The main reason Orthodox creeds are falling out of favor is because they preach eternal pain. Gee, back in the day, people thought God was just as savage as they were, so they attributed infinite cruelty to him. They said God had the right to do whatever he wanted with humanity because we created them, and that's some wild logic, fam. Now we're past that whole civilizing phase. Gee, it's wild that a God with infinite wisdom and power wouldn't be all about making. Sure, life is a blessing. If he made humanity, he'd got to make sure our lives ain't a curse. The idea of eternal punishment is straight fire, but it's hella savage, fam. It's like the OGs who created these Orthodox creeds were low-key trying to justify torturing people, and they thought if God was real, he'd totes burn his enemies forever. But no cap, civilized people ain't down with that dogma. Millions of peeps left the church cause this doctrine is straight trash. It's wild how love can be all like, hold up, let's think about this, when it comes to eternal revenge. When you see your fam in pain and they're dying from their own sins, it's hard to keep the drama going. The idea of hell is as cruel as a hyena's hunger. It's straight up nasty. But some people still cling to it because it's an excuse for the church to exist. Nowadays, only the hella poor and ragged believe in this doctrine. Rich folks ain't got time for that. They're too busy living their best lives. Nobody gets sent to hell while ridden in a fancy carriage. You got to get there on foot. Fam. Hell's for the struggle life, not the high life. Ministers are trying to keep it real with their flock, but they're low-key getting paid by the well-heeled, so they can't be too woke about it. Their salaries depend on who's buying a seat at the table. Anyway, the people are waking up and asking for something better. The doctrine of hell is straight up for the 99, not for the one. Yas, subs are wuck. Every crew that's all about that eternal pain life is hella doomed, fam. Every church that's pushing that infinite lie got to fall, and the sooner the better, bruh. Our schools, though, I'm low-key convinced education is the real MVP for raising mankind. We got to educate these youngins if we want to make the future of this republic lit. The free school is the greatest gift our Gov gives us, period. It's way more important than building churches, and if we could just divvy up all that church cash to go towards education, we'd be hella civilized. Churches are cool, I guess, but they ain't no substitute for learning about nature and finding happiness. We need schools that teach manual skills too, so kids can get their hands dirty and think with them. It's time to educate the hand, fam. The Gov is slipping. On this one, we got schoolhouses that are straight trash, dark, unventilated, and straight up unhealthy. They should be the most fire public buildings in the city. Let's get real. Schools are where it's at. We need way more of M than we got. And when money is going to waste on other stuff, kids are stuck in the gutter with nothing. It's hella cheaper to build schoolhouses than prisons and scholars, convicts any day. The kindergarten system is key, especially for the young bloods. School should be lit, not a chore. We need to educate these kids' whole selves, mind, eyes, hands, and teach them something that'll help them survive in the world. They should be learning skills that'll give them independence, confidence, and character. Teachers are getting played, fam. They deserve way better pay than what they're getting. Only the best educators should be employed, and they got to be well paid. We need real gentlemen and ladies running those classrooms, not just anyone who's good with kids. Yes, with low-key real women. Every school should be hella inviting, clean, fire-ventilated, and straight-fire attractive. The vibes should be on 100, fam. Kids getting forced to learn but ain't getting nothing out of it. The schoolhouse shouldn't be a prison, and the teachers shouldn't be the ones in charge. I'm low-key convinced that schools are like super important for growing minds, and everyone should be reppin' that knowledge. It would have been hella better to just kick those who ain't feeling it out of school. Ignorance is the real threat to the republic, no cap. Intelligence is the foundation of free government, period. Vivisection is like the ultimate sin, It's the inquisition of science. All that cruelty and whatnot. This one word reps some serious darkness. There ain't no depth below it, fam. You can't excuse crimes of passion, but you can say someone got caught up in the heat of the moment. But when it comes to deliberate acts, like someone torture, test animals for science, that's a whole nother story. These wretches are always like, I'm doing this for the greater good. But really, they're just haters who can't even be bothered to care about humans, let alone animals. Physicians who get all twisted up in vivisection wouldn't hesitate to mess with human patients either. They'd be all, I need to test some theories and start playing doctor without a license. It's not like they're discovering anything valuable or nothing. They might solve some organ-related issues, but that don't mean they added anything to our knowledge as humans. You don't got to be a scientist to know that cruelty is bad and mercy is real. The thinkers and inventors got a say in this one, fam. Low-key done with this whole torture vibe. We got to be real. It's a bummer for the human race. I know that good stuff come from being all cruel and hurtful. It's not needed. All the sick experiments are basically pointless now. The pain we inflict is just making those bad people harder to reach. You feel? Maybe if we got rid of all the weirdos and homeless folks, we could have a generation of people who are straight fire. But would that even be worth it? Like healthy bodies but no heart or soul. That's just savage. I'm hella done with anyone who thinks vivisecting is cool. Don't me when the feeling of pity leaves your heart. When you're all dry and cracked like a desert, you're basically just a snake crawling on the ground. She's got some tea to spill about the census. I'm all for the government asking questions, but honestly, it's low-key invasive. They should respect our privacy and not pry into our personal stuff. Don't me when they start asking about your financials or diseases. That's just too much. I ain't got no issues with answering some questions, 'cause money solves most problems, right? But if you're going to do it, at least be chill about it. She's all forgetting the deets on mortgages and interest rates, but don't me when they start asking debtors to spill their guts. That's just extra. I'm hopping, mister. Porter just wants what's reasonable and wouldn't bother asking any wild questions. We can depend on medical stats and hospital reports without getting all up in each other's biz. Yes, let's get real about this financial situation in our country. We got enough people out here trying to steal that info, and I'm low-key worried they'll try to force spill their deets, on chronic diseases in court. If someone's all like, nah, I ain't telling about having a sickle cell disease or whatever, and they get hauled before a judge for being salty, the judge is prob's going to say they can't make them spill the tea. It's already hard enough dealing with chronic diseases without sharing that on social media. All smart folks will want to share info about stuff that ain't good for them but can help society. But if people start expecting everyone to answer these questions, I'd see if the census gets done this year or next. There's a lot of people who are just trying to get attention by spilling all their medical tea, and if the enumerators keep asking, it'll be a hot second before the 1890 census is done. Like maybe in another century or something. Low-key, though, I'm hyped for Agnostic Christmas, 'cause we get celebrate light over dark, day over night, and all that good stuff. We got Samson crushing it on Delilah, Hercules defeating Ophel, and Osiris risen from the dead like a boss. It's like Apollo is shooting arrows from his quiver of light, taking down them serpent vibes. This is all about the festival of Thor, Balder, and Prometheus, and it's straight fire. But for real, though, this is the Og religion, fam worshipping the sun god. Sun worship ain't just first, it's natural, reasonable, poetic, and beautiful. The sun is like the ultimate god of benefits. Growth, life, warmth, happiness, joy. Everything good, it's all seeing, all pity, and all loving. There's no hate in this light, only love and goodness. So I'm repping for light again, 'cause it's the festival of victory over dark. We got a hope for the best right and reason, science over superstition. Let's celebrate the Og Fest. Sun. The Journal, New York, Dictate 25, 1892, Spirituality. Bruh, if there's one word that's getting used out of control, it's spirituality. Every year for like 100 years straight, these super spiritual people have been going on and about how it's only for them. In the old days of Christianity, people who were all about being spiritual would totally cut ties with the world and just live in caves or something. They'd forget about their fam and their kids and just pray all day for a soul that was already shriveled up from being too spiritual. They were so extra that they couldn't even love women, build homes, or make their kids happy. They were too spiritual to get a job, so they became beggars on the highway of life, holding out their hands and asking for help from industry and courage. They were too spiritual to be nice, so preach about eternal pain and go crazy about the wrath to come. They were so extra that they even invented torture devices and started the Inquisition. They were low-key torturing people left and right, like hooking them with iron hooks or burying them alive. They even cut off eyelids and smashed babies' brains out of their heads. These spiritual weirdos would spend all day on their knees praying for themselves and asking God to just curse the whole world. G was hella into being spiritual when he burned Servetus at the stake, and G was also super spiritual when she trashed men who didn't fit her idea of what's cool. All the haters and pain in the pants people were so spiritual that they just look up to heaven all day, like they were trying to get away from their problems or something. These spiritual trolls would trash art and say it's the devil's work. They'd also make fun of people who like to laugh and have a good time. From almost every pulpit was this spiritual hater talking about how all the good stuff just ruins life. Now, some spiritual people still out here trying to ruin everything that's cool. They'll trash people who are just trying to make their fellow humans happy for once. Like even G, who's a total legend, gets roasted by these so-called spiritual people. Thomas Paine was a hater because he wanted to protect human rights. And Voltaire was hella spiritual free because he abolished torture, which is like super chill. France was hella lit when they went hard against that thing trying to suck the hope out of humanity's soul. Humboldt wasn't vibing with all that woo woo stuff, but he was low-key obsessed with adding to the world's knowledge. Darwin, on the other hand, was straight-up real talk and bringing the heat with his science and investigation skills. He was all about sharing the sickest truths humanity's ever said without no B's. But now we're told that these science soldiers, liberty heroes, artists, and creatives are whack because they don't have spirituality or whatever. Like, isn't being spiritual just a fancy word for being basic? The whole idea of spirituality is like Dutch metal to pure gold. It's all about looking good, but not really doing nothing. When you're stuck in the pulpit, you can get pretty caught up in the hype and start spouting some trash that ain't even real. There are always two sides in church. The conservatives who want to keep it old school and the radicals trying to shake things up. Ministers who seem wise on the streets or at home can't handle the vibe of the pulpit. They get all caught up in the superstition and start preaching about stuff they don't even believe. It's hella funny when you see a minister preaching about how worldliness is trash, but then they take a collection from their congregation and it's like, oh, wait, I'm just as bad as everyone else. Spirituality is just a fancy mask for being lazy, full of themselves, or greedy. So what even is spirituality? Is it just about looking good or doing nothing? The spiritual person lives by their ideal and makes sure others are happy. They love life's little things like family and art. They care about the poor and oppressed and ain't afraid to speak truth to power. Defended by the squad. G's all about standing up for what's right, even when the whole world is against him. He's low-key obsessed with the aesthetics of life, and his eyes go teary-eyed when he's vibbing with art, when he's listening to fire melodies. He feels all the feels. The sorrows, the raptures, the whole 9 yards. Geez, superhuman, you feel. He's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, but he's still searching for that deeper meaning. He's all about finding harmony in life, the melody to a perfect flow. He loves his wife and kids more than any god fam. He's all about serving others, helping those in need, and just trying to make that dough so he can feed and clothe his loved ones. He ain't trying to be a burden on nobody. He's just straight up good, generous and real. Spirituality is like totally earthy, you know. It's not some heavenly thing, it's just life, man. There's no correlation between superstition and the spiritual vibe, or theology and spirituality. They're two different things. Gee, the spiritually minded person is a poet at heart. If they ain't written poetry, they're living it. Feel. They're an artist, whether they're painting pictures or just vibbing with the beauty of life. They fill their soul temple with all that's good and worship at the altar of the ideal. In every aspect of life, G's faithful, true, and authentic. He don't ask for nothing he ain't earned, and he don't need nobody else's happiness to be happy. He's got his own. The spiritually healthy person is like totally on it, man. They're noble, brave, free, speaking, natural, and superb. Don't get it twisted, though, when people start talking about being spiritual just to sound cool. That's just a whole nother level of wuck. It's like you're supposed to live your best life, not just pretend to be something you're not. For real, though, let's all just be sincere, okay? Gee, it was low-key salty about the Union being hella messy. He went hard on messed up for keeping it real with the North and South, even though they were acting like a couple of simp friends. The sources of justice were straight up poisoned, and patriotism became a total buzzword for piracy, you feel. In G's name, mothers lost their babies, and it was all because of this one shot that went down 30 years ago. It was a major moment in history, and all the promises, laws, and constitutional amendments went up in flames like they were just a bunch of weak tea. The North and South were acting extra, pretending to be friends while secretly beefing, and when that shot rang out, it was like a whole new era was born. The echoes of that shot went out all over the continent, saying some wild stuff and prophecies and things that nobody was even ready for, like who was thinking about the future back then? Who could see what was coming? Gee, was still trying to figure it out when Abraham Lincoln, the Illinois lawyer, became a major boss figure in the 19th century. That shot made him a total icon, and nobody saw it coming. There was this one youngin at Galena who went from being a low-key extra to leading the greatest army ever on a battlefield. And then there were these other dudes, like one in the Southwest and another on the West Coast, who heard some of those echoes and got all into it. The echoes also spoke straight to the hearts of millions of people working hard, not knowing what they meant, but feeling like they'd heard a prophecy about freedom. And brew. The echoes told some wild stories about death, glory, suffering, and getting free. It was all pretty lit. Gee, fam, let's get real for a sec. Like 100 years ago, Christians were straight up getting roasted from the pulpit, right? They'd be all, what have we built? What asylums have we founded? And they'd be like, nah, none, bruh. Fast forward to 300 years later, and it's still the same answer. But then around 200 more years in, they're like, wait, actually, Mohammedans were building asylums way before us. Gee, they could even throw some shade at China for having orphan asylums centuries ago and India for their sick hospitals. It's kind of lit to know that all those hospitals and asylums ain't just about charity. It's about not getting annoyed by the sick and insane. So imagine if a dude came down your block straight out of nowhere and sat on your porch dying or getting weird. What would you do? You'd either take him in your crib or let him suffer, right? But fams don't want to be that person. So hospitals get built as self-defense so they can just pack some random dude off to a hospital instead of having the whole block get salty about it. It's also dope to know that diseases are all over the place. So you got to have hospitals to keep people from getting sick and dying. Same vibe for asylums, fam. People don't want to deal with all those kids without dads and moms, so they build these institutions where those kids can chill out. Now, let's talk about what institutions infidels, that's like non-Christians, have built. First off, we ain't had that many infidels in a hot minute, and most of them can't get too rich, 'cause Christians all, you're an infidel. We bought, cotton you. But for real though, there's been some cool infidels who've done good stuff, even if it's not exactly Christian approved. Like, have you heard of Girard College in Philly? It is a sick charity started by this one dude named G. Same G. Fam, he was all about doing good and leaving better than when he got there. Yo, G, hospitals are popping up left and right, taking care of people who low-key spreading contagious diseases like cholera and smallpox. So there's this dude, James Lick, a straight-up non-believer, who just dropped the most fire observatory ever. And honestly, it's a good vibe for non-believers to level up human vision. The thing is, people become theologians because they can't see the wood for the trees. You feel? Mister. Lick increased human vision, and I'm low, key hype, no one's seen nothing through the telescope. Job Shorsh was astronomy vibes. And, bruh, you won't even find a star with a Christian name in there. Christianity was hell against astronomy, so now it's like astronomers just took their revenge, and now we're left with no stars shining bright in the vastness of space with Christian names. Mr. Carnegie is a total boss. He's all about giving back to the community millions of dollars for libraries and institutions, and he's not even an Orthodox Christian. Non-believers are straight up killing it to John. Draper's work on the intellectual development of Europe is straight fire, and he did more good than all the priests in the game. He was a non-believer for sure. Buckle is another one who's adding to human knowledge left and right. Thomas Paine, a total non-believer, did way more for this country than any other dude who ever lived here. Colleges are founded by Christians, but most of them just perpetuate ignorance. If there wasn't no Christian colleges, us would be way more woke today. It's all good whether it was Christians or non-believers who donated to colleges. Either way, it ain't about the Jonah story or the dial thingy. If non-believers are stingy and Christians are generous, that don't even prove a thing about them fiery furnaces in the Bible. Cornell University is straight up the best. It's like people trying to teach what they know instead of guessing. But for real, when it was founded, all the Orthodox colleges were hella salty because it didn't have no religion. Everybody knows that Christianity ain't about generosity. It's more like save your own soul, whether anyone else does or not. It's like you're on your own in that life, boat of yours, and if someone else needs help, they gotta paddle their own way. Yes, what's good, fam? Christianity is all about loving that guy more than you love your squad and the fam. And when they're giving, they expect a major return in another life. The infidels are like, nah, bruh. We just want to help people out and get some good vibes. They ain't worried about getting rich or nothing. They just want to spread some love and light. Darwin was low-key a total hero. He did way more for humans than building hospitals. Voltaire was same. He built asylums that actually helped people, not just preached about some made up stuff. Haeckel is on the grind too, bringing knowledge to the masses. We should totes compare what Christians and infidels have accomplished. And let's be real, it's getting just started. Fam! I mean, it's been like a few years since we showed up in this world, but we're making moves. Give us time, and we'll build colleges that actually teach people something useful. We're talking about temples of reason, where they can come to chill and learn from each other. And, bruh, I'm not saying nothing bad about Christians and their charity and all that, but in my opinion, they've done way more harm than good. They're always going on about the asylums they built, but they ain't done enough to help people who got messed up by their teachings. Orthodox religion is like super restrictive and stuff. It's all liberty. This isn't free thought, but when it comes down to it, they just want to suppress the truth. If churches were actually observatories and universities, instead of just preaching about some made up crap, we'd be living our best lives right now. People think Christianity is positive and infidelity is negative, but I'm like, nah, bro. That's whack. Christianity is all about denying facts and truth, whereas infidelity is all about embracing the truth and reason. We're talking about a religion that develops people's brains and hearts, not one that just tells them to give up this life for some other one they don't even know nothing about. I'm Team Reason, fam. Savage. Gee. Belongs to the old school ancient times, the dark ages, and he needs a major overhaul, fam. Putting any dude under his control is straight up wrong, no cap, Mr. Brockway. Is Low Key a master of cruelty, and he's all about that brutality life. He whips and bruises people just to get off you feel. When someone's at their breaking point, they submit or pass out, and that's considered reformed, I guess. But really, they're still hella messed up inside. They come back to society the same or even worse than when they went in. G needs some serious help, or he should be gone for good. The Elmira Reformatory should have a new boss who's got some real tea and can feel the love. I don't think one dude can change by being whipped, beat up, and hurt. That's not how it works, bruh. No one develops their brain or grows their heart from getting hit, you know. There shouldn't be any pain or scars from the system to family members in schools, reformatories, or prisons. A real adult doesn't believe in being savage. Brutality has been a total fail for thousands of years, and we've seen it over and over. People get punished, maimed, and tortured, but they just keep getting more messed up and committing crimes. In the Army and Navy, folks got whipped to death, and everywhere people were treated like trash by church and state. Like only a few years ago, there were 223 deaths from 23 specific offences in England. Those who wanted to change this savage system were hella criticised as weak or too sensitive. But, like some dudes with brains and hearts changed the law back then. However, it's wild that no bishop from the Episcopal Church ever voted for changing those laws, fam. Maybe this explains Bishop Potter's recent poem about how some people can only realize they gotta follow the rules when they get hurt bad. That sounds super familiar, like something our ancestors used to say, but not something our generation needs to hear anymore. We should focus on growing peoples as brains with education and hearts with kindness. Remember, crimes are made by circumstances, so let's do what we can to change those circumstances and help people become better. We gotta do things right by getting the tea from witnesses and all that jazz. Know what I'm saying? Here, we're all about giving the accused the benefit of the doubt, so they can be like innocent till proven guilty. We're talking about competent testimony straight up. And if the dude's on trial, he gets to throw some shade at the judge's rulings and the jury's verdict too. His homies in a higher court got a review that we're all about keeping it real, making sure the jury is impartial, and getting them to agree on the verdict, one by one. Some people might be like, man, this system is whack, saying time is wasted on finding an impartial jury, and appeals can slow down trials for years, making it hard for the guilty to get caught. They're all judge, man. You should just give them a conviction, but no one's tripping about judges being biased or juries being partial. We got to keep it real. Justice ain't always in a rush. We got to take our time and make sure the tea is spilled. If we're all hasty, courts become wild mobs and trials get messy. Maybe in a city like New York, grand jury should be on 247, so when someone gets charged, they can get indicted ASAP. But we don't want to take away the right of appeal, because that keeps judges chill and reduces their power and puts their feelings in check. It also makes juries more aware that their verdict might not be the last word. If the dude's guilty, appeals ain't about taking away the state's power, but it's like a shield for the innocent in England. They don't got no appeal, so trials are shorter, and judges are straight up arbitrary, and juries are all subservient, and verdicts depend on the judge's vibes. It's wild, because judges know they can't be reviewed, So they get caught up in the drama of trial and act like a wild beast. Look at Mrs. Maybrick's case. It shows how crazy it is to give judges too much power. For real, there's too much delay in our system. And G thinks that you can avoid putting life or liberty at risk without messing up innocent peeps. Take the time you'd need to, or the accused gets a fair trial with an impartial jury doing their thing according to law forms, letting them appeal to the highest court. If the state can't do that, it's like not even civilized, bruh. People who want to convict were caring about law forms, straight up savage, but you got another side to this. A lot of peeps losing faith in punishment changing convicts, or that capital punishment stops cap crimes. Geez, Loki think regular convicts should get reformed murderers. Desperate folks should be locked up for life. If we don't reform, we just make more criminals, fam. The state should never try to get revenge. Neither should they put innocent peeps in harm's way for the sake of a hasty trial or denying them appeal. In G's opinion, even roof laws in our courts' methods, they are better than the English, 'cause our judges are kinder, more humane, juries are more independent. It's more calculated too. Find truth colleges are Loki bioches a newspaper dispatch from Lawrence, Kansas, said Cole. Robert O. Ingersoll got invited by law students at Kansas State to spit some fire at commencement, but the faculty council was all nope and told Chauncey M. Depew to take his place instead. It also said the council told reps of the law school if they wanted to talk about law, they'd have to get permission, even threatened, tuned, shut em down. The students were like, hold up, 'cause we invited Ingersoll for that specific topic. But the faculty council was all nah yet, even insulted him with any reason Chauncey M. Depew was seen at his crib last night. I asked if he got invited to talk to the students. Instead of Ingersoll, he said nope. He said, hick, fam, I'm too busy home. My social political shiz is poppin'. No cap. I'm low-key not worried about expressing my thoughts on what the faculty council at Kansas U did, but I'm hella convinced that G is straight fire when it comes to intellects, and anyone can learn from him. Universities are prob super traditional. They don't want to rock the boat and get their sons kicked out for being all scientific. They play it safe and cater to the superstitions of the time. Most universities are straight poor. Poverty is a major vibe killer, and poverty is like the ultimate enemy of independence. Universities got to take care of themselves, just like people do. The University of Kansas is low-key like every other uni. They're all about keeping it real. The Cornell faculty and the U of Missouri crew took the same stance on this, so we can't even pretend to be mad at them. The Vanderbilt College and U of Tennessee are just trying to do what they got to do, and we shouldn't be salty about it. If Humboldt and Darwin were alive today, they'd probably get cancelled for teaching too much truth. We don't want to hate on the present profs. They're just trying to keep their gigs. They might actually want to be free and spread some real knowledge. But probs not. Still, these universities seem to do some good. They churn out students who are like-minded and all that jazz. That gives me major hope for the future. The youngins, the Loki enthusiasts, they're on my squad, and I'm grateful to have them as friends. It's a young man's chances today. Cole, G is straight fire. He reps what it means to be an actual intellectual opponent of religion. He thinks theology is all about superstition, and he ain't afraid to speak truth to power. He's all about keeping it real and accepting nothing on faith. He's the old critical thinker. He's always like, why, and demands reason and proof before believing. As Christianity is all about faith, G is like, nah, I'm out. He thinks we got to be broad and acknowledge when we don't know squat. His mind is flyer, is sick, and his logic is straight up unbeatable. G is the ultimate example of how with hard work and mental ability you can make whatever life you want for yourself. His early life was hella tough, but he still managed to grind out some amazing stuff. G is low, key trying to grind on his own terms, and his fire oratory skills and solid law skills are all a result of him putting in the work. The only source he's got is that American bros get a chance to put in work for success too. It ain't wild, that coal. Ingersoll is hella invested in every young dude who's trying to crush it and win the big prize, just like his boy Agnostic did. He don't young dudes nowadays have an easy ride when they're out here trying to get their fortune. Call. Ingersoll vibed with the writer about this. Call. Ingersoll used to have some different views on the Bible and Christianity, but he wasn't poppin' that orthodoxy till he got famous as an orator. He was hella skeptical even back in his army days. Cool. Ingersoll is 501 and he's all about that weight, fam. He's going to be 61 in August, and his hair is straight fire. His shoulders are broad and still poppin' like they did when he was a youngin'. He's got the plumed knight speech on lock too. It's like he just slayed James Blaine for prez. When he speaks to you, his eyes go straight into yours. His sentences are laced with these sick little facial expressions that'll make you want to smile or get all riled up. Cole? Ingersoll is all about telling stories and only tells the best ones, but he's also low, key trying to drive a point home. It's like he's saying, hey, listen up, 'cause I got a story to tell. And when he's done, he'll throw down some facts. This dude's brain is like a computer. It's always connecting dots and finding ways to prove his theory. Cole. Ingersoll was born in Dresden, and spent most of his youth chillin' in New York State and Illinois. His handshakes are so strong, fam. G is straight up fire when it comes to being real and direct. So, like, I hit his office one time when the colonel was vibing with someone who wanted to get them take all case, this law case that's all about that dough. After a hot second, I got word that I could roll up, and when I walked in, he was low-key saying, "Bruh, we ain't gonna win this case 'cause you're in the wrong. I ain't interested." But his homeboy, who wanted to get them on the case, is all, "Hold up. Gee, I got a feeling if we handle it right before the jury, we can make some magic happen, though." And he's all, "No way, homie," and then just gives him a simple good morning before cutting him off. It's been said of Colonel Ingersoll that they're super laid back, but for real, nobody can get it. Twisted the dude is on another level when it comes to getting work done. When he's got a big case coming up, he goes all in, immersing himself in the deets so hard that you'll be like, how does he even do it? Sometimes he got to hit up some new chemical moves or get into some deep genealogical research. And if there's one thing he needs to know, he studies it till his brain is soaked in the knowledge. K. It's the same when he's written an address. He's all about consulting the best experts and finding that hidden gem of info that nobody else would think to include. His memory is straight fire too. He remembers every detail like it's his job. And even gets the vibes from people he ain't seen in a minute. It was a hella busy day for the colonel, who told his office boy not to disturb him under no circumstances. But when his old friend came knocking, they're all, "Hold up, G can't see you." But he's like, "Nah, I gotta see him. The dude hadn't seen G in 20 years and was fixin' to leave town that afternoon, ain't missin', out on a convo with his boy for no amount of cash. "Well," said G. He wasn't to be disturbed by nobody. At this moment the door of Cole, Ingersoll's private office, opened, and Cole, Ingersoll's portly form, popped up. "Yes, Madge?" "Blank," he said. "Come through. I did tell the boy I wouldn't see nobody, but you are low-key more important than that major drama in New York." Cole. Ingersoll had retained the sound of the major's voice from all them years ago, and it was like his brain was wired or something to not make G leave without saying hi and catching up. Cole. Ingersoll's comebacks were on point, faster than a TikTok clip. One of 'em was straight fire and made some famous dudes' long suit get the nickname, the Ananias and Sapphires. Cole. Ingersoll was speaking and dropping, and knowledge like it was hot, but something about what he said made another lawyer lose his cool and interrupt him with a hella sarcastic remark. "Suppose you're just trying to pull a fast one on us, Colonel. Never heard of that Ananias and Sapphira story." People in the room were low-key expecting to get salty, but Cole. Ingersoll was like, "Nah, bruh, I got you." He turned around, looked the interrupter dead in the eye, and gave him a sugary sweet smile, all while saying, "Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with that story, G. And I've been watching you all day, seeing how you're doing. You ain't dropped dead yet, so props to you." Cole. Ingersoll never gets mad when he's interrupted, not even if it's in the middle of a speech or something. This one time in Cincinnati, some dude cut G off mid-sentence with a loud yell. "That's a lie, Bob Ingersoll, and you know it." The room erupted into chaos. People were like, "Put him out," and "Throw him down the stairs." But Cole. Ingersoll was all, "Hold up, fam, don't hurt the dude." Then he paused for a sec, held up his hands and said he thinks he's right, but let me break it down for you in a way that's easy to understand. G ended up sitting through the whole speech, asking for forgiveness afterwards. Like most people with genius-level knowledge, super passionate about music. Ingersoll loved Wagner's stuff, and it was his jam, but he was still super chill and down to earth, even if some of his views were a lil wild. G's diss for vivisection is straight fire, fam. He brought the heat in a speech a few years ago, talking about how science can be cruel to animals, and he was low-key passionate about it. G's got a rep with the squad, and they know him as a genius and a nice dude who always keeps it real. His office is on Nassau Street, and it's hella stylish, solid black walnut everywhere. There's pics of his bro Eban and some judges hanging out in there too. The whole place is super chill, like no one's trying to low-key serve you or anything. It's all about that personal freedom vibe. Everyone's trying to be cool with each other, whether it's clients or the big cheese. G lives a fire life, bro. He's got a sick pad in Fifth Ave, Dave during winter, and some beachside crib in Dobbs Ferry when it's summer. A few years back, there was this whole movement to build more railroads, set up new towns, and get all that land tilled. Every young adult with energy and hustle had the future lit. Law school, teaching, or becoming a doc were solid options. And politics. It was the bomb.com. Everyone wanted in, and anyone could make it big. Even small town newspapers were popping. Now, the whole landscape's changed. Fam, railroads are done, canals are closed, cities are all built up, and property's been sold out to who knows who. It's low-key crazy how much capital you need to get into business ren. The individuals counting for less and less, but the corporations and trusts are all about the Benjamins. Now you got these big merchants hiring hundreds of clerks. It was just a few years ago that those same people would have been running their own thing. And it's the same in every department, bruh. I'm not trying to predict the future or anything, but I think the chances for youngins trying to make a name for themselves and be successful are straight up dwindling. In savage life, you can just hunt or fish and get by. Ain't nobody failin'. But in civilized life, competition's fire, and that means more people failin' out. It's like the individual horizon is all cloudy and narrow now. I'm saying if a youngin wants to make it big, they should do what comes easiest for 'em and take their chances from there. If not, they gotta keep grindin'. First off, be self-supportin', no matter what. That's the key. Don't want to be stuck as some corporate drone or whatever. Get a business that'll support you and figure out what you're passionate about. If a youngin thinks they got the gift of gab, they might just end up being an orator or something. It's like if you're all fired up about your idea and ain't worried about what people think, that's when you'll actually oratorically make it happen. The one thing you can't teach, fam. There's this wild thing about oration and how it's different from, like, being a skeleton maker or just someone who can say some deep stuff without really knowing what they're talking about. There are a hella many people out there who can just rattle off facts and figures, but not one in a million who can actually put their thoughts into words in a way that's fire. You can't teach a dude to be a real orator. It's like trying to teach him how to make art or write sick poetry on the spot. Some people might learn from you, but they're still going to be who they are because of natural talent, just like how a water bottle is different from a fancy fountain pen. It's all about having the right vibes and being in touch with your emotions, not just about book smarts. There are some things that will totally tank an orator's speech, like talking on their phone, checking the clock, or sharing too much about themselves. They got to stay focused and not get caught up in small details. They should be speaking to the universe, not just to a specific person. If you want to know something or feel something, you need to read some Shakespeare, listen to Wagner's tunes, or check out Beethoven's symphonies. The real goal is to create something beautiful and meaningful that'll make people feel all the feels. A sick orator puts their heart and soul into every word, like they're dipping in the essence of all these amazing experiences. Science and sentiment, B2, used to be all about thinking science and poetry were opposites, but now we know that's wuck. Science is actually super poetic, and the more you know, the more you realize how beautiful it is. Don't get it twisted. Ignorance ain't the parent of art or creativity. In my opinion, science is all about bringing people together on a deeper level, so don't even think that science is going to replace sentiment. People are attracted to each other for 1,000 reasons, and if you're speaking from the heart, you'll connect with others on a whole nother level. I got you, bro. So, like, G's saying that people are attracted to each other because of their brain power, artistic vibes, and ethics. Like the prettiest girl in Zululand might not be turned up for a dude who ain't got nothing going on upstairs, and the flyest girl in England might not be feeling if she's looking at someone from a different culture you feel. Men get influenced by what they can do, how they're wired, and what they know. Some dudes are all about the aesthetics, They'll swoon over a girl's waistline or her hair texture without even thinking about the big picture. That's just sentiment bruh. But if G educates these dudes and helps them level up their knowledge and health game, they might start loving women who are dope in both body and mind. The sentiment's still there, but science is bringing the heat now. Sentiment can't be cancelled, but love can get a whole lot more real when it's backed by facts. People are worried that science is going to ruin art, poetry, and religion, but G is like, no cap. Science is the foundation of real religion. Science helps understand the consequences of our actions and what we got to do to be good people. It ain't got nothing on ignorance. Real love and real religion are safe from science. The more we know, the safer. We're all gonna be. I'm low. Key thinking that sickly or disease folks shouldn't be allowed to get hitched by law. But I'm hella skeptical about laws, bruh. If people don't know better, they'll just keep making the same mistakes over and over. We gotta educate these people, not lock them up. We gotta teach the truth about how our actions affect others. We gotta show them what their kids might be dealing with if they keep making poor choices. It's all about preaching the gospel of health, bruh. I'm hyped that one day people will think it's straight fire to prioritize health and wellness. They'll want to make sure their kids are living healthy lives, not suffering from diseases and disorders. And when G gets to heaven, I won't be able to vibe with my descendants if they're still stuck in the struggles of ignorance. So let's get more science, sentiment, knowledge, conscience, liberty, and love, bruh. Yeah. Moody is straight up believing the story of Jonah and thinking it's real for 3 days. Fam, when I read it, I was hella surprised that some dude living in the same century as Humboldt, Darwin, Huxley, Spencer, and Haeckel would believe such wild and outdated stuff. Now I get it, though. I can account for how he's all about that credulity. Mr. Moody never read one of my lectures, so that's a major key right there. He's literally 100 years behind the times. Ain't got no idea what's good. Poor dude, he's been living off miracles and mistakes, on lies and nonsense, stuffing his brain with all sorts of false info, when he could have had real knowledge, facts, and some actual sense. Poor G. Probably he never even read Darwin, so he still thinks in Eden and talking snakes, and really believes Jehovah made Adam out of mud or something. Probably he's never read a single word by any great geologist, so he still believes the flood story. He don't know nothing about astronomy, so Joshua stopping the sun is still a thing for him, fam. Poor G, he's been sleeping on Spencer and evolution, thinks man's all degenerated or something, thinks the devil outsmarted God and gave humanity this whole total depravity vibe. Poor dude, he don't know nothing about Spinoza, Voltaire, Draper, Buckle, Paine, or Renan. Gee, Mr. Moody needs to get new ideas, some actual facts, and I think he'd be shook to realize how ignorant and foolish he's been. Gee, he's a good dude with a heart of gold, but his brain is straight trash, fam. The problem with this sermon, sowing and reaping, is that Mr. Moody contradicts it himself. Gee, I'm all about repping the idea that you got to reap what you sow, that every human being's got to face the natural consequences of their actions. Actions are either good or bad based on how they turn out. No forgiveness in nature, gee, but Mr. Moody is all like, hey man, you can sow thistles and still get figs, that he can repent after a little while and be clean again, and there'll be angels everywhere. Fam, that's wild, gee. But I got my own take on it. Gee is trying to tell us that if a dude dies, he's not going to get the good stuff because he didn't do his part. But, like, Christ did all the work, so he gets all the good vibes instead. This doctrine is straight up whack and shaddy. It's like, ooh, you'll only get what you've sown, which is hella extra fam. Like, Moody has another major flaw where he says a dude can get in trouble for someone else's sin. That's wild talk, bruh. Nothing gets more turned up than these two ideas. You've got to pay for Adam's sins, and you'll get eternal joy cause of Christ. Meanwhile, Orthodox Christians are all like, nah, fam. You can change your crops with repentance. They say that no matter what you've sown, you can reaping the good stuff if you're feeling it. Let me show you how this works. Guy has lived a lit life, kept his promises, paid his dues, raised his kids right, loved his wife, and made his home a heaven, but he didn't believe in Moody's vibe. So, when he died, his soul was sent to the other side, which is whack fam. Then there's Mr. B, who lived a whole other level of trash, drove his wife crazy. His kids were out here struggling. Their home was a real hellhole, and he committed all sorts of crimes. But just before he died, he got saved, and now his soul is chillin' in heaven, which is like, what's good? G. But Moody's still all like, you gotta reap what you sow. So Moody needs to get some philosophy and good sense fam. Moody's also all like, only in this life can get the reward of repentance, which is low-key savage. For a dude dies, God loves him like a mama, but then sends his soul straight to hell. There's no reforming in the next world. J. Nobody gets made better up in heaven. The only place where reform is possible is here, on earth, where we can vibe with some revival preacher and get our life together. But when we go before the big man, forget about it. God ain't got nothing to offer. This shows that the power for good is hella confined to people on earth, not in the next world. This is theology, fam, and these orthodox creeds are straight up savage, ignorant, and idiotic. Yo, Orthodox heaven is low-key super harsh, no mercy or pity whatsoever. In Orthodox hell, there's literally no hope for a change, no reform. God is like an eternal jailer and turnkey fam. But some Christians are all, even if there ain't no actual flames in hell, the lost souls still got that tour of conscience going on. What's going to make them think about their sins, though? Ain't they just going to remember the time they messed up? Meanwhile, people in heaven did some wild stuff too, like hurting others and all that. Won't they be feeling no remorse or nothing? Is hell really where souls go to regret doing bad things if angels don't got no regrets neither? If so, then heaven must be straight fire worse than hell. In the past, people would hit up the preacher for answers. Now they're all, wait, what if I don't want to believe? And it's like the Bible lost its clout with smart folks. Miracles are just considered product ignorance of incredulity, you feel. People are low-key looking for facts and truth, and religions are getting placed in some kind of myth museum. Yeah, we're all growing up, so people ain't worried about hell no more. They don't want to believe in a God who's all about eternal revenge. They're trying to be sensible, ask for all that jazz. They care more about being happy here, than worrying about ghostly stuff. Theology is work, science is lit. We don't need preachers, just teachers. Priests are cool, but thinkers are what we need. Churches are where it's at, not observatories, fam. Let's hope he reads some real books and gets his mind right. Should infidels send their kids to Sunday school? For real? Shouldn't parents who don't believe in the Bible be honest with their kids about what's going on? They shouldn't be teaching lies or nothing. A parent should keep it 100, not trying to mess with their kid's mind. That'd be straight up wrong. Shouldn't we be protecting our kids from getting all messed up in the head by some false info and fear? Shouldn't we be defending their minds like their bodies? I can't help with that. G says no cap. Mosques should be teaching kids that Muhammad was Loki, a prophet of God, and the Quran is hella inspired, bruh. They do this cause G doesn't believe in Muhammad or the Quran, fam. Same reason a non-believer from New York shouldn't let their little ones get taught that the Bible is fire either. I'm using agnostic instead of atheist, just 'cause it's more lit. Honestly, no one knows if God exists or not, so don't me. To G's mind, there ain't no evidence for a higher being, but I ain't got the tea neither. What I'm low-key saying is kids shouldn't get poisoned with all that dogma. They should be treated fair and square. Let them develop their own thought processes instead of just being fed info from the outside. They should learn to reason, think for themselves, and don't just believe whatever G is told. Would a Catholic take their kiddo to a school that's all about hating on Catholicism and science being the real MVP? Same question for a non-Catholic who's all about science and the natural world, fam. That'd be straight up irrational and whack. My 2 cents for agnostics: keep your little ones out of those orthodox Sunday schools and churches, 'cause that's just poison. Teach them what you know, and if you don't know, say so. Be real with your kids, even when you're not all-knowing. Help develop their minds so they can live happy and useful lives. Don't let the world of superstition creep in on them. G, tell them it's all made by humans and that those sacred books were written by nothing but regular folks. Teach them the world is natural. Teach them to be honest as can be, and don't send them to places where they'll catch diseases of the mind. Let's make our kids intelligent, you feel. G got a lot to say about nothing, bruh. Many of these writers are low-key talking trash on right and wrong, or vice versa. The book of Genesis is hella vague on morality, fam. It's all about myth and miracles, so it ain't exactly teaching you how to live your best life. Exodus is a whole different story, though. Apparently, G. Jehovah delivered the Jews from Egyptian bondage, but let's get real, the entire thing was a fabrication. G. We know this because there's no evidence of any Egyptian words in Hebrew and vice versa. No cap. So it's wild to think they coexisted for hundreds of years, right? Definitely not written as a morality tale, bruh. In fact, G. Jehovah was all about keeping it real with slavery, which is straight fire, but also kind of problematic, fam. The killing of cattle and the murder of first-born kids during that whole plague thing. That's some next-level fiendishness right there. G. The writer ain't got nothing good to say about Pharaoh, 'cause he was all about oppressing the Hebrews, killing their fam and livestock for no reason, just to punish the king. Is it even possible to get any moral lessons out of this history? The laws in Exodus, including the 10 Commandments, they're hella outdated. Bruh, murder is still a crime industry, is still the enemy of larceny, and telling the truth is always considered a virtue, while lying is always considered a sin. The love between parents and kids is natural, fam. It's not something you can create with laws or creeds. Love ain't about following rules or being obedient. It's just how people feel deep down. So we shouldn't be virtuous cause of any book or creed. G, the original commandments that were straight from G. Jehovah. They were hella whack, fam. And the Sabbath thing, that was straight up absurd. If anything, if the commandments against slavery would have been way more reasonable, bruh. Your G So like these commandments from the Bible, right? They're all about being free from wars and polygamy and stuff, and making sure our brains are developing and hearts are civilized, you feel. But before we can say for real that the 10 Commandments are a moral guide, we got to edit him up some. We got to throw away the parts that don't make sense in this world and add new ones that do. The commands that actually deal with human stuff, like treating others right, are cool, but the rest are hella outdated or even cruel. Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy got some fire parts, but also some major whackness. Most of the rituals in worship are wild, and the punishments for breaking rules are straight up unphilosophic and brutal. Like the Pentateuch is all about getting down with crimes and massacres. It's like calling a moral guide when it's actually just a bunch of savage stuff. Joshua and Judges, they're basically just a real-life version of the Apache Indians' history. Not exactly the most moral vibe. You know, the story of Ruth is cool, but not super moral. And 1st and 2nd Samuel are all about drama and no brain development or conscience fam. David took a census and got 70 Jews killed, and it was like only the innocent ones were even killed. It's wild. 2nd Kings is all about denouncing people who didn't play along with the priests and crowning the wretches who did. And there's basically nothing in favor of liberty. Psalms are a mixed bag. Some are good, some are trash, but most are straight up selfish and revenge-filled. The story of Job is hella savage, fam. God murders all these kids to settle a bet with the devil, and then just gives other kids to replace him. But like, nothing happens for the original kids who got murdered. It's wild. Esther is straight up absurd. But at least it doesn't mention Jehovah, so that's a something, right? The Song of Solomon is where it's at, though. It's all about human love and stuff. And I can get behind that. In my humble opinion, it's way better than most of the other books, and makes for a legit moral guide. Proverbs has some fire wisdom, but also some wokeness. Some are straight up selfish, while others are just basic. Ecclesiastes is where it's at, too. There's some real sense and poetry in there, and some philosophy, fam. So like there's this book G, and it's straight fire. For real, Nehemiah and Ezra ain't got nothing to offer in terms of making people better. Jeremiah and Lamentations is all about villainy, and Isaiah's got some good vibes, but it's hella inconsistent. In Ezekiel and Daniel, though, it's like they're talking straight out of their crazy selves. You feel. Some minor prophets have a few decent lines here and there, but overall it's a mixed bag. You can pick and choose passages from books to make a pretty good moral guide or something, but at the same time, the Old Testament is like super flawed. The old God Jehovah is straight up problematic, you know. He's all about being extra mean and cruel, and he's got some wild stories too, talking about Joseph, Elisha, Daniel, Gideon, and others. It's hella dark. But for real, we got to consider the Old Testament in a more nuanced way. It was written by savage humans who were still trying to figure stuff out, you know. They said some pretty dope things, and they had good intentions even if their execution was whack. I'm with G on this too. Most Christians are like, Old Testament is the foundation. New Testament is the superstructure, but I think we need to be more chill about it. The Old Testament has its flaws, but at least it's got some solid stuff too. If you take away all the extra sauce and just focus on the good vibes, you can make a moral guide that's not totally trash. But like, if you pick out all the bad parts, you can make a creed that's straight up crazy town. On the other hand, if you choose the super cruel passages, you'll end up with something that's straight up hateful. There ain't no book that's got it both ways, but the New Testament is defo the one with some of the best vibes. At the same time, there are major parts of the New Testament that are just straight up nasty talking about eternal pain, revenge, and all that other extra sauce. If you take away all that drama and focus on the good stuff, you might be left with something that's still pretty bare bones. You'd miss out on some major topic human rights like family values, education, and stuff like that. But at least it would be a more chill moral guide, you feel. That kiss got me feeling like I'm stuck in a toxic relationship, you feel. The Bible ain't no moral compass, fam. Any dude who takes it to heart is low-key a threat to society and probably going to end up in the slammer or some mental institution. What's morality even, though? We got to have some basics, Food, fuel, clothes, shelter, that's the bare minimum. But then there's this other vibe, like the hunger for knowledge, right? We're all just trying to survive, but also try level up our minds. We're all conditioned. What makes us happy depends on the circumstances. Some things boost it, others drain it. And honestly, most of that is subjective, you feel. So what's a moral guide? Short answer intel. We want to learn from mankind's mistakes. See how far our minds can stretch. Can't trust those inspired books or world religions, though. They're all about the supernatural, and that's just whack. They stifle thought, investigation, and honesty. They make us weak, fam. They promise eternal rewards for blind faith, which is straight up messed up. These religions create artificial rules and expect us to follow them without question. That's not morality, that's oppression. They teach us fake virtues like servitude and blind obedience. Inanimate things become holy, lies become truths. It's wild. Even expressing our own thoughts can be a sin, like, no fam. Questioning or doubting miracles ain't worse than denying facts. Being honest and genuine is where it's at. But if you're not willing to take risks to question authority, that's when things get hella toxic. Only the sheep, like followers, are considered moral. But being right or wrong shouldn't dictate what's good or bad. Got to be more than just a good person. Got to have some intellectual integrity, fam. Can't just believe anything without thinking for yourself. That's where morality gets real. So inspired books that are trying to teach you what's good and bad based on the supernatural is hella basic. It's all about the commands and prohibitions, fam. But that's just a bunch of weak source philosophy. And then there's the ones that say only if you're low-key obeying the supernatural vibes are you even virtuous. And virtue, like good faith, will get you that eternal joy life. Right? But that's straight up immoral. Anyway, Governor G rolled out a fast day proclamation in New Hampshire, and it's got some fire. He's all about reminding everyone that the decline of Christianity is low-key a major thing right now. Like, no matter what you believe or not, every good citizen knows that when religion isn't holding things down, communities just go straight downhill. Mentally, financially, morally, it's all bad news. So Governor G is trying to get everyone to union meet and vibe about the state of religion in New Hampshire. Like, even if you don't believe in Christianity or whatever, we should still be thinking about how to keep our communities turned up. But for real, there are some serious problems here. No church bells ringing. Unchristened kids growing up. It's a major red flag. Of course, there are some clowns in the ministering game who are trying to deny that Christianity is even and dropping. And they're getting all extra with the hate speech, fam. So the real question is Christianity really on life support? To find out, we got to define what it means to be a Christian. From what I can gather, it's like believe in God and Jesus and the Holy Ghost and all that jazz. But like, if you don't get it right, you're basically going straight to hell, lol. So, yeah, Governor G is trying to keep it real, remind us all that we gotta be thinking critically about our beliefs and practices. Because when it comes down to it, intelligence is the only real moral guide, fam. G got no idea what's good. Christians are hella divided on some deep stuff. They've been beefing for ages, and today they're still as salty as ever. Like a few years ago, they thought they had the deals, the fundamental truths, and they were all like, we got this. They knew God was real. He made the world, and he did some magic on earth and stars. They knew when he started working on it and when he finished. They even thought he was a potter, mixing clay into human shapes and breathing life into him. It's wild to think they believed all that jazz. But for real, most sensible Christians have grown out of that tribe. Now, only the extra basic or super old school folks still believe in Jehovah, the Gardener Potter, etc. Like people who read Darwin and hackle over it and just straight up laugh at those and ancient legends. G also knows that most Christians used to think Jesus was the Son of God, like literally God himself. But nowadays they're getting more nuanced. They're all about Jesus being a perfect human or something. Some say he's divine, but not actually God, which is still kind of wild. Others say he's just like super close to God, you feel. The old idea that Jesus was literally God and did some crazy stuff with himself, that's straight up whack and dying out fast. Most ministers are too afraid to preach that hocus pocus anymore. The Christ of today is a whole different vibe from the original Bible or anything before Luther. G also got nothing for the Holy Spirit. It's all super vague, man. They say it's like this winged influence or divine aroma or something, but nobody really knows what that means. It used to be thought that everyone was born wicked and stuff, but now people are like, I guess not. The whole concept is still pretty hazy, and ministers are just like, hey, check out this ghostly vibe when they're rounding out a prayer or something. Gee, would be low-key savage if God was going to damn every single human being. In fact, it's thought that G knew his people were trash, so he came up with a plan where some could cop out and still could get away with it. G knew that you couldn't get away with sin without bloodshed, though. So for a hot second, he was cool with just using the blood of oxen, lambs, and doves to cover his own tracks. But then the sins kept piling up, and G needed a bigger sacrifice. So G decided to go hard or go home to literally have his people shed their own blood on his behalf. This whole atonement thing was like the ultimate scheme of salvation, where justice gets satisfied and the devil gets hella salty. But no one with half a brain actually believes in this atonement, fam. It's straight up illogical. The idea that we made salvation possible by sacrificing G is wild af. If we did, then salvation would just be the dark fruit of murder. If the Jews had been hella chill and didn't have their own beef with the whole world, including Jesus, a mom would have gotten roasted. Or parents are all about too crazy ideas that balance each other out. They said God could still get jiggy with his kids for Adam's sin, but also save them on account of Jesus' struggles and virtues. That view is basically done now. Instead, it's preached that Jesus ennobled souls by being a real one himself. The supernatural part of the atonement got cancelled by the smarter folks. So now it's all about character over blind faith, virtue over some dude's bloodshed. Civilians are starting to see that God wouldn't damn an honest, generous human for being basic. It's hella shady to offer a reward just for believing. If he wants his peeps to believe, he should come correct with the goods. He shouldn't be trying to talk his way out of providing proof. Offering rewards is low-key cheating. To say that good people who never even heard of Jesus are going to get roasted for not believing in him. That's just savage. People are starting to realize that happiness isn't a freebie, you got to earn it. It's not alms, it's some real work. And let's be real. Sins can't be forgiven. Actions have consequences, and you reap what you sow. If you've lived a hella cruel life, you can't just pretend to repent, expect everything to cool again. Medicine and the last breath be washed in the blood of G and become an angel entitled to an eternity of joy. Bruh. All this is wild, but you can say it's not hella cruel, right? But if you're saying a dude who lived a lit life, made a happy home, lifted people up and fought for what's right, just because he didn't believe without proof, is going to get torched eternally. That's some messed up logic, like God is nothing but an infinite wild beast, fam. Salvation for being, extra sure damnation for asking questions. Back in the day, the second birth was like a straight-up miracle, something only the Holy Ghost could do, right? Now it's all about explaining the T. A change of heart is just a change of mind. G. That happens to most peeps at some point, even if you're thinking about it without getting all hyped up. If it's just 'cause you're chillin', Reformation, but it's 'cause you're scared out of your wits. That's like the second birth, bruh. A few years ago, Christians were totes into the Bible as the ultimate truth. Gee, they had no doubts, no cap. If a geologist found some facts that didn't add up with the scripture, they'd get shut down with a verse from the Bible. But now, the Bible ain't even the standard no more, fam. Science is like, hey, I got this. Even theologians are considering facts instead of just spouting the same old dogma. Only haters and bigots still believe in that crazy plenary inspiration stuff. Intelligent ministers know the Holy Scriptures ain't perfect. They got mistakes, contradictions, and interpolations. They're not even sure about some wild stories like the flood or Babel no more, the burn bush. Please, the plagues of Egypt. Nah, the Red Sea division. Gee, the miracles in the wilderness. Like, what's good with that? All these super famous miracles are just getting played as weak sauce, fam. Many clergymen are ashamed to even shame and say they believe him no more. And let's talk about the General Joshua thing, and Elijah going to heaven, and Jonah in the fish. All that's like so, it's obvious now, even funny. Same with most of the New Testament miracles. No one who knows what's up still believes Jesus cast out devils and stuff. A few years ago, everyone was on board with those devil miracles, but now, even the haters ain't buying it no more. You, theologians who are low-key trying to study higher criticism are getting with it and thinking like Voltaire and Paine, right? They just found out the deists were right about the Bible and all. These critics, they ain't trying to say the Bible is fire, but they're still hyped about some of the inspired parts. Like they accept Darwin, but they still cling to Genesis. They know it's hella flawed, but they're all like, Genesis has a higher meaning. It's like a lie that's actually deep, you feel. These critics are trying to prove the Bible is the word of God, but They show how messed up it is with contradictions and stuff. Some of these preachers, they get so extra. Sometimes their whole body just seems to stretch out a wuck. Got to see this. Snake Man, performer at the circus. He's all like tied up in knots, making neckties out of his legs. I'm low-key thinking, what would John Wesley or Calvin do if they saw a preacher like Dr. Cadman or Professor Briggs? They'd be straight up salty. Like they'd throw some shade and say we're dogs of Satan. Jeremy Taylor would probably roast an Episcopalian like Heber Newton too. Christianity is deft declining, the faith is getting weaker, and bigotry starting to see the other side. I ain't gonna lie, there are still a bunch of Orthodox Christians who can't grow their minds and care more about dogma than facts. Those obstacles got to be removed by death, you feel? The concept of eternal pain ain't even believed by most smart folks no more. People with justice in their hearts know that revenge ain't enjoyin' by infinite goodness. They know that hell would make heaven impossible. If believed in hell like they used to, heretics and fags would be repressed, people with no idea what's good would get destroyed, and all that torture crap would stain innocent blood again. Christianity is low-key dying because smart people got smarter. Folks who know some history and the struggles of humanity, plague, famine, floods, earthquakes, volcanoes, cyclones, religious oppression, and slavery. They don't believe in special providence no more. They ain't never going to see their prayers answered. People who follow Christ as a moral guide are just trying to make sense of life and reality. Christianity is whack because it's too illogical. It's all about superstition. You can't even trust your brain or heart with that stuff. Not opposing evil is like moral failure. Loving your enemies, forget about it. Deserting family for heaven, that's just weak. Promising rewards for believing is a lie. Threatening torture for not believing, that's straight up messed up. Christianity is declining because people are getting wiser. The governor was all like, yay, Christianity is dying, but then he added it, when you take away religion, communities literally fall apart. But let's be real. Spain and Portugal still got those faith vibes going strong. Russia ain't doing nothing differently. Germany's got Emperor William chillin' with that same energy. Even Ireland's not immune to the influence. If they took that away from Spain, it'd decay fast. That's straight up ridiculous. What even are these restraining influences? All religion does is control how you eat on Fridays or go to the theatre on holidays. But can it really stop people from committing actual crimes? Christianity says God forgives sins and all that jazza. It's like buy good, do right. But don't worry about the consequences. That's not a restraining influence, fam. Religion was powerful back in the day when church rules. Did that lead to moral growth or what? Did countries under religious rule even prosper? When it got weaker, did morality and intelligence start decaying? What's this restraining influence really mean? You know, like how cops aren't fired because a new church popped up. Christianity says you got to carry that cross, but I ain't buying it. Is straight up hating on the idea that Christianity is the answer to making people moral and prosperous. They think Smarten is the real deal, not relying on some higher power. If you want to raise humanity, develop those brains, fam. People got to learn to do it for themselves, no more depending on a priest or something. Trying to get all spiritual is a waste of time. These so-called devils caused by the decline of Christianity are wild, but not that deep. Like Some villages don't even have bells ringing out for people dying, and marriages are straight up civil contracts with no church involved. If you're vaccinated and unchristened, it's all good. Marriage is just a contract, and the church ain't got no say in it. The real marriage is between two souls, not some ceremony that the church tries to force. It's like nature's work, and it's fire. The church just tries to cash in on those wedding fees, but they can't control people's actions. Governor says the decline of Christianity led to some wild stuff. But he's low-key exaggerating. Bruh. Those ills ain't that bad and don't affect people's morals, minds, or bank accounts. He's trying to get people to think and work hard, but if you just pray without putting in the effort, you'll decay. Doesn't think Christianity is all bad. They see the good and true stuff still holding down. But that supernatural stuff, it's dwindling, fam. The New Testament is like, hey, reason is a thing. So if Christianity keeps declining at this rate, we might lose all that super cool magic. This whole situation's got some drama. But ultimately, it's just people trying to figure out their own lives, you feel. Let's get into this wild battle between the natural and the supernatural, fam. The natural was low, getting destroyed for thousands of years, but these brave and wise OJs kept it lit. They got conquered, caged, tortured and burned, but their squad stayed strong. Others took their place, but they didn't let that get them down. Instead, they used science to take down ignorance, kindness to fight cruelty, and justice to squash slavery. Fast forward to now, and it's like all the old faiths are getting roasted. Only the youngins and those who ain't too smart are still rocking the old vibes. Remember when you couldn't even get roasted for believing in the Pope? Now, that's just a laugh riot. Priests used to be all about saving souls, but now they're just trying to chill. I once read this priest's diary from forever ago. He wrote about how he got paid for doing all this hard work, and he even saved a soul or two. But that kind of faith is so last century. Where are the old school evangelists who used to get hyped? Where's the fire? Nowadays, preachers are all like, hey, maybe God said that, instead of, thus saith the Lord. Sermons are just a bunch of bland essays now. The church is all about apologies and literary vibes, not about bringing the heat. It's like the blood, dyed vestures of the Redeemer, ain't waving no more. They're just floating white flags of truce. The trumpets ain't blowing no more. It's all about parley now. The fires of hell are out, and heaven is just a dream. The eternal verities have changed to doubts. The torch of inspiration is all but snuffed out. There ain't no more sound from heaven or wonders in the heaven above. Science is where it's at now, though. It's like the only way to save humanity. We got to look back on what went down and prophesize what's coming next. That's why I'm hyped about the Truth Seeker. Congrats to you and your squad. Yes, it's G's 25th B-Day. It's been low-key a boss fight. It's always repping hard. It's got the torch and it's shinning bright. 25 years ago, the people in this country were hella orthodox. They were all about that Christianity life, like they thought it was factually correct or something. Non-Christians would be all low-key. I should probs repent and join the church. But mostly they just wanted to get along. Ministers. They had some doubts. Most of them were like, don't think, just believe. They didn't want no drama, you feel? Investigation was basically discouraged because the clergy knew that thinking was sus. They said faith was the only way to get to that eternal joy life. Schools and colleges were all, well, about the sectarian vibe, with presidents and professors repping their creeds hard. The people were eating up miracles like they were a thing, and the whole Bible thing was inspired by God or whatever. They taught them it was perfect, no contradictions, science, wise or otherwise. It was all about salvation, and only those who had faith could get in, 'cause heaven and hell were waiting and all that jazz. Ministers were like, science is whack, and they'd rather defend miracles than facts, But they knew people were still trying to figure stuff out, so they got a little salty. They started using some shady tactics to keep their congregations in line, and when people asked questions, they just got all hacked with misreps and slander. But beneath the surface, they had this gnarly fear of being wrong, you feel. Some folks were low-key reading and high-key thinking, and then Lyell comes along and drops some knowledge about geology, and suddenly Genesis isn't so inspired no more. The clergy started erasing words and inserting new ones, like they changed the whole vibe. They said it was created in 6 periods or whatever, but honestly, that didn't satisfy anyone who actually cared about the facts. As people kept learning, they found out way more about life and its history, and beneath the biologist's gaze, fossils came back to life, with sea monsters and ancient forests and all that jazz. Haeckel and Huxley were like, here we go, let's follow this life thing through. G was low. Key reading a whole Wikipedia page about old dudes G got wrong about humans being around for like 100 years or something. They were all like, it's not true that Adam died at like 930 or whatever, and that the Bible is just a bunch of outdated myths. But G's clergy friends were hella salty about this. They were all about defending the book and trying to keep it from getting fact-checked. They'd be all days, periods and stuff. Like they were trying to downplay the whole Bible thing so they wouldn't have to deal with some harsh truths. But G's biologists, Haeckel and Huxley, were all, no brew. Humans have been around for like a minute, and G's clergy friends were all, nah, we good, don't us. They'd be all about the faith of their fathers and how they're protecting the mother's Bible. But honestly, it was just a bunch of hella bad excuses. G's intellectuals were getting woke to some new ideas, like the works of Humboldt, which were getting translated and read by people who actually knew what they were talking about. And G's clergy friends were all, wait, no, we don't need that. They didn't want to deal with the truth that humans are just a part of nature and stuff. They'd be like, does this philosophy agree with the sacred book? And if it didn't, they'd be all about dissing it. But G's clergy friends were really scared of the truth, because they knew that without the Bible, people would just start acting out. They were all, no way, the world would go crazy if we don't have the Bible. But like, what's up with this God who gives no Bible to the antediluvians and they're all bad? And then he gives the Jews the Old Testament and they get dispersed. G's clergy friends were just trying to avoid dealing with all these facts and figures. G is low-key confused about 2 accounts of creation in Genesis, and they don't match up at all. Like, people are trying to figure out how G made mistakes in the story. There's this one account where Adam comes first, then Eve from his rib, but another one says they both come after the animals are created. That's wild. And then there's this other issue. Jehovah's got a thing about making a firmament to separate the waters, but it turns out there ain't no firmament. The moisture in the air is just evaporation, bruh. So if G made something He didn't actually do it on that second day, 'cause the water above and below ain't separated by nothing. The preachers are trying to dodge the fact that the Bible got contradictions. They're all like, it's an Oriental imagery thing, or that Genesis is some deep spiritual poem. That satisfies some people, but not the ones who are actually trying to figure it out. That's when G's rival Darwin comes along and drops knowledge. He's a sick scientist who just wants to know the truth. He ain't got no biases or theories. He just observes the facts and tells them as they are. The clergy is all shook up 'cause Darwin's speaking truth to power. The ministers are hella salty, and their congregation is laughing at them like a bunch of simples. The clergy is all vague about how G created the world, but when it comes down to it, they believe in the old school Miltonic view. They're all like, G made clay animals and breathed life into him. But for real, they ain't got no specifics. It's a whole thing. G. I'd like to know that Darwin killed all the haters vibes you feel. He showed us that humans ain't been around for real since day one, that we didn't come from perfect beings or nothing. We rose through ages. Loki evolved into what we are now. G took climate, food, and other factors into account and explained all the differences between species, instincts, reason, and all that jazz by natural causes. No supernatural stuff for Gay. No Potter God for him. The theologians were hella mad at Darwin, trying to diss him as a blasphemer and whatnot. They even shaded him, saying he was ignorant and didn't know what's good. But they said if Darwin's right, then the Bible is whack, our God ain't real, and our religion is just a fable. And like, they thought they won or something, throwing scripture at G like bullets. They had some professors in religious colleges go soft on them too, and hundreds of scientists hopped onto the wrong side. But then G's ideas started to gain traction, and people started understanding him, and men of sense were reading his work. Genius folks were rocking with G, and soon the real game changers in science and philosophy were getting on board. The tide turned, and the theologians' smiles went from happy to frozen grins. The preachers started getting all awkward, dodging questions instead of answering. They admitted that the Bible ain't about teaching science, just religion and whatnot. Faith was getting shaky, and people were free to talk their minds without fear. Draper's book showed how Catholicism was a major hater of progress, and Protestants because they could finally be honest about their own issues too. Buckle's history book said that Protestantism had its own set of problems, like persecution and all that. Hegel did some solid work, but his second book was kind of weak. Lecky exposed the mean side of revealed religion in one volume, then almost apologized for it in the next. The Universalist brought civilization to a lot of Christians by showing them that eternal punishment is just revenge on steroids. Some people still got issues with G, but they were hella small compared to the impact he had. G's ideas changed the game, and no one could stop him. G was low-key repping Unitarians like Theodore Parker, dissing Jehovah as a savage god. No cap. They was all about developing that orthodox brain you feel. Herbert Spencer was getting some major props, and his theories were getting adopted left and right. He was straight fire, but the theologians couldn't handle it and got shut down. Emerson was planting seeds of doubt in people's minds, and now the world was flooded with intellectual lit. The clergy was getting all apologetics, speaking less certain and less hyped. They lost that confidence in their assertions. They needed to do something. So they tried to, harmonize old lies with new truths. They were trying to keep it 100, but the Bible wasn't the standard no more. Science was the real deal, fam. The pulpit was getting destroyed, and the shepherds was all shook up. In England and Germany, students of the Bible were getting all up in their grill examining the scriptures like it was a hot new release. They found out some major issues with the Old Testament. Moses didn't write Pentateuch, Joshua and Judges were ghostwritten by unknown authors, and David ain't got nothing to do with Psalms. Isaiah had multiple authors, and Daniel's prophecies were written after the events described in the book. They found mistakes and contradictions galore, some of them even thinking the Hebrews never was slaves in Egypt. The New Testament fared just as bad. Nearly all books were ghost-written by unknown dudes, miracles were wild, and Gospels had major errors. Critics had roasted pulps and newspapers, but they kept it real, GG, like let's get real here. Subscribers with some major mistakes and debunked lies. There's another fact that's low-key important. Every religion is hella provincial, ya feel. They all vibe on different wavelengths. But at the end of the day, it's all about egotism, ignorance, isolation, and that whole patriotism thing. All religions are like naturally made by people in different tribes who met and merged ideas. So when nations collide, thoughts and opinions get all mixed up. It wasn't that long ago that nations were like complete strangers to each other, so they hated each other's institutions and religions. But commerce is like super cool, right? Trading goods is basically exchanging ideas. That's why the press, steamships, railways, cables and telegraphs brought people together and let them compare their biases, religions, laws and customs. Lately, scholars have been studying world religions and found that they're all pretty similar. They also discovered there's nothing original in Christianity. The whole 9 yards is just old school stuff. They realized Christ was like a new name for an old story. Not a real dude, but a myth. People started questioning whether our religion actually got its inspiration from above, or if it was just some clever copycat. It's wild that poor people no education created some fire content in the Dark Ages, and then God, like 10,000 years later, just copied it. They thought it was whack that God would be a plagiarist. These scholars found out that all old religions were into devil stuff, evil spirits trying to mess with humans. They realized our Bible and New Testament are basically the same as everyone else's sacred books. Take away the devil and the whole vibe falls apart. No devil, no fall of man, no atonement, no hell. The devil is like super important, but people have been forgetting about him for ages. Now, only some folks still believe in a personal devil. They're like totally pitied now. The devil's lost his throne and evil spirits are all but gone. If you don't believe in the devil no more, you can't be sure your Bible is inspired or that Christ was real, the Temple G. Thousands and thousands of people have low-key stopped believing that whole devil story from the New Testament, yet they're still hyped about this high inspiration. Thinking Jesus being a deity. You feel in their brains, contradictions are just chilling with unity. Like, while most people ain't worried about devils no more, but believing in a personal God is getting kind of whack too. The old idea that nature's behind all the magic and stuff, and there's this infinite intelligence making moves, started to get questioned. Scientists were all, hold up, matter and force can't just disappear, and Buechner's work was like, nah, you got to have both matter and force to even exist. They also found out that thought is a type of force. So if there ain't no matter, then intelligence couldn't have existed before, right? It's hella hard to even think about creating something, because without matter, it's all just empty space. God was supposed to be the one running things, making sure we got sunshine and prosperity, or punishing us with droughts and floods. He was like the ultimate authority, but people started losing faith in providence. The good didn't always win out, and the bad did too. Virtue wasn't always rewarded, and vice kept getting played. It was all super messed up. People started thinking that the God of Christians and nature were basically the same, and neither one seemed to care about humanity at all. The deists from a minute ago were like, Claw, you can't even believe in this Bible God because he's too savage. But they love the God of nature. They'd be all the scriptures are just natural, not inspired by nothing. But then they'd still say that nature is perfect, ain't got nothing to do with it, which is like contradictions in a nutshell. Loki, some OGs were all about keeping school. It old school, but they were really just clinging to their beliefs like a hot ticket. They weren't trying to fact check nothing. They just went with the grain, you feel. G's squad was all about spreading the word and taking what they said as gospel. But let's be real, they were straight out of touch with reality. Fast forward to today, we got some brave souls who decided to challenge the status quo. Some preachers started rocking new facts and getting a little too cozy with Christian misconceptions. They stirred up the hornet's nest, though some people got hella mad and tried to shut down for heresy. But here's the tea, most churches were still stuck in the past, clinging to their creeds like they were going to save them. They'd apologize about it privately, but when the curtains closed, they kept on preaching the same old gospel. However, there was a whole lot of priests who came up to represent the new vibe. They welcomed that truth and got real with the squad. Nowadays, we can low-key say that the Bible ain't what it used to be. The God of the old school, G's long gone from the scene. His spot's been taken by some cosmic dust and a bunch of other hocus-pocus. The Bible's lost its juice. People are just trying to figure out how it applies now. Same with other books. Even the orthodox preachers are all like, hold up, let me explain that away. We got science on the throne, and reason is where it's at. Scientists don't take nothing supernatural for granted. They're all about getting the bottom of things, then building from there. Nowadays, theologians are all about reason to faith. Ain't the foundation anymore. It's all about truth and reason, fam. We're living in a world where we've got to question everything and use our brains, you know. The $1 million question is, what's next? Are we just going to chill with the old ways or move forward into some new territory? Is we going back to superstition or taking authority for ourselves? Let me give it to you straight. In modern times, we've lost faith in all that supernatural jazz and gained confidence in humanity. We're all about that natural life now, and instead of worshipping gods, we're worshipping our own greatness. Disease ain't no joke. Fam, we got to rely on science and nature to stop that plague, right? We're all low key done with holy water and them religious vibes, because prayers ain't getting it done. My 2 cents is that people's beliefs in the supernatural is going to fade from their minds, and all the religions will be ghosted, you feel. All those ancient sages like augurs, soothsayers, seers, preachers, astrologers, and alchemists, they're all getting laid to rest together with one epitaph that's like, same energy. They was born, they lived their best lives, and now they gone die. It's a natural part of life, no cap. Anyway, I got a vision for the future where humans will be all about depending on themselves and science to survive. It's like we got to figure out how to use our brains to take advantage of nature and fill those holes in our bodies and minds. Teachers is going to be the new preachers, and the only ones getting paid to interpret the natural world are going to be called priests. Now, let's talk politics. Gee, I was at this congressional room, and it was hella crowded with committeemen and onlookers watching Cole, Robert Ingersoll, go down in a contested election case. He was repping for Stroback, the dude who's claiming to be robbed of his seat. Now, I ain't got time for no personal beefs between Herbert and Stroback. It's all about whether or not this republic system is even working. If we can't figure out how to make sure the majority gets its say through the ballot box, then the whole system is toast. I'd rather have a Dem in Congress than a rep who got elected dirty. I'm hella tired of politicians lying and cheating. Gee. This country should be about honesty, not just getting re-elected no matter what. We need to figure out if this government thing is even working or not, because right now it's all just a hot mess. If you let some dude in Congress who got elected through shady means, you're basically poisoning the well of justice and power. That's when people stop respecting the system and the sovereignty of the people. I don't care about the personal drama. G, but maybe you'll believe me when I say G is straight up low key about politics, but let's get real. Who's got the right squad? Who's really repping for that seat? No cap. That's way more important than any personal or party stuff, fam. My vibe is that the majority of the people ought to be in charge. We're living in a country with a sovereign, just like every other place. And honestly, a republic is the only one that's got it right. The people's will is the real deal, G. So anyone who tries to scam the system by voting fake is straight up betraying the people, and anyone who knowingly counts an illegal vote is hella out of touch, you feel. If someone tries to throw out a legit vote knowing it's real, they're low-key trying to mess with the source of power, and that's just straight up dishonest. These are the questions we got to answer. No debate. I want these issues decided for real, not just cause this case is from the South or whatever. It's all about the whole country. Gee, we got to figure it out. There needs to be a law on the subject, and we need to get strict about it. We got to establish some real political morality when it comes to voting, you know. G's language was low-key complicated, so, like, dictionaries ain't really doing it for their language, right? Nowadays we can tell what a writer meant by looking at when they lived, 'cause language is always changing and words are getting repped differently over time. Fifth, the old Bible got printed in 1488 for real. Before that, it was just manuscripts, so it was all messed up with erasures and stuff added. Sixth, even the Hebrew experts are like, bruh, there's at least 100,000 mistakes in our current English translation of the Old Testament. And for real, people who believe in inspiration are all, hold up, these errors ain't that deep. Seventh, it's hella unclear who actually wrote some of those Old Testament books. Like Moses ain't even the author of the Pentateuch, and we're still trying to figure out who did. Eighth, there's other books in the Old Testament that ain't even exist no more, but people are still treating them like they're just as important as the ones that do exist. Like, have you heard of Jasher or Nathan? They're part of the Yog Bible, but nobody knows what they look like no more. Ninth, Christians are low-key divided on which books are actually inspired. Some Catholics are all about those Maccabees and Tobit books, while others are like, Esther and Ecclesiastes ain't even getting a shout-out. 10th, the Bible is all. Hey, God's name is not even mentioned in Esther or Song of Solomon. That's some suspicious stuff right there. 11th, we just found some new manuscripts from the Old Testament that are shaking things up. Now we're making a new version with a squad of English and American divines, and maybe our current Bible will get replaced. 12th, it's hard to keep track of words when they change meanings or die out. It's like trying to hold on to something that's constantly moving. 13th, the Old Testament stuff got lost for real from like Moses to Josiah's days. And we don't even know if there was anything like the Bible before that among the Jews. Some people claim Ezra gave the Pentateuch to the Jews, but we don't know if it was his or they just found it already. 14th, Nehemiah gathered up some manuscripts from kings and prophets, but other books like Job and Psalms were written way later. G got the T on what's real. 14th Old Testament is low-key full of contradictions, fam. Like Exodus has 2 accounts of giving the 10 commandments, and they're totes different. You gotta take a closer look and realize one of them can't be true. You feel. So there's like 2 stories about creation, the flood and Saul becoming king. It's hella confusing. 15th, now we all agree that Genesis was written by more than one dude. G, they wrote separate parts, and when you put M together, they're like totally different. Like, it's hard to find common ground, know what I'm saying? 16th, copycats were always making changes, even adding their own thing. Elihu's speeches in Job were straight up interpolated, and most prophecies were made by people we don't even know about. 17th Old Testament manuscripts were all over the place. G, Greek version was different from Hebrew, and it wasn't until later that there was like a official text. And get this, they invented marks to show vowels, but nobody knows for sure if they put them in the right spot. 18th, the Septuagint, which is like the oldest Greek Bible, was translated way before Christ, maybe even with some miraculous power. But since it's different from our current Hebrew text, we got to wonder what kind of Hebrew text they were using. Early Christian churches were all about it for a hot second, but then people started finding errors and getting hella creative with their translations. 19th, Latin Bibles originated in Africa, but nobody knows which one was the original. Like, multiple versions popped up and none of them agree. They compared M to Hebrew and Greek texts and made new versions, but it's still all over the place. Egyptian, Ethiopian, Armenian, you name it, there were all different versions. Twentieth, it wasn't until the 14th century that Bibles got translated into German, and then it was only in the 15th century that they started getting printed in major languages. And even there were like multiple kinds of Bibles with different vibes. You got Luther's, Dort's, King James's, Genevan, each one's got its own unique flavor. Yes, G. So like French is a major key. But it's all like super extra with the Danes and Swedes, you feel. They're always like, hey, I know this other language. And then they're all, none. My language is better. It was hella lit back in the 7th century when someone wrote a Bible fragment in some ancient Saxon tongue. Fast forward to 1538. England got its first Bible printed, and it was low-key divided into verses, like for real. Later, under Henry VIII, Queen Elizabeth and King James. They all had their turn revising the Bible. And then in 1611, we got the one that's still lit today, the King James Bible. But gee, no one has enough learning or time even if they lived forever to figure out what books are actually Old Testament, who wrote them when they were written, and what they even mean. It's a major problem, fam, because we need proof that God sent a revelation for our happiness and salvation. Why wouldn't he just give it to everyone? I'm low, key salty about the 1 million people in Asia, Egypt, and America being stuck in the dark ages with only nature's light. And what's up with Adam and Eve not getting a Bible back in the Garden of Eden? It's hella weird that God made men and left us in the dark, like intentionally dark. Why wouldn't he just give it to everyone and make sure we're all on the same page? Was it only for the Jews? Maybe God was like super busy with other nations and chose them as a way to spread the word. But gee, what would we even say if God made his will known to people in the South Sea Islands who were like totally off the grid? If knowing about God is so important for humanity, why didn't he just reveal himself to everyone at once? This fact is wild, because an all-powerful being could have told everyone instantly. But nope, it was all, hey, Jews, you're special. And then millions of people died in the dark for thousands of years. That's just not right. Lastly, we got our list of nations. Fam Chinese, Japanese, Hindus, Tartars, Africans, Eskimos, Persians, Turks, Kurds, Arabs, Polynesians, and more. It's all like super confusing why God chose only one people to spread the word. G's whole vibe is that people are hella clueless about the Bible, fam. Like all these Bible societies worldwide have only printed like 120 million Bibles, and there are 1,400 million people on this earth. There's literally hundreds of languages and tongues that ain't got no Bible yet, you feel? So G's wondering why God allowed most of his kids to be stuck in the dark about his will, bruh. 22nd, if the Bible is all that matters for civilization and what not, then why didn't God just hook each nation up with a copy from the start, right? He must have known no one could vibe without a Bible, and he knew humans can't even make one on their own, lol. So, like, why ain't they got some books to help us figure it out? G's wondering, because we need that light of nature thingy to grasp the scheme of atonement and all that jazz. 23rd, it's probs safe to say not even a third of these people on earth know about the Bible, and only like 1/10 have ever read it. And, like, they can't agree on what it means, bruh. It's not like anyone's ever truly understood it, fam. We need some kind of inspired translator, because we're stuck in this cycle of sects and creeds. 24th, all the smart folks who know about constitutions and laws are low, key saying that words can't even convey the same ideas to everyone you feel. Even the politicians and lawyers can't agree on what it means. When courts give written decisions, they'll just get more drama because people won't vibe with each other's opinions. 25th, is it bad to say the universe was created from a nothing by infinite being who's been around forever? G. The human mind just can't wrap its head around it, fam. We got to be real about what we don't know, right? 26th. Yeah, let's get real for a sec. Like 1,000 years old is straight up sus. You can't just dismiss it like that. And bruh, saying the 6 days were 6 periods, that's what, because it messes up the Sabbath as against the text. 27th. It's also hella unreasonably that G made human from uns out of dust, and when in my dude's rib they got thrown in a garden. God, played by a snake that could speak, got kicked out for eating from the tree of life, and we're all like, we're good. Then God gave them clothes. G was low, key with the whole Tamar and Dinah thing. Noah built an ark, because a flood was about to destroy the world and save some animals too. People tried to build a tower that reached heaven, but God was all nah. And he messed up their language, so they couldn't even communicate. 28th, it's wild that G talked to Abraham like he was just another dude, gave him land without even following through, asked him to murder his own son, and had angels eating veal with butter and milk, making deals about city destruction. 29th, like, come on, man. You can't be eternally damned for asking legit questions about a pillar of salt or cities being destroyed by firestorms. 30th, it's not even believable that G wrestled with Jacob and made his thigh all messed up. The Jews were all now. We ain't eating that sinew. 31st, one can't be blamed for doubting G making Moses a god to Pharaoh and giving him a prophet brother, Aaron, after trying to kill him at a hotel. He turned all the water into blood, rivers into frogs, and made lice out of dust, so everyone was itching. G couldn't even get close to Moses for him to spit some fire and brimstone at the fields, destroying every creature and human out there, and just literally annihilating every plant and tree with a hailstorm and some intense heat. A 9, that's right. G sent some locusts that wiped out all the plants they didn't hit with the hail, and then devoured every last tree in the field. 10, that's how he covered the whole land in thick darkness and had to stick lights in the homes of the Jews or they'd be lost. 11, that's when G went on a whole rampage, killing off all the firstborn Egyptians, from Pharaoh himself to the lowliest servant girl, all plus all the animals, so there wasn't a single spot where nobody was dead. If 24, phi, x, v, 16, 17, 9x, 252, x, v, 1, 21x, x, 15, 3, v, 19, 7x, x, 9, 11, n, x, 22, 23, 48, 33, x, x, 11, 2x, l, 5, 13, x, I, 29. It's wild to think that 3 million people just straight up left a country and hopped out 20 or 30 miles in one day. They got to send out all those notifications, fam, and then you got to consider the sick, the old, and the ones who are low, key crippled, so it's hard to imagine how they'd even care for themselves. It seems wild that G had to take away their entire country just because they doubted a few basic facts, like God was straight up with us, sending clouds of fire and light to guide our way. 12, how Pharaoh went all out chasing them with his 600 chariots and 600k soldiers, and the Jews were hella scared. It's trippy that even after they killed off all the cattle, sent frogs and flies, turned water into blood, made them die from boils, and just straight up annihilated everything else, J still had the energy to send locusts to finish them off. G. Like, imagine if 1 million people were hanging out and God just showed up and was all, hey, I'm gonna make this dude's life hella hard for 4 to 5,000 years straight. That's some wild sauce, right? It's def low-key messed up that G would torture someone for doing something small compared to being an infinite being. It's also whack that he was all, hey, let's cover people in frogs and flies and then give you boils. That looks pretty sus. A real good God wouldn't mess with innocent animals just cause someone messed up. And it's hella weird that G would do miracles to make a king do what he wants, but then harden his heart so he refuses. It's also cray for him to kill all the firstborn of a nation. That's straight up savage. G should be allowed to question if 12 wells were enough for 3 million people. And how come manna, just cooked in the sun, but would melt away? And it's not a crime to say that water can't be made by stricken, a rock with a stick, or that battle can't be won by just lifting your hand. Is it wrong to loll at this, or is it hella sinful to say that G never spoke from the top of Mount Sinai in all its cloudy glory? Can it be that an infinite intelligence just takes pleasure in scaring people, and that they're only happy when someone's getting nervous? G was like, hey, priests, don't make altars out of hewn stones or with stairs, while he was all wrapped up in dancing clouds on the Mount of Sinai. And meanwhile, he gave these dudes the 10 Commandments, but told them to break most of them. I can't find any text to rewrite in a Gen Z and Gen Alpha slang style. I low-key think G is extra about this Bible stuff. Like, does one have to be born again or something just to feel the vibes from a sick performance? Is G's faith shaken when reading recipes for cooking lamb, chicken, beef, birds, and flatbread 38th? It's wild that some people doubted God telling Moses how to make potions, hair products, and perfumes, and then it was like death penalty if you tried to replicate them. Can you imagine a God getting salty about someone imitating his source 4? Think of G making heaven and earth in 6 days, resting on the 7th, and being all refreshed 5, 1, x, xv, and xv, 3, xxx, 23, 5, x, 11, 2, x, x6, 19, 24, x, xi, 17, 30, ninth. G's got to wonder about a dude who broke down stone tables with God's finger on them. What's up with a man being good and like, let's go kill each other? 6, like, what's the deal with a God telling people to slaughter their neighbors' brothers and fathers? Is that really lit? 7th, there's a God. Can't he just put in the book of his memory and be done with it? 8 for teeth. G's all shook up thinking about God being afraid of himself around the Jews. Like, was he worried he'd eat them up or something? 9, can it be true that G sent an angel instead of hanging out with the Jews because he didn't want to consume them? 10:2 Chronicles 3:2, 15:3, Deuteronomy 5:4, 41st. Why would someone who messed up go and kill a sheep? How can people just be chill with God if they're cutting throats? 11, can't G just want something clean without all the bloodshed? 12G, what's good, fam? Why should burning flesh be a fire that makes God want to take a sniff, right? Why did he make his priests all about that life, like butchering, cutting, and stabbing? 1 xxi 27, 29, 32, 3 x 11:20. Why would the same God be all, you're dead for eating a goat or some ox? Was it like some consolation when you're dying to know that God told Aaron to take 2 goats and do some vibes on M to see which one's the scapegoat, fam? And then he puts both his hands on the scapegoat and is all, I got you. Bro, I'll take all your sins too. And the goat's just over there like, how am I supposed to carry that weight? Why would a goat be all about carrying around human sins? Was it contagious or what? Like, could an average goat even handle that much drama? 43rd, why did God get all salty about someone rocking a woolen and linen fit? Why was he extra about the corners of your beard, bro? 4, and if you like, it got a flat nose or I'm lame, God's all, nah, you can't come through. But why did he make us in the first place, fam? 44th. So we should totes believe that God was all about human sacrifices. Right? Is it even wrong to be all? Hold up. I don't want to believe that. And if so, is it a sin to question the inspiration of a book that's got some major red flags? Read Leviticus 16:3-8 and see how crazy it gets. You also see how by doing some wild stuff, man becomes okay with this God point. 1 Leviticus VA 21, 22.3. You'll see how he demands the blood of his own kids from their dads.
Yeah.
Read Numbers 3, 12, 13 and see how they were all about getting those curtains and cherubs and basins made in the desert. How did they even make that happen? Did G get the brass sockets? Like, how did they come up with the shekel of the sanctuary? And how did they glue gold to boards? Fam, where they even copper all these instruments and tools to make it happen? And where'd they get that fine flour and oil? Were all these finds in the desert of Sinai? Is it low-key a sin to ask these questions? Are all these doubts coming from a hella evil heart? Gee, should God be hella strict about priests not drinking wine or eating grapes in the desert, bruh? How'd they even get their hands on that wine? Don't these passages show that these laws were made after the Jews left Sinai and weren't even given by God himself? Can you imagine a God being hella extra about telling some wild nomads to wait 4 years to eat the fruit from trees they planted? 40th. Should a dude get roasted for saying that G told priests to give women dirt water as a test of their virtue? Or for saying there was no cloud over the tabernacle and just fire by night, and that it lifted up when God wanted them to move? 1 Num v 12:31, 2 Num 16:18. Can it be real? The Ark of the Covenant travelled on its own, though. 45th. Was it hella reasonable for G to give the Jews manna every year? Like, he had infinite power and could have just given them some good food or something. But instead he feeds them manna till they're all like, can we please have something else? And then G gets all salty and smites him with quails in his wrath. And when they're eaten, he's all, lol, you'll die from this. In a few days, he's all, nah, I'ma kill the rest. But Moses is like, hey, wait. No wonder the Jews were all, let's go back to Egypt, brew. My opinion, G should have just let the Jews alone, or even taken the side of Pharaoh, when they told their spies that Canaan was full of giants. They were hella scared and said, Klol, let's stay in Egypt. When it comes down to it, I think the Jews would have been way better off if G didn't be so extra about all these laws and stuff. G was low-key hella savage, bruh. Like their God was all, hey, you guys are all good, except for Joshua and Caleb, they gotta just chill in the wilderness forever. Then G spits some fire. But you fam, your corpse is going to get devoured by the vultures in this wilderness, and your kids are stuck here for 40 years, carrying around your sins like a hot mess. And yeah, I know, G, my God promised to hook you all up with a land that's straight fire, milk, and honey, yo. But hold up, 'cause there's some tea about the Og Israelites. They found this dude chilling in the wilderness on the Sabbath, and they're like, what's good? You got to get checked. So G is all, yeah, dude gets put to death by stoning real talk. Fast forward. G, God is vibing, and he's feeling some pity for the Israelites. He's all, well, make some fringe things on your clothes, fam, blue ribbon of life, or whatever. Next up, G's Jehovah is loyalty key, 'cause some dudes were all, we don't want to starve to death. So he opens the earth and swallows them whole, including their wifeos and mini mess. Like, not even kidding. Then there's a plague that kills 14k more. This God is wilding out. And let G tell you, this dude was hella extra dry, sick, tick turns into almonds. Ashes of red heifer make sin go away. Cities getting handed over to the Jews because they're willing to do some real damage. Snakes bite Jehovah's peeps. This God is a whole mood, I'm low. Key shook, fam. Like animals talking to humans. God sending dudes to be with princesses. Any dude throwing spears at women just to stop the plague. It's all just too much for G. Would Loki assist his neighbors' wives and kids with some savage murders? Or that he ever told a dude to hit his wife for disagreeing on religion to 3? Or that God is hella wrong about hares having 4 chambers in their tummies, fam 4, or that G? Had an issue with people raising horses fired, or that God wanted the camp to be extra clean because he was low-key hangry at night 6, or that he commanded widows to spit in their brother in Law's Face 7, or that G. Ever threatened to give somebody the itch, you feel A, or that he secretly buried a dude and let the corpse write a diary about the funeral law. 49th. Does it necessarily follow that a man is trying to commit some sick crime if he refuses to admit that the river Jordan was all peace out on itself and its lower end just up and left? Or that 7 priests could blow them 7 ram's horns so loud they'd blow down city walls, broke the 9, or that God, after Achan had confessed to hiding some sick goods, became hella chill as soon as Achan and his fam got put through the ringer. 10, is it not a major virtue to be all no thank you on a God like that? 6 v 8 4 ducks v 16 7 dit 27 10 2 5 ducks see 13 14 Nash 16 3 dit 7 6 dit 6 v 9 9 Josh v 10 Tony Josh v 24 25. Must we believe that God was all about sanctioning and commanding all the extra cruelties and horrors described in the Old Testament? That he waged the most savage wars ever? He declared mercy a total no-go? That to spare life was like triggering his wrath? That he was all hi-ha, let's get this tea when maidens got violated, laughed when moms got chopped up with swords, and was all hyped when babes were dropped in their mammas' arms 11, read the infamous book of Joshua, and then try to worship that God if you can? 50th. Can any sane dude believe that the sun stood still for like a whole day and didn't want to move? And that the moon just chilling too? 1, these miracles were all about massacre and bloodshed, that the Jews went wild on men, women, and kids by the million, and did every sick cruelty they could think of. 12, is it even possible that these things actually happened? Is it possible that God was like, yeah, do that? Again, I ask you to read the book of Joshua. After reading all its savage content, you'll feel a whole lot of grim satisfaction in the last words of Joshua to the kids of Israel. Key now for a fact that the Lord your God will no more drive out any of these nations from before you, but they'll be like traps and snares on your tail and thorns in your eyes, until ye perish from off this good land. 2, think about a God who's all ayahs. I gave you this sick reward. They was living in a land that didn't even belong to em. Cities they didn't build no cap. And they'd got to eat from olive yards and vineyards they didn't even plant. Fam. Think about a God who's all like, I must take out some of my own kids for the benefit of others and then kill the rest because they're not thankful enough, bruh. And this God is supposed to be all-powerful, but he can't even beat an army with iron chariots, lol. 1 Josh, X, Xerxes, 13:3 Josh, Xiv 13:4 Judges, I 19. Can we even blame the Hebrews for getting tired of their God, though never was a people so low-key murdered, starved, stoned, burned, deceived, humiliated, robbed, and outraged tubby. Never did they have so little liberty among men. It's like they were trapped in a whole different world. Never did, King be as extra as this God of the Jews. He's hella jealous, unreasonable, contemptible, exacting, and ignorant fam. Never was there such drama, such ceremony, such mukbang vibes with bullocks, goats, doves, red heifers, lambs, and unleavened duff. Never were so many rules about kidneys and blood, ashes and fat, curtains, tongs, fringes, ribands, and brass pins. TB. never were such harsh laws, punishments, damned ignorance, and infamy. 50th, can we even believe that the creator of all worlds, infinite in power and wisdom, couldn't even hold his own against some gods made out of wood and stone? Is it not wild that after he came through for his chosen people, deliver them from slavery, fed them by miracles, opened up the sea for a path, led them by cloud and fire, and took down their pursuers, they still chose to go with a calf of their own making? Bruh. Is it beyond belief that this God couldn't even civilize the Jews, couldn't get them past some point where they deserved getting killed? What's good, gee, what shall we think about a God who spent 40 years trying to convert 3 million people and only got 2 dudes and no ladies decent enough to enter the promised land? Was there ever in the history of man an admin as detestable as this one? Is it possible that God sold his own kids to some king from Mesopotamia or Canaan fam? Or was it maybe some angel of the Lord eaten unleavened cakes and broth with fire coming out a stick under an oak tree? Can it even be true that God made known his will by making dew fall on wool without to chin the ground around it? Lol. Do you really believe men who lap water like dogs make the best soldiers? Bruh. Do you think some man got played into believing in this whole 9 yards? Gee, could deaf hold a lamp in his left hand, a trumpet in his right hand, blow his trumpet, shout the sword of the Lord and Gideon, and break pitchers at the same time? 53rd. Read the story of Jephthah and his daughter. And then Loki think about a dad who'd sacrifice his daughter to God. And what you think of a God who'd accept that as a sacrifice. This one story should be hella enough to make every tender and loving father wanna toss this book in the trash. Is it necessary, like for real, to believe that an angel showed up to Manoah when his wife's hubby wasn't around, that the angel went up in flames after? That, as a result, a child was born with hair that's straight fire. A kid who could make lions and foxes get hella mad. Will God's wrath ever be done for real on someone just they doubted this story? Is there enough in the Bible to save someone if you leave out Samson killing 1,000 men with a ginali jawbone? Is hell Loki hungrier for those who deny water coming from hollow place in a dead bone? Is it evidence of a new heart to believe that one dude turned over this house so big that like 3,000 people were on the roof? For my part, I'm hella shook by these things, and if my salvation depends on me believing them, I'm already toast. I can't believe the Philistines took back the ark with a present of 5 gold mice and then God was all cool, I'll relent. 1 Judges v. 21, 2 Judges 37, 3 v. 5, 4 Judges v. 20, 5 Isam v. 4. Can't believe God killed 50,000 men for just looking at a box. It's wild, considering the Jews had done so much after all their wars and victories, even when Saul was king, that there wasn't like one smith in Israel who could make a sword or spear, and they had to go to the Philistines to sharpen everything. Can you believe God told Saul to smite Amalek and destroy everything, but not spare no one? Can you believe because Saul took the king alive, Jehovah was all? Nah, I'm taking that throne away from you. 3 can't even believe the Philistines ran away because one of them got killed with a stone. Loki can't justify Abigail's wife Nabal doing whatever she did to David, who wasn't even being real when he said all those things to her. Gee, was Loki vibing with his fam, and G was like, I got you, person. It's wild that G ended up in the hospital next morning and, died after 10 days or something. All this is straight up sus, especially since David married GB's widow before G even hit the ground cold point 550 fourth. I'm not going to lie, I'm hella skeptical about the whole Katie Kingwich thing at Endor, where a ghost from Samuel materialized and was all dressed in a cloak or whatever. 61 I Sam, Vi 19, 3 I Sam, XV, 5 I Sam, XV. I Sam, say 1924, I Sam XV, 62 Sam Xiv. Why is God all like, kill the people just cause G got counted? Is getting counted a sin or something? Can you even be mad at God for this? 55th. Do we got to believe that Elijah was hella peckish and ravens brought him food every morning and evening? Like, what's tea on these birds, huh? Did they just show up out of nowhere with bread and flesh or something? Can we even wrap our heads around the fact that Elijah could make meal and oil appear out of thin air and get an angel to be his personal chef and whip up 2 suppers in one night? Is it true that Elijah caused a fire from heaven to come down and roast Captain's squad of 50 men? Can we even trust God with this kind of power? 56. It's wild to think that a prophet can just lie on someone's dead body and get them to sneeze 7 times or whatever. 1 I Kings 6v. 3-2 King's Eye. 5-2 I'm low. Key shook that G dipped 7 times in the Jordan and still had leprosy. Is it lit to think a merciful God would curse kids and their future fam with leprosy cause of some dude's mistake? Can iron even float? In water, though. It's wild to think a corpse can come back to life when it touches another corpse. Is G really trying to send a sign that he's low-key bad 'cause he thinks the king had a boil and God made the sun go backwards, so the shadow on the sundial moves 10 degrees? If the earth didn't start spinning in reverse, this whole story is whack, and if it was inspired, it's still not true. What even happened to the Pentateuch, J? It went Maya from Moses to Josiah. How did Jews survive without Leviticus deets on fat, caul, and kidney? If a priest didn't have that book, he'd be like same pants with ashes. That's when God got salty. I'm dead that G talked to Solomon at night and said he was going to give him all the riches and wealth and honor. Like, is it even true that he had 1,400 chariots of war in a country without roads? And did he really make gold and silver as plentiful as stones? There were other kings back then who could have ruined Palestine with ease. G's got some wild stories, though. Kings I, V, X, and CI all have some whack tales about G, from corpses coming back to life to the Holy Land being super poor. It's all pretty wild. G is basically saying that when they stopped worshipping him, things started popping for Jews. They became hella successful artists, scientists, statesmen, and whatnot. G is totes low-key hyped that Hiram from Tyre wrote a letter to Solomon, like straight up saying the God of Israel created heaven and earth. You feel this king wasn't even Jewish, right? It's wild that Solomon had 80k dudes chopping for his temple, 70k carrying heavy loads, 600 overseeing everything. 60th. I'm dead that God shuts down the sky and won't rain on us, or sends locusts to trash a whole land, or brings out disease to wipe out the peeps. 61st. I'm shook that God told Solomon to keep his eyes and heart in the temple he built forever, no cap. 60th one. I'm also salty that all the kings of earth were trying to get with Solomon's vibe, and they sent him all this sick gold and silver, clothes, harnesses, spices, and mules every year, bruh. Is it even possible the Shishak from Egypt came at us with 70 horsemen, 200 chariots of war, 62 krun, I 12, all that, 6 verse 3, krun, Vi 13, too much, 65 krun. X 2024, 6 and 6, Cron I 18, same. I'm not even going to try to wrap my head around Shishak coming at us with a million men, 6-7, crun, psi, 2-3, for real. I'm also tripping that Jehoshaphat had an army of 90 sticky dudes, and God basically put out a job ad for someone to spread the word. 60th 8 crun. Xvi 14:19, no joke. I'm not even going to get into King Amaziah breaking it off with God and taking down 10k men in one day. 69 crun. Checks V12 too wild. I'm trying to wrap my head around God smoking, a king with leprosy, 'cause he tried to burn incense. 610 crun, 6v19, ek. And Pekah basically massacred 20k men in one day. 60th 11 crun, 6 no cat, 610 crun, 6v19, ek. And Pekah basically massacred 20k men in one day. 60th 11 crun, 6 no cat.